Our story starts with the appearance of powerful monsters in the Antares Empire, namely in the capital of Rifenheim. The Lord, sitting on a horse, said that 2 million of their brave warriors were defeated by an evil demon. The knight replied that 200,000 died from long-range magic and summoned creatures. Another 300,000 were seriously injured. The Lord said, the demon king may have destroyed their world, filling it with evil, but they will end it. He will fall at the hands of great heroes. The knight shouted, glory to the wisdom of his majesty. After some time, the heart of the great demon palace, Garek, the hall of the abyss, Alex shouted with a serious face. His atrocities are over. It's time for this fiend of hell to return to the darkness. Reifenhart, sitting on the throne, looked at them with a serious face. Cyrus, his face furious, holding his sword, shouted that they would destroy him and his death would mark the fall of the evil empire. The demon king replied, what a pity, and he had put so much effort into creating this empire. And why call it the evil empire when there is a name, Antares? The sun shines equally for everyone, by the way. Tessalon shouted angrily, he is raising the devil's spawn here. By destroying him, they will wipe off the face of the earth all these vicious monsters that came from the underworld. Reifenhart thought they came from the underworld, of course. Well, they need a reason. In fact, he simply taught the monsters human tactics. They have been oppressed all their lives and he only gave them a way to resist it, and they immediately became vicious. How human is that? He asked. Have they already defeated the 4 heavenly kings? Cyrus, with a serious face, answered that it was true. These filthy orcs are no match for his sword. Reifenhart shouted furiously. Do they mean to tell you that even the brave great orc Todd has been defeated? He thought about it. Orcs may be menacing in appearance, but they are essentially hunter-gatherers. They would never betray a fellow. Orcs fight the strong, protecting the weak. How dare these humans call them monsters? Yes, they have hygiene problems, but still, Tessalon asked with a smile, the 4 heavenly kings nonsense. They are actually just disgusting trolls who got what they deserve for their sins. Reifenhart thought, even Atilkar is dead. He knows trolls look scary, but isn't that too rude to them? But they are close to nature and the spirits of their ancestors, Flynn said. The evil dwarf who worshipped the god of Tema was also called to account for his deeds. Reifenhart said with a displeased face. They even finished off Mashallah. He wondered since when was the god of the dwarves Alpadaga, god of darkness. They are so arrogant for them. Everyone except the 12 gods and seer are just fiends of hell, Jade said with a smile. They also overthrew that vicious dark elf. His magic was too much for her. Reifenhart shouted with wild rage, manifesting his magical energy. They killed her too. They are practically begging for death. Tessalon shouted. Now he has shown his true colors, a dark elf demon who has defected to the side of darkness. There will be no mercy for such traitors. Reifenhart asked. A dark elf. They will admit that her skin has become a little darker than theirs. But that is only because they mere humans cut down all the trees, forcing her people to flee to the barren lands. And they blame her for her dark skin color. The purest high elf. Alex, holding the sword in his hands, confidently shouted. He will avenge the fallen with the help of this sword. Reifenhart, his eyes black from demonic magic, asked. They do not know how to listen, do they? And what about the rest of the fallen? Who will avenge them? Alex shouted. How mean it is. If not for his powers of darkness, the monsters would never have gone over to the side of evil. They would still live their usual normal lives. Reifenhart, radiating a huge amount of energy, thought that it was useless because they do not hear him at all. For them, any non-human species that does not agree to live the life of a slave immediately becomes a servant of darkness. And this is a suitable reason for extermination. He used magic and shouted in this case he will become the king of demons, that they so want to see him. In an instant, all the holy warriors rose into the air. Reifenhart thought as he used his abilities, that he was just an ordinary great mage. Humans were reluctant to acknowledge other intelligent races as equals. Elves were servants to them, lucky enough to live a little longer than humans. Dwarves were laborers, especially useful in the mines. Orcs were nothing more than draft horses, and trolls were generally used as ingredients in healing potions. They were all just spineless slaves, with no opinions of their own. He was deeply impressed when he discovered their culture and its roots. He studied them and got to know them better. He discovered the spirit magic of the elves and trolls. Combining their knowledge, he became the first in history to reach the 10th circle of magic. To expand his horizons, he interacted with them and he simply couldn't stand to see how they were treated. So, he began to help them. His territory was expanding and it was becoming more and more difficult to deceive humans. That's when they began to attack them. Their attacks never stopped. They destroyed their structures, plundered their lands, forcing them to flee further and further. But then they started fighting back and somehow it all led to the expansion of their lands. There were more and more of them, until they turned into the Empire of Antares. That's how he founded this place. Although he did not hate humans, He simply believed that other species were no worse than humanity. None of them were going to oppress humans in return. But everything turned out differently. The citizens of Antares just wanted to live in peace on their land, but for humans, their desires and actions were equated with the machinations of the devil. They can be understood after all his army consists mainly of orcs and goblins. And they are not the most attractive creatures, but killing them for such a stupid reason. This is simply unacceptable. Reincarnated, using his magical ability, shouted that it was his duty to protect the Empire. If their laws allow senseless killings, then he will abolish them and create new ones. Alex, under the influence of his magical ability, was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Reincarnated shouted, he is sure that they have received the title of heroes, having achieved success with the sword and magic. But in fact, they lack mastery in both. He thought, simply put, he can do a lot of things, but overall, he is quite weak. Most book heroes are frankly lucky to survive in the ending. However, in reality it is more expedient to hit one point. Now only the king of martial arts, Teslan, remains. This man is known for his physical strength. The others were not difficult to defeat, but this guy is completely different. After all, he is just one of those who hits one point. It will be hard to defeat him. Teslan began to attack with lightning speed, pursuing the protagonist. Reincarnated, after unsuccessful attempts to escape, created a magic shield, but the enemy easily broke through it and struck him in the head. The protagonist, bleeding, asked, "Is that all he can do?" He blocked his blow with magic. Teslan shouted with a serious face. As expected of the leader of the demons, Reincarnated thought about it. His spine was broken. At this rate he would soon die. He needed to kill him somehow, but he had no chance of winning in his current state. Teslan said he would send him to a personal trial. The protagonist, clutching his head, said that he had won. He answered with a serious face. He believed that they were all now free from his evil spell. Reincarnated thought about it with a frightened face. He was about to give up, but he couldn't. Free from evil spells. Is he serious? Does he think that for them to live a slave life is the natural order of things? He will not resign himself. It simply infuriates him. The protagonist with an angry face took out an object and shouted. This is the Eye of Space and Time that he found in the ancient ruins. An extremely powerful artifact that even he, a 10th circle mage, still has not fully deciphered. Teslan asked furiously, "What is he trying to do?" Reincarnated answered, "A regression spell. It will turn back time and disrupt divine providence." He started to use the item, and thought he doesn't even know if it will work, but he has nothing to lose. The protagonist shouted, "Let him try to stop it." Teslan, with a furious face, began to attack, and collided with powerful magical energy. Reincarnated thought he can't let himself die, not like this. In an instant, a powerful explosion was heard. After some time, the protagonist woke up in a forest house. He thought these sounds warmth and feelings of comfort. Is he still alive? Did he really succeed? That spell that he didn't decipher even half of. He said he knew he was a genius, but he didn't think it would work. Where did he wake up? It seems like a time jump did happen, but he doesn't remember such a place in his past. I wonder how old he is now. The main character got out of bed, and looking at his muscles, said most guys would die of envy. But who is he? Where did he get so many calluses? His whole body is in scars and muscles. It's disgusting. A magician only needs magic. What are these six-pack abs for? It's strange, of course, to talk about yourself like that. Did he really screw up the spell of moving in time and space, and that's why he ended up in the body of a random guy? Maybe he is not in the past. What if he stayed in the present, but exchanged souls between two bodies? He looked in the mirror and thought, these thick red eyebrows, stubborn look, and pursed lips. If you imagine this carcass a little wider and with hair on his face, you get the unstoppable king of martial arts, Teslan. Suddenly, his mentor called out to him and said that the sun was already high in the sky. Why is he still hanging around here? Why doesn't he go outside? Today is another great day ahead of them, Teslan asked fearfully. Who is it? The mentor asked thoughtfully. Why is he looking at him as if he saw him for the first time? The protagonist answered excitedly. He asks this because he really does not know. He asked discontentedly. Does he want to use the excuse of amnesia a second time? He thought that once was enough for him to understand that it would not work. The mentor grabbed his head and said with a smile, "They are going to train now." The main character asked. It seems this guy is Teslan's mentor, the strongest warrior of the continent of all time, and peoples, the king of martial arts, Giraffe. The mentor tied him to a tree. The protagonist asked fearfully, maybe he should listen to him first. He answered with a calm face, something he talks too much today. So now they will begin training. The mentor took the bamboo and began to strike the body. The protagonist, with tears in his eyes, wondered what the hell is going on here. Gerard began to strike, even more times. Teslan thought, with tears, is this how he will die? The mentor thought with a serious face, his hands are somehow strange today. as if they have become softer than they were. Is it really amnesia? But their fighting clan is an unbreakable gym that knows no rest. Their training credo, perseverance and work, will be ground to dust. Short-term memory loss is common for them. He also once fell into unconsciousness during training. Well, since the matter is trivial, the solution is simple. The mentor began to inflict a huge number of blows and said he will fry him well and he will recover. Only weaklings need to use weapons. Those who are weak in body hide in armor behind swords. The protagonist thought, does he really call people weak because they use equipment? Gerard shouted furiously. These are all excuses. It should be a shame not to be able to overcome your weaknesses. And that's what training is for. Teslan thought about it. It was the first time in his life that he was being told such nonsense. The mentor said furiously, people are like steel. The more they are beaten, the more they become hardened. He is a student whom he chose personally. Let him believe him. There are no limits to physical development. Let him become steel. Gerard thought about it. Not everyone is able to become stronger through training. After all, only high-quality iron becomes steel and only a select few can have a steel form. And he is one of them. The mentor struck again and shouted, let him think about the ocean. Oceans absorb everything, but they do not change. Let him imagine that he is the ocean. Let him reveal his ocean. The protagonist resigned himself and began to imagine the ocean coast. Gerard threw down the bamboo and said, that's enough for today. Let him go rest. Tessalon said, with a pitiful look. He did not die. He was beaten so much, but he survived. Thank you for being so strong. After some time, the protagonist was taking a bath. He thought, are the petals and leaves of Gerald a healing potion? One bottle cost 10 silver and here is a whole bathtub. He said he heard that queens bathe in milk to get velvety skin. But that is nothing compared to this. Why does he need a healing bath? Gerard said, steel always needs to be cooled after forging. The protagonist thought, after working out the entire skeletal muscular system on the brink of death, he quickly recovers and uses the power of the aura and healing potions. Thus his body returns to shape before it has time to break, and he becomes stronger. So, the method really works. Gerard thought he personally fought with Teslan, so he knows very well how strong his body is. It seems that he has constantly undergone such training since childhood. The protagonist plunged into the water and thought, now he is sure that he is still in the past. I wonder in the real him of this time is like now. He wondered if young Reifenhart even existed. Can two identical souls live in the same dimension? If so, he had two guesses. First, Reifenhart was from the future and he who was inside Teslan coexisted with the current young demon king. Second, young Reifenhart's body was now inhabited by the martial arts king Teslan. After some time, the mentor brought a large amount of food and said with a smile, let him eat. The overworked body needs to replenish its supply of nutrients. After eating, they climbed the mountains and Gerard shouted. Now they were going for a run to shake everything off at the top. The mentor asked if he was tired. Maybe they should continue their morning workout. The main character, doing push-ups on his fingers, said that he was not tired at all. After some time, he, holding a weight in his teeth and holding a huge bag on his shoulders, began to do abdominal exercises right on the edge of the mountain. He wondered how long this merciless mess would continue. After some time, the protagonist lies on the bed completely exhausted. He thought he reincarnated as Teslan from the past. I wonder how this will affect the future. If he is the past him, what will happen if they meet? The uniqueness of the soul is an immutable rule underlying this world. If unlucky, the soul may cease to exist. Little Reifenhart will be inactive as a magician for the next 10 years. But he also continuously studies, reading books to himself in the magic tower of Delphia. So, in theory, they cannot collide. But what if Teslan is in his body now? Then he will definitely come for his soul. His strength is in his body trained by the indestructible Gem, and with his frail body, he can do little. The indestructible Gem is a method that requires the participation of his mentor. He will never cope with it alone, although given his experience he can find a way. The protagonist went outside and looking around said one way or another. His priority now is to escape from this mental hospital. He started running and thought he will never set foot here again. No matter what happens, he will definitely escape from here. Suddenly the mentor appeared on his way and asked with a smile where he was going. Teslan fearfully wondered how this creepy old man ended up here. Gerard said he had been suspiciously quiet for the last 2 months, and now he was running away again. This is not the first time. Probably the 9th. Soon they will move to a double-digit account. The protagonist said fearfully. He is really not Teslan. His name is Reifenhart, and he is a magician. The mentor asked his fascinating stories again. The last time he assured that he came from another world. He talked about gods and dragons that he met. What else was there? A great master from the Wang Empire in the east, from a place called Marim, who lives a second life or something like that. Although this time he is especially convincing this is progress. Oh well, it is time for them to sleep. He grabbed him by the head, and the protagonist thought, "This damned old man. Today he failed, but tomorrow he will definitely achieve his goal. Yes, today he screwed up." He admits it, but he does not think that he will allow himself to be locked up here forever, Jared said. It reminds him of him in his student years. Let him believe he understands him perfectly. Let him not worry. He just needs to be patient a little. Everything will pay off, he promises. The protagonist thought he resigned himself to the thought that it was simply impossible to escape from this weirdo. No wonder they called him the Demon King, because the word give up was not in his vocabulary. After some time, Jura Training asked if he aware that the indestructible gym has more than 30 ways to prevent students from escaping. Throughout its history, there was no student who did not try to escape or pretend to be sick. The protagonist, with a serious face sweating, thought he is sure that even if he is lucky enough to get out of here, this old man will turn the earth upside down, but will find him. It is better to officially get permission to leave these mountains. So, he spent 2 years in this wonderful prison, and he was even able to awaken the aura. He heard that Cyrus, the recognized holy sword, managed to do this only in his 20s. Who would have thought that he would manage without even reaching 20? After the protagonist awakened the aura, Jura joyfully shouted, "Why are you popping your eyes? The indestructible gym can do even more." If you develop the instincts of self-preservation in parallel with physical data, his will to live will increase survival and also manifest his power known as aura. Now even such a stick will not hurt him. Now they will move on to the next stage. Tesla asked, will they study normal martial arts? What is next? According to his plan, he wondered, is it possible that he will finally descend from this damned mountain? The mentor, with a smile, spewing a huge amount of energy, said stage sparring with him. And so, 3 more years passed. Sometime later in the kingdom of Vasily, southern lands, the Larkid Mountains, rugged terrain, it seems he is not doing enough. Teslan once again used the Horn of Disaster ability, and thought this is an explosive blow that he delivers by concentrating all his power in one point of his body. At the same time, the concentrated aura has the shape of a horn, hence the name Horn of Disaster. He made a huge hole in the mountain and said he needs to somehow advance to the 4th stage. The protagonist thought, the final stage of the Horn of Disaster is the 9th. This is a blow that explodes 9 waves, which can even kill a god. As far as he knows, the real Tessalin of his time was limited to only the 7th stage. Even teacher Gerard only reached the 8th stage. The mentor said that he would let him leave the mountains, only if he reached at least the 4th stage. He said, for the first time in a long time he went down to the nearest village. Maybe he will linger there for a drink. In the past he would definitely take this opportunity to escape, but he needs to complete his endurance training. The protagonist raised his hands and using the ability said, let Delphur become a bullet from the air and hit the enemy. The charge of magic hit the tree, but did not cause damage. Teslan said in bewilderment. His body is clearly resisting. He barely remembers his magical skills because of this forced movement in the past. And then there is the meager supply of mana, coupled with a stupid brain, not inclined to calculations. Is it really that he will no longer be a magician? Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy and looking into the depths of the forest said this energy does not come from a person. An orc with a sword came out of the bushes and excitedly said let him pretend that he did not see him, and then he will not touch him. Teslan thought as he thought this is an orc. Judging by his size, he is 3 to 4 years old. It seems that he is hiding from someone. Maybe he escaped from the arena. The orc sees that he is not hostile and tries to negotiate. He is definitely one of those who does not want senseless sacrifices and behaves with dignity, even in such a difficult situation. The protagonist asked, is someone chasing him? The orc asked in surprise. How does a man know the great language? Indeed, he is right. He is being chased. Teslan said he wants to help. Does he believe? The orc replied, he knows the great language, which means he is like a brother to him, and he senses his true kindness with all his soul. But helping him can put him at risk too. The protagonist thought, what an expressive speech he has. Is he really one of the nobles? He said with a smile he has enough strength to help let him believe him. He began to use the ability and created a magic portal. The orc asked in surprise, is he also a magician? Teslan asked, is that really strange? He replied with such a body. He accepts his help with gratitude. Suddenly, mercenaries appeared, who said discontentedly how much trouble for a couple of silver coins. Bright called out to the protagonist and asked with a serious face, has a small orc passed by here? The second mercenary shouted, he will give him gold if he tells. He asked discontentedly, what other gold? The mercenary answered with a smile, let him calm down, he will not get anything. They will just find out the information and move on. Teslan said, with a calm face. He did not see anyone. Another mercenary looked at the ground and said there are orc tracks. Bright said, that means he is there. The protagonist thought basic magic did not even clean the tracks. He said this is his home. Actually, He will not let them in just like that. Bright asked aggressively. Was he crazy? How dare some idiot from the wilderness get in their way? There is more than a dozen of them. What is there to be afraid of? The mercenary said. This man is kind of strange. Bright asked. Stop fussing. Let him get out of the way. Did he understand? He thinks he's a total muscle man, right? It's all nonsense. A kid is a kid. The protagonist remembered his mentor saying that his fists were a dangerous tool. Just one hit and he could easily take a life. Let him show mercy to the weak. For someone with strength in his fists, a weapon will help him. Teslan took out a baton and said with a sly smile, let them not be afraid. At least they won't die from a blow from this. He thought that the indestructible gym focused on the art of bare-handed combat. But that didn't mean it didn't include handling weapons. The mercenary started screaming furiously. Did this idiot take a baton? Was he really going to attack? Was he pretending to be a great fighter or something? The protagonist started hitting everyone with a baton and thought the teachings allowed the use of weapons, but not for the purpose of real combat, but more for the education of students. However, they are still mercenaries who earn their living with a sword. It specializes in attacking the enemy's body, and it doesn't even have defensive movements. It's all about offense. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries struck him in the back with a sword, but in an instant, the metal weapon bent. The protagonist hit him in bewilderment and thought the blade didn't penetrate him at all. Is this really a human body? He knows that it belongs to him. But this is too much. The best thing about this technique is that it doesn't aim to kill the enemy. And since they won't die, there's no point in worrying. Even if their joints are torn or their bones are broken, they won't die. No death. No matter what happens, they won't die. Bright said in fear, what's his name? Let him speak. Teslan said, it seems he hasn't figured out yet how to behave. It's not fair that he's whole while his friends are already praying to their ancestors. The protagonist dealt a couple more blows and the mercenaries began to leave. He looked at the broken club and said he had warmed up well. It was even a pity that it was all over already. He wondered if maybe he should get some students himself so that he would have someone to beat. He seems to have unconsciously become imbued with the philosophy of the indestructible gym. At that time, an orc came out and bowing his head and kneeling, thanked him and said he would not forget this until the end of his days and he would definitely repay his kindness. Teslan asked if it was proper for a warrior to bow his head so easily. He replied that he had saved his life, and even made him look at things in a new way. He was his mentor of his whole life. When the time came, he would definitely dedicate his sword to him. The protagonist thought in Orcish culture, a mentor of life is someone they honor, something like a knight's oath if we speak in human language. The orc asked if he could know his name. The protagonist answered with a smile. His name is Reincarnated. The orc said nobly, he will remember this name. He said the world belongs to people. Where will he go next? What is his final goal? He answered. Their continent is huge. He is sure there will be a safe place for him. And if not, he would rather die a free wanderer than become a slave. The protagonist said, south of the Larchid Mountains, 2 weeks walk away, there is a nameless wasteland. His people call it the Land of Trials. Let him set foot there. The orcs of the Blue Bear tribe hide there. Well, now it is time for him to go. The orc started to run and said, then he went too. The protagonist shouted, what is his name? He shouted, he is the son of Krat, the heir to the Axe of Lat. His name is Tahid. The protagonist thought in surprise one of the 4 heavenly kings, the great warrior, Tahid. He was the head of the Blue Bear tribe, and later led all the orcs on the continent. Could the real Teslan also have met him in his past life? Given his personality, he would hardly have extended a helping hand to an orc. That was definitely a fateful meeting. The protagonist remembered all his friends and said that he hoped that they would meet again. His friends, his family, are the descendants of great warriors. After some time, the protagonist thought half a year had passed since that strange meeting with Tahid. At this time, the mentor furiously used the ability of an air bullet and shouted, let him bite. Teslan, frightened, used the vortex guard technique and said, this is too much. Gerard happily said, this is very good. His vortex guard is beyond praise. But he remembers as if it were yesterday, how after another scolding he whined about the fact that he was some kind of Reifenhart and not Teslan. The protagonist asked, why remember what happened 6 years ago? The mentor said that it had been 10 years since he had started teaching him. He had become much stronger than he had been at the beginning. But why was he still so small? Teslan asked in confusion. What did he mean? He was almost 2 meters tall. Gerard shouted furiously. This is all nonsense. The member of the indestructible gym must exceed the indicator of 2 meters. Did he really follow the breathing technique he taught him correctly? The protagonist thought about it. However, the real Teslan was really about 2.3 meters tall. He said that build is not that important. The protagonist thought with displeasure. Is he crazy? He will definitely not get taller than he is now, no matter what. If he starts breathing like he was taught, he will not be able to fit through any doorway. The mentor said that he is quite strong even for such a small body. Okay, it's time to show what he can do. Teslan flew into the air and used the 4th stage of the Horn of Disaster. In an instant, all the ice in the area collapsed. Gerard laughed happily and shouted, "This is excellent. Now it will definitely not be easy to defeat him." The protagonist thought with a smile on his face. He did it. He has really reached the 4th stage. The teacher said it was time for him to go to the outside world. He has worked very hard. Now he is free to live the way he wants. He doesn't care who he becomes, a hero or a villain. Let him live the way he sees fit. This is a reward for all his efforts. 60 years ago, Master Rastal, the 3rd king of martial arts, told him something. Gerard remembered him saying, "Let him remember 3 things. First, making money is good, but you shouldn't get involved in dishonest things." He asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He said that he doesn't mind him being a villain. Rastal said, if he wants to become one, let him become a worthy villain. He must have style after all. Gerard said in confusion, "What kind of strange notions are these about villains?" Rastal said, "Second, whenever possible, let him take the side of those who have been treated unfairly. After all, it's better when those around you appreciate and respect you, isn't it?" Gerard asked, "Does he mean the..." Rastal replied, "Weakness is not always the result of unfair treatment. After all, the world is already full of those weaker than him. He should be able to distinguish them. Right. Thirdly, and most importantly, let him carry the teachings of the indestructible gem to the masses, and let him make sure that it is not interrupted. At present, the mentor said he will need to find a student to whom he will pass on their great techniques. Did he understand now?" The protagonist replied, "He will keep this in mind." Gerard threw him a bag and said with a smile, "Let him know that finding a talented student is not easy. He can spend almost his entire life on this. Still, if such an opportunity one day presents itself, let him not miss it. Let him take this. Here is money for the journey, and plus his clothes." Teslan asked in bewilderment, "Did he give only 30 silver? He thought that he had become rich in the kingdom of Vasily. Doesn't he have his own estate in the capital?" He expected much more, although this is half of a commoner's annual salary. Gerard said with a smile, "The payment for those who graduated was set by the clan. This was also raised due to inflation. In his time it was 25 silvers. He prepared a small gift for him in the Setulard Mountains. There is a mark on the map, so he will figure it out. Let him definitely look there, if he is nearby." After a while, the protagonist set off and turning around thought, will he really leave these mountains? Is he finally free? Suddenly, a powerful magic beam appeared and the mentor thought, let his student step. He should not be sad about parting. Let him carry a steely determination without hesitation. After all, he is the heir to the greatest techniques on this earth. After a while, the man called out to the village chief and said excitedly, "This is dangerous." He replied he must say what he must, even if they are aristocrats. Edward asked, with a serious face, "What is the matter?" The village chief said he asks him to pay for the food provided to him and his knights. He threw the coin in with a displeased face and said that should be enough. Edward thought with a grin he was probably seeing a ducat for the first time. The headman said, excitedly, "That was too little." He shouted furiously what an insolent man he was. He thinks that because he is an aristocrat, he does not know market prices. How dare he deceive a knight? Edward hit him with wild fury. The headman thought, with a displeased face, "They are more bandits than knights. They occupied their house, ate up their supplies, and all this for 1 ducat. And that's without taking into account delivery services and other errands." Stefan suddenly called out to him and asked with a smile, what was the matter? Edward replied that he should not take it to his head. He said with a calm smile, what pathetic peasants they were. That is why you can't be kind to peasants. They do not know their place at all. After a while, Reincarnated is lying in bed with Cirrus. He asked with a smile, "Why does she keep caressing him?" She replied, "She just wants to do it." Reincarnated asked what is so attractive about his frail body. Cirrus answered with a smile, "His features are so sharp and chiseled, like a fine blade." He said that's how he looked before, but now. At this time the protagonist looked out the window and said, Cirrus is now about 70 years old. It seems that in human years it is 17 years old. He thought about it. Now he is in Krom, a town south of the kingdom of Vasily. She will be sold next year at the slave auction of Chot. He asked with a thoughtful look what should he do. Maybe he should smash this auction to hell and rescue her. No, if he acts recklessly now, it will be difficult for him to restore his magical powers. It is better to solve the money issue for now. Teslan thought about it. The price for the elf is simply cosmic, and he is a beggar now. But never mind. He has a powerful body, techniques, and also knowledge of the future. And by the way, on the way to Chetan, there are just some ancient ruins. After some time, Stefan called out to Todd and asked, had he not yet found out where those ancient ruins were? He, using the ability, said, let him please wait a little longer. Todd, 35 years old, a mage of the Delphia Magic Tower, specializing in archaeology. After some time, Stefan looked out the window and asked, "Is this it, right?" Todd answered that everything is correct. One famous swordsman is buried here, Claude. At this time, the main character setting off thought this place is 3 days' journey from Crom. He needs to move north, to the Hatton Mountains along the central. His endurance itself is incredible, so he still doesn't catch a cold. What an amazing body in general. He heard that a true king of martial arts can walk topless even in winter, but he doesn't want to check artificial return, a special technique of all times which allows him to resurrect memories in any period of time. He used this ability to return memories of the ancient ruins at the foot of the Hatton Mountain. Even before his regression, there was such a magician, Todd, whom he met in the Magic Tower of Delphi. He told how he discovered these ruins together with Stefan. In his past life, he himself was there, and he managed to find real treasures that Todd's comrades missed. He sold them all for more than 2,000 gold. This is very profitable. After some time, he saw a populated area in front of him and said, "This is the village of cattle." So far, everything is as he remembers. At this time, the villagers asked, what should they do now? They can't even get close to the Valley of Death. But they require a guide. Do they know what will happen if they refuse their offer? Another resident answered, even the headman is not in that position now. How tired he is of these vile nobles. Another villager said excitedly, let him be quiet, because the others might hear. Ted, holding a bow and arrow in his hands, said that he would go. He knows the mountains better than anyone in the village, and he also knows that he is the most suitable candidate. His wife and daughter ran up to him and started crying. The villagers started saying he can handle it. Everyone should do what they can do. Ted thought about it. Now he didn't want to go even more. Suddenly the protagonist crashed into the window and said he can go if they don't want to. Ted fearfully aimed at him and asked who he was. Teslin answered, he was just passing by, and it so happened that he overheard their conversation. He wondered, how could one accidentally walk onto private property? One of the villagers asked with a serious face, does he know the way well? The protagonist answered with a smile, he knows the way very well. He asked if he's still volunteering. Teslin answered, that's right, because he had been there many times before. The man said he doesn't know if he knows, but no one who has been to the Valley of Death has ever returned from there. Is he sure of his choice? The protagonist said with a smile. He's already been there. He thought, let them just thank him. He's trying for them. The Valley of Death is essentially a dungeon, a relic of the past, the remains of the Silver Era. 50 years ago, there was a knight from the Altayan family named Claude. At the age of 45, he was able to awaken the aura. He went through many adventures, and legends about him circulated for a long time throughout the kingdom of Vasily. But fame often breeds arrogance. Claude decided to go to the Valley of Death with only one squire and died. The problem is that the demonic sword Altayan that he took with him remained there. This weapon was the symbol of their family and was passed down from generation to generation. This sword was searched for almost 50 years. After some time, all the knights set off. The protagonist thought he must be Claude's grandson, Lesia said with admiration. He is so noble, he doesn't even need a horse. As expected from the best knight, Stefan said with a smile. He is pleased to hear it even lifts his spirits, Teslin thought in bewilderment. This is an elf slave. They are probably having fun with her. There is only one holy warrior in this squad. I think his name is Silon. He looks so young. Does he even know how to use the blessing properly? And in general, is he really a guy? He should try to talk to Todd. But these two are talking about something enthusiastically, although he talked non-stop even at a young age. What is this atmosphere between them? Wait, can he really feel it? No way. Todd is a cool guy. This definitely can't be. Suddenly, Edward called out to him and said, this is a wise choice. Teslin asked, does he mean showing the way? In truth, it's just a trifle, he replied. That's true, but the villagers were so afraid to take on the task. The protagonist said, no wonder they were afraid. Edward asked, what's so scary when they are accompanied by brave imperial knights? The protagonist thought with a displeased face, oh, these knights. It seems that there really is no knight in the world who would not be cocky. Chivalry really does corrupt people. Suddenly, a large number of monsters jumped out of the forest. Stefan shouted, they are under attack. Let everyone get ready. How dare they attack them? People blessed by Seer. Let them listen to the knight's order. Todd used the ability Fire Chain and hit several opponents. At this time, Silin shouted with a serious face, let Lord Philinance grant them strength and courage. In an instant, all the knights had a surge of strength. Teslin, watching the battle, thought this is not bad, especially this Stefan. He is better than he thought. Well, from the point of view of a magician, of course, but from the point of view of a practitioner of martial arts, they are rather pitiful. Teacher Gerard at least does not brag for no reason. In any case, no one pays attention to him. Suddenly, a flying monster flew at him. but the protagonist destroyed the enemy with a slight movement of his hand. Teslan thought, if the story of Todd's adventures is true, that guy died right here. The captain of the expedition from the Altean family, Stefan. You can't say that he is a bad person. But he doesn't really care about his subordinates. Although this is a bad person, Xylin shouted. It's dangerous here. Let him hide behind the trees. The protagonist thought with a calm face. This guy would be better. The harpy started to attack him with sharp feathers, but Tessalin with a calm face thought he didn't even feel ticklish. Suddenly one projectile hit him right in the eye and he screamed in pain. The protagonist destroyed the monster with a slight movement of his hand and asked if he still had tears in him. Despite all that hellish training, Stefan shouted. Let them report the situation. Are the mages and the saints safe? Edward answered. Right, they are alive. Tessalin asked. Doesn't he want to know about them? Stefan shouted nobly. The knights of Altaishan are strong. May the sweetness of victory come to their hearts. Let them rest. The protagonist approached Todd, thanked him with a smile, and said he was alive thanks to him. He replied that he hadn't done anything special. Teslan asked if he remembered correctly. He was from the magic tower of Delphi. Right, he had a friend there. His name was Reincarnated. Did he know him? Todd asked. Does that kid have such big friends? He's so sweet and cute. Actually, why does he care? The protagonist answered. He's just curious about how he's doing. If everything's okay then. Todd didn't finish listening and said he's all about studying, cramming all day. Teslan asked, has anything strange happened to him in recent years? Todd answered with admiration, his sharp nose, as always, is at its best. And his eyes are like jewels. His skin is soft. The protagonist thought with disgust. This guy is obsessed with his body, just like Gerard, only in a slightly different sense. God, what should he do? Maybe he should beat him to death. Teslan, barely containing his emotions, asked. Besides that, he didn't notice anything in his behavior, for example. Todd answered. He's not sure about that. He's not particularly interested in his affairs or thoughts. Suddenly Silen came up to him and asked if he was hurt. The protagonist replied that he was fine. Let him go and examine the orcs. Silen began to treat them, and they said everything was fine. They were not in pain at all. Suddenly a knight called out to him and said everything was fine with these orcs. They will heal, and that's fine. Why waste your energy on them? Teslan thought. Even though he was treating them, his kind attitude was more like love for animals. It's about the fundamental values of these people. The path of intelligent races to gaining rights is long and thorny. Suddenly, Stefan called out to him and shouted, let him show the way faster. The protagonist pointed his finger to the side and mockingly said, let them go straight ahead, then to the right. There was a pond straight ahead. They would have to slow down a little. Stefan asked displeasedly, what was wrong with his voice? Teslan answered with the same face. Nothing. A few hours later, the knights said with horror on their faces. First there was a basilisk, then a dark wolf, and more than 20 ogres. Why are there so many monsters nesting on such a tiny mountain? The protagonist thought with a sly smile. Is it because he is deliberately leading them along the most difficult path? He asked if they would like to rest. Stefan shouted furiously. Let everyone get up quickly. Teslan thought knights are arrogant and clergymen are too serious. Magicians are generally on their own minds, and he is a magician to the core. He leads them along the shortest path, so they have nothing to present to him. He certainly does not do this in order to burden them, Stefan said with a tired face. So this is it. The place of Sir Claude's death. Who would have known that there are so many monsters here? He climbed onto a rock and seeing a strange structure in front of him, happily asked, is this it? Edward answered with a smile. Without a doubt, these are the ancient ruins of Palthan. After a while they approached the entrance. Edward said he thinks they can go. Stefan shouted. Okay, let them get ready. The protagonist said with a smile. He will wait for them here, he said with a serious face. His work is done. He can go. Teslan said. There is no way he can get back to the village by himself. Stefan replied. Since he did his job and saw them off, they will protect him on the way back. A great man rests there. Let them respect his wishes. They will find the demonic sword Ulchin. Let the valiant knights go ahead. After they left, the protagonist said with a smile, he will mind his own business for now. He thought right now this place, the ancient ruins of Palthan, is completely filled with monsters and spirits. But originally in the Silver Age, it was a strategic point and was used as a normal military facility. Even if it was once the norm, the technology of the Silver Age can only be envied now, so they are considered quite valuable. Teslan went inside and said he hasn't been here for a long time, really. In the past, he studied this place with Cirrus. He remembered how she said that the sylphs whisper from here. There is a secret passage. Right? The protagonist replied, great job. She really is his goddess. Teslan remembered all the depraved deeds and asked what did he and Cirrus do right in the middle of the danger zone. Yes, he is really brave. He put his hand to the wall and thought, The key to the entrance is the balance of the seals of water and earth in reverse order, right? The protagonist said of course he has a cheat sheet up his sleeve. Only he lacks mana, so it will be difficult. Why does his body have such a stupid brain? After some time, he opened the secret door and said finally everything worked out. It is better for him to take off his jacket for now, and he can't throw away clothes that cost as much as 10 silvers. And now it's time to test the physical capabilities of this body. Suddenly, he heard people screaming. Teslan said in fear they went that way. Why are the screams coming from there? If you think about it, a secret passage connects the third floor with the basement. If you open it, it will not be a very nice situation. He thought about it. This is a military structure after all. Activating any device with mana leads to the launch of traps designed to scare away uninvited guests. Last time he and Cirrus were here alone, so they did not think about other places. But right now, Alcin's squad is somewhere there. They probably fell into a trap and fell somewhere in the basement area. How unlucky he is. At this time, the knights were fighting a powerful monster. Ethan, seeing the appearance of the enemy, thought fearfully, they will not defeat this monster. Is it even possible for a person to defeat such a terrible demon? At this time, Silon, sitting near the wounded knight, said, let the great Felinance illuminate this damaged soul with his healing light. In an instant, the knight's wounds began to regenerate, and they thanked him. Silon thought with a smile, only thanks to them he himself would be able to survive here. He almost died when the floor under his feet suddenly collapsed. He called out to Todd, thanked him, and said that they survived only thanks to his magical protection. He replied that they may have avoided the damage from the fall, but what dangers await them further is unknown. Suddenly, a huge monster came out to them and threw back several knights with one attack. They began to run away in horror, and Silon at this time began to use his ability and shouted, let the great Felinance crush this durable creature with his pillar of light. Let him grant his slaves unwavering courage. He wondered, where is the vaunted courage of the knights of Alshan? It is just a waste of muscle. Silon shouted, let the great Felinance descend upon them an unbridled wave of courage. In an instant, all the warriors under the influence of magic began to scream and ran to attack. Todd wondered in bewilderment how much holy power he poured into them that they literally became berserkers. Edward shouted with fury, they will show these lower creatures their power. The warriors and monsters clashed in a fierce battle. Todd, using the ability, shouted let the earth stretch out its hands and reveal what it gave birth to. Suddenly the most powerful monster pushed him away and hit Lacia. She, bleeding, said that she was useless. At this time, Stefan began to attack and shouted she did a good job. In an instant he destroyed the most powerful monster. The knights shouted, as expected of their lord. Stefan with a serious face shouted, let them gather at once. Here fell Sir Claude himself, the greatest knight of the past. Suddenly the ceiling broke under the influence of a powerful blow. A huge fire monster appeared on the horizon. The terrible monster began to kill the knights furiously. Stefan shouted, they themselves decided to go to the end, so let them not disgrace the title of the Knights of Alshan. He thought with a serious face he cannot die like this. He does not want to lose so shamefully. He is the last descendant of the great Alshan family. He is the only one who has the title of Unshakable. Stefan quickly approached the monster and used the ability Swift Strike, but the monster counterattacked. From such a powerful blow he flew far away. At this time Silon said in fear, let the great Felinance crush the vicious creatures with his ray of light. Powerful magical attacks flew into the fire monster. It looked at him with a wild look and attacked with lightning speed. Suddenly, the main character instantly appeared, who repelled the attack of the monster. He hit the monster with a slight movement of his hand, and defeated it. Teslan thought, was that enough for it to die? It's no wonder that he almost died from one real carrier body. The protagonist looked at the defeated knights and said it would be better to move these guys to a safe place. At this time, the monsters continued to attack. Todd asked in fear, who is this guy? The protagonist with a serious face picked up Lysir in his arms, began to kill the monsters and said let them not stand in his way. After some time, Stefan woke up and seeing the corpses of the monsters, asked what happened. Edward told him about the protagonist. He asked in surprise, so, he is a martial arts master. Stefan approached him and said he could not recognize such a representative warrior. Can he find out his name? Teslan began to call the real name, but suddenly stopped and thought Todd knows his clone who is studying in the tower. The protagonist introduced himself as Ryfin. Edward thought he heard this name for the first time. If he was so strong, why hadn't he heard of him before? Stefan asked with a smile where he was from. Teslan replied that he didn't know himself. He thought in confusion, was this a common rogue? He assumed he was an aristocrat on his own, but he turned out to be a commoner without any support. Stefan put his hand on his shoulder with a smile and said, it seems he just finished off those they almost finished off, but thanks for his work anyway. Help never hurts. The protagonist brushed his hand off his shoulder and asked with a serious face, Did his brain even work if he assessed the situation like that? They should be speaking frankly. They were almost useless. Stefan asked furiously. How dare he? Where is his respect for the Altean family? Edward said excitedly. Let him calm down. Commoners don't know manners, he answered. Exactly. This was clearly not raised. Does he even remember who taught him? Tesselin replied. He simply picked up various tricks everywhere. He thought about it. Master Gerard is very famous all over the world. You shouldn't mindlessly mention his name. Besides, he wouldn't want this knight to know about his every move, Stefan said. Such a level of skills for someone who simply picked up is insane. The protagonist asked. What is the point of this interrogation? Don't they need to take care of the wounded? Edward thought about it. He has such a simple and natural manner of speech. Perhaps he just doesn't realize how arrogant his words sound. Tesselin pointed his finger to the side and said those guys could definitely use some help. Edward thought about it again. Such a manner is usually characteristic of those who hold a high position and are used to talking to subordinates. He doesn't even take age into account, as if nothing bothers him at all. Maybe this is a member of the royal family from foreign lands, right? It seems he has begun to grasp the nature of his arrogance. His expressions are characteristic of an adult who lectures younger ones. Suddenly, Cillian approached the protagonist and asked with admiration, His name is Rifin, right? How tall is he? Tesselin replied. About 19.2 centimeters. He asked with admiration, how much does he weigh? The protagonist replied that he does not know, because he has not weighed himself for a long time. Salin asked with an admiring smile, how did he train to achieve such a body? Tesselin answered in bewilderment. He endured beatings, ate and carried a lot of weights. He said with admiration. He thought so. They say that martial artists never reveal their training methods so easily. The protagonist thought about it. This guy lost his parents early and grew up in an orphanage. In addition, he was often reproached for his cute face and frail body. Maybe deep down he longs to partake of what he cannot get. A healthy body, a low and sonorous voice. That is how he ended up among the monks who torture their bodies to prove their piety. But reality did not live up to his expectations. He never grew up, never matured, and his hair grew too fast. Despite his frail body, he began to train hard in the hopes of surpassing himself, but he could only build up godlike strength, constantly getting injured during training. That's why he is so envious of muscular guys. So, that's why he devours him with his eyes. Cillian said admiringly. He is so big and handsome. The protagonist said embarrassedly. He will go and look for a way out. He happily replied that he will go with him. Tesselin asked, what if someone is injured and he is not around? Stefan said that he will go with him. Let L'Alsace stay here and help. He does not mind it, right? The protagonist replied. Let him do as he wants. They headed down the corridor and the brave knight thought. Even if it was an accident, he cannot help but acknowledge it. The country bumpkin helped him. That's a fact. And in general, helping knights should be an honor for him. Although the way he commands freely suggests that he looks down on knights, he's just an insolent bastard. They'll see what he does when the demons show up. He'll show off his power and put him in his place. He can't wait for the demons to show up. The protagonist hit the sore spot with lightning speed and knocked the knight out, saying that they were almost there. Let him take a nap. Suddenly, monsters appeared and were rapidly walking towards him. Tesselin easily killed them and said that since all the interference was gone, it was time for him to look at the treasure. He entered the room and examining the jewelry, said that this was excellent. Whooshy gold from the Silver Age. It should be around here somewhere. He found it. It was a bottomless bag, a magical artifact that allows you to carry 10 times more items than this bag can hold. The weight is also reduced by 10 times. Tesselin, with a sly smile collecting things in a bag, said he also found a heavenly brazier, a blade of return, and a magic sapphire. This is a whole ton of expensive loot. After some time, Stefan woke up and asked what happened. The protagonist answered. He was hit right in the back of the head and immediately lost consciousness. The knight thought with displeasure. Why is everything going wrong today? He reluctantly thanked him for his help. Tesselin, with a sly smile, said no need for thanks. He thought about it while the protagonist was digging up artifacts. He had to hit Stefan 3 more times collecting things. He thought he didn't hit him again, right? Tesselin said. However, this knight would have stayed in chocolate for the rest of his life, in this case, so who cares? Stefan woke up again, and thought with displeasure. It was strange because he was vigilant, but he couldn't notice anything at all. Could it be his fault? He should have a proper meal when he got back, the protagonist thought with a smile. The bag was overflowing. He would come back for the remaining loot another time. Tesselin said. It seemed like they had looked at everything here, so they should go back. After a while, the entire army set off. Selin called out to the protagonist with a smile and asked, Is he by any chance a prince? Tesselin replied that he was just an ordinary citizen. He asked, Is he just an ordinary one? But he is so capable. The protagonist asked, Is it really so rare for ordinary citizens to be outstanding? Solon replied, It's not that. It's just that he comes off speaking in a condescending manner too naturally. He understands that he is self-confident being a martial artist, and he can afford to boss even Sir Stefan around. But to speak like that to Edward, who is over 40 years old, Teslan thought, right, he's only 22 in this life. He should be more careful. He said that he just rarely met people on his way, so he forgot his manners. They came to a huge door and a huge monster appeared behind it. The main character thought, is this Grelba? What is he doing here? He doesn't remember meeting this monster here. Stefan started to take out his sword and said, Who would have thought that this place has such a guard? Teslan thought, now everything is clear. It's just that no one has taken care of him yet. He said that they should go back. Their forces cannot cope with this monster. One of the knights shouted in horror, Let the chief look at the sword in the hands of this monster. Stefan said in surprise, This is the demonic sword Ulshan. Edward asked in fear, he doesn't think to fight this monster, does he? The chief asked, Isn't it obvious? He shouted excitedly, It's too dangerous. Now that they have figured out who their enemy is, they better return to the manor and prepare for battle properly. Stefan shouted aggressively, What is he saying? Can't he see that the great knight's sword has been defiled? He thought with a serious face, he can't retreat. He will take the sword from him at any cost. The leader shouted, Even if the sword is in the hands of the Grim Reaper, let the knights take up arms. Teslan thought with a serious face what a moron he was. He thought inside the spatial rift in the ruins of the Silver Age, there is a system for automatically correcting the system's flaws. That is, when the system fails, a defense is triggered that absorbs supernatural monsters. In other words, the entities guarding the dungeons quietly live their lives until the system kidnaps them to use as guards. Moreover, the creature absorbed by the system becomes more formidable thanks to it. In front of them is the same demon who defeated Claude, who owned the aura. If the level of this demon is higher than that of ordinary tag girls before him, he becomes the guardian of the dungeon and usually has otherworldly powers. Stefan shouted with a serious face, This monster is chained. They are not so timid as to be afraid of a tied-up opponent. Teslan asked, Do they really intend to fight this monster? They have no chance, they will all die. Edward said he is grateful to him for his help, but he is only a barbarian who does not know the honor of a knight. There are things in this world worth risking your life for. The protagonist thought they were not even close to him. Edward ran to the attack and shouted, Let all the knights put their lives on the line. Let them show what they are worth. Teslan thought in bewilderment. They cannot even defeat the Tagrolls. How are they gonna kill this monster? At this time, Silon bowed his head and shouted, May the blessing of the goddess be with them. The knights began to attack the monster, but it began to kill them with ease. The protagonist said he told you it wouldn't work. Here comes another corpse flying. He wondered, do they really like it when all the bad stuff is knocked out of them? Stefan shouted, Let them not lose heart. They are the knights of Ulshan. Even this demon is afraid of their courage. Teslan thought he already understood how stupid this main warrior is. No matter what they tell him, he won't listen. Sir Edward seemed relatively sane. He thought that at least he would understand, but he is still trying to help Stefan defeat Grelbest. The main knight flutters like a butterfly and stings like a bee. Although, to be honest with him, he barely scratched the monster. Cillian shouted again at this time, Let Philinins turn her sacred staff on this evil entity. Let her release her sacred staff. In an instant, a magical attack flew at the monster's head. At this time, Lucia deftly dodged and struck. Stefan shouted that she was doing well. Cheslin thought, So this brat has such a name. She is quite talented, even better than Edward. He would have singled her out as number 2 in this squad. Did he really underestimate them? At this time, Todd began to use the technique and shouted, Let the cold of the northern winds swirl in his hands. In an instant, a powerful snowstorm headed towards the monster. Suddenly, the chains to which the monster was chained broke. A system window appeared which said the current defense system is overloaded. The second phase is being activated. The monster jumped and crushed several knights. Stefan jumped on this creature, but the monster hit him and he fell to the ground. At this time, Lachia tried to dodge the attack and strike, but the monster caught her and created a huge fire volley, which was directed towards Cillian. The protagonist instantly found himself in front of him and took the fire volley. Teslin apologized with a serious face and said he was thinking for a bit and couldn't react in time. He thought, can he handle Grell best? Honestly, he himself is curious. What is the limit of his current strength? Can martial arts help at all in the fight against a demon? When he was a mage, he never took risks if the chances of winning were small, but now he is a warrior. He gets goosebumps at the sight of a strong opponent. This is a feeling that he never experienced in his past life. Teslin shouted he has come a long way and has become a strong warrior. The master would like this. He used the ability of the charm bullet, and thought Gerard always said if he doubts, let him just strike first. The monster attacked, and slightly grazed him. The protagonist looked at the wound and thought this body can easily dodge an ordinary sword, but the demonic one could scratch him. The monster kicked him with lightning speed and Tessalon flew into the wall. Sillin excitedly called out his name. The protagonist, covered in aura, said with a serious face that he was fine. Sulling wondered in surprise. Is this the power of aura? Tessalon thought if he had held the blow he would have had a chance to counterattack. The endless beatings of the mentor took their toll. Dodging became a habit. Well, he will take advantage of the opportunity to polish his technique. The monster began to scream fiercely. The protagonist, preparing an attack, shouted he did not understand anything. But the battle begins. They clashed in a fierce fight. Stefan, surprised watching what was happening, wondered how a lowly commoner could own an aura, when even he, an aristocrat, still could not awaken it. He shouted in horror, "Who is this guy? What kind of monster is he?" The protagonist began to furiously beat the monster, inflicting terrible wounds. He thought during the fight with Grelbust he was able to feel what incredible strength he managed to develop over all this time. He easily reads normal attacks. The Guardians of the Ruins do not fall even after serious injuries, and the ruins pumped mana into them, endlessly healing. The monster furiously began to attack with fire charges. The protagonist, deftly dodged and grabbing the creature by the paw, thought now there will be a practice of grabbing, practicing fighting in the air and practicing punches. Yes, this is simply the best punching bag. Tessalon delivered a powerful blow and thought something he played too much. If he wants to finish in one go, he should use the Horn of Disaster. But if he does, everything here will collapse and they will be buried alive. Too much trouble. How it infuriates him. Todd shouted. Let him use the sword. He can crush the monster by covering the sword with aura and the priest's blessing. The protagonist shouted. He doesn't know how to cover the sword with aura. He can only envelop the body with this aura. This is the teaching of their fighting clan. Sillin called out to him and shouted his body has high durability, right? Tessalon said indeed, his body is quite strong. The priest began to use the technique and shouted, now he will cast a binding that is the blessing of Philinance. Let her send a blessing to her faithful sword. The protagonist, sensing a powerful surge of energy, dodged the attack and threw the monster. He thought this is a divine spell, a sacred blow. And Sillin used it not on an object, but on a human body. The priest shouted in admiration, let him now beat this battered demon to death. Tessalon thought for such a nice guy, he has quite a character. Well, he should just get it over with quickly. He ran to attack and began to deliver divine attacks with his foot, knee and a powerful punch. From such powerful attacks the monster evaporated. After the victory, the protagonist shouted at him to hurry up and remove the spell. Stefan asked with a displeased face. His name is Ryfen, right? And he hides his identity well. Are they that insignificant to him? He is strong, the knight admits it, but he will not forgive him for trampling on his honor as a knight. Is it fun? Probably to watch from the sidelines how desperately they fight. The protagonist answered negatively and thought that would mean that he cared about what was happening, but he didn't care. Why would he have fun? Stefan tried to stab him in the back and shouted, how dare he turn his back on him? Tessalon bent down to pick up his sword and the knight missing fell down. He asked with a displeased face, did he even dodge on purpose? The protagonist handed him the sword clawed and said he is not mocking him. Let him calm down. Here, let him take this instead. Is this the item he came here for? Edward said. He is clearly devoid of greed to give away such a precious thing so carelessly. Such are the privileges of the truly strong. Tessalon wondered in bewilderment. What kind of greed? This is second-rate compared to the weapons he usually uses. He turned around and said that they should go back. There is nothing else to see here, right? Edward grinned and replied, that's right. Sometime later in the village of Cattle, Sillin was healing all the residents. Tessalon, watching this, thought not only did he heal them all, but he also began to hand out gold, and he knows how to do business. Considering what image will now be assigned to the Sacred Order of Philinance, this is a very profitable investment. After some time, they set off. Stefan called out to Edward and said that they should find out who Ryfen was. He answered with a smile that he agreed. After all, this guy was so talented and he knew that he would be interested. The head of the knights thought with a displeased face, it couldn't be that he was weaker than him. At this time, the protagonist climbed the mountain and shouted, now he can meet Cirrus. He noticed the priest and asked why he continued to follow him. Silent asked, with a smile, didn't he know? There are such priests who travel the world, showing at the mercy of the goddess and take care of the believers. Tessalon answered that he knew they were pilgrims. He thought, and these pilgrims die like flies during their wanderings. Silent said actually he was thinking of returning to the Holy Order, but he somehow wanted to try himself in the role of a pilgrim, and also to be in the company of the strongest of men. The main character thought with disgust. Gerard and Todd have a similar look. He hoped that they just look at other people's bodies a little differently. Is he cursed or something? Why are there so many strange people around him? He seems like a good guy. Maybe he'll understand if he asks him to leave. Although he is a saint. Right. Something like a walking first aid kit. Cirrus could have gotten hurt. A healer wouldn't hurt her. Teslan smiled and said, "Let him do as he knows to then. It's his choice to follow him or not." Sillin said admiringly, "He wants ABS so much. And how did he train his upper, lower, and middle ABS?" The protagonist replied that he had no idea. He pressed weights and received endless blows to the body. That's all he remembers. Sillin said, "But the alchemists seem to have created a drug that strengthens muscles. I think it's called protein. Right?" Teslan replied that he didn't really care about it. Sometime later at the hotel, Beret shouted furiously, "How did they even conduct the briefing?" The servant bowed his head, apologized, and said he did what he could. Beret shouted angrily, "Elves must be loyal to their owners, giving themselves to them both soul and body." He knew she was too cheap for a slave. There are such ignorant elves. Cirrus replied that she was born that way. Beret shouted discontentedly. Her look irritates him. She replied that she was born with such eyes. He called out to the servant angrily and shouted, "He doesn't care how much it costs. Let him buy him a normal slave." Yes, he got her for cheap, but she's completely defective. Let him return her immediately. Elf number 48 was being returned to Elfenheim, a traditional slave market with a long history, located in the Principality of Chatan for the third time. After some time, the protagonist thought about the Principality of Chatan, a whole nation of merchants located in the very north of the continent. They border on a number of other countries. Trade flourishes in this corner thanks to the Huron River that encircles it. They arrived in Zeppelin, the capital of this principality, the heart of trade routes. While in the city, Sillin said, "Everyone here is so busy, as expected, from a city that is the heart of trade routes." Teslin replied, "It is still a country founded by merchants, who bought up lands from the Kingdom of Grant. The merchants here are in chocolate, and in general most of them are obsessed with money." He thought that Cirrus should be here. Sillin shouted, "Can't they slow down? Is he stretching his long legs like that, or something?" Suddenly they noticed Tarek shouting, "Let them hold him tight. He was slandering the Roldfane trade union. He will teach this pathetic beggar a lesson." Tarek started to hit him and asked with a displeased face, "Since he hit him 30 times, then 30 gold should be enough, right?" But Sillin excitedly ran up to him and asked if he was okay. What a terrible person he is. He should go to the police. The old man, picking up coins from the ground, said with a smile, "So much money will help to start your own business." The priest asked in confusion, "What is he talking about? Will he act as if nothing happened, just because he was paid?" The protagonist said with a calm face, "Everyone here is obsessed with money." Sillin answered. He thought that he knew this world well, having made a lot of travels, but he had definitely never been to such a place before. Teslin said, "The punishments for breaking the law here are acceptable. If he has money, he will not face prison." The priest asked with a displeased face, "What business could he have in such a city?" The protagonist answered, "He wants to buy an elf." Sillin asked with disgust, "Is he one of them?" Teslin answered, "He understands what he could think, but this is a mistaken assumption." The priest asked, "Why does he need an elf then?" The protagonist thought he can't tell him about his past life. He said he doesn't care. Let him think as he wants. He is also one of them. Does he know about it? Sillin answered that he was indeed right. After some time, Tarek, sitting on the throne, asked with a smile, "Is the Roldfane Trading Association deceiving merchants? That means they are bad merchants. And in general, accusing them they are just begging for money." The maid said he was right. Suddenly Barat entered the room. Tarek happily said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Something was wrong with the slave he bought recently. He wondered why he hadn't managed to pass by. Barat answered with an excited smile. She didn't listen, so he returned her 2 weeks ago. Tarek laughed and shouted, "He can't even tame a slave. No wonder Karen can't even enter the top 3 trading associations." Barat asked, "Does he think he can do it?" He took the cup with the drink and answered with a smile. He thinks that many people returned it right after buying. That's why it's so cheap. Tarek thought it would be interesting to see his face if he tamed that girl. He should visit Elfenheim. After a while, the protagonist asked in confusion, "What is he doing?" Sillin, doing push-ups from the floor, asked, "Can't you see? At the moment he is training." Tesselin thought he is very skinny. If he trains so hard, why does he not gain muscle at all? He said, "Let him not push himself too hard. He can't lose it because of muscle pain." Sillin replied that everything will be fine. He will be able to move. The priest began to regenerate and said with a smile, "Once and everything is done." The protagonist thought in bewilderment. He understood why the priest did not gain muscle mass. Healing magic is like reversing time. Muscles grow from micro damage and subsequent regeneration over and over again. But when he heals himself, he only returns the muscles to their original state. This idiot is just wasting his time. Wow. He lost 5 whole years. Sillin asked in surprise, "Something is wrong." Teslin replied that he would show him a more effective method a little later. Does such long hair interfere with his training? The priest said even if he cuts it, it will quickly grow back. That's really cool, right? The main character asked what is he thinking that they grow up so fast. Okay, now he has enough money. He went to the slave market. Cylon quickly picked up the things and said that he wants with him. Teslin thought at this auction the most different slaves are sold. Elves are the most popular. They are valued much higher than the same orcs or gnomes, because they are beautiful. Because of this, the prices for them are accordingly breaking. Another reason for their popularity is their life expectancy. Their adolescence also lasts longer than usual. That's why jokes appeared that stupid merchants would rather die of old age than pay off elven children. After some time, they are sitting in the room. Cylon said in surprise he heard that Elfenheim is a slave market specializing in the sale of elves with a 300-year history. The protagonist thought, calling the slave market Elfenheim, an elven paradise. How low? The priest said he has never been to the elven slave market, but he thinks they are treated better than orcs. Teslin said both this and that are a slave contract. Does he think they like it? Cylon said in bewilderment, but they live in the wilderness. Isn't life under the care of more civilized people better? You can forget about hunger and death. The protagonist thought. That's exactly what the average person thinks. The mentality of people is not so easy to change, and force can only instill fear. He needs to establish a new kind of empire, different from the one he built in the past. Not the dark empire of the Demon King, but a full-fledged nation of intelligent races. Suddenly, a salesman entered the room and apologized for the delay. He opened the curtain and said, "Here they are, the world-famous slaves of Elvenheim." Cylon covered his face with his hands in embarrassment. The salesman asked with a smile, "This is too much for a young lady, right?" He wondered why would he even take a girl to such a place. Teslin wondered for the forest fairies, the heirs of the great spirits, to fall so low. He asked, "Are there any elves with dark skin?" The salesman said, "What a unique taste he has. He doesn't like pale ones, right?" The protagonist replied embarrassedly, "That's not what he meant." Cylon asked, "Wasn't he the one who was talking about the harm of slavery?" The salesman said, "They have one dark-skinned slave. Let them follow him. He will show them everything." They started walking down the hallway, and he said their elves receive a proper education. They use special training methods, so that their product is always in demand. They are fed only fresh nuts, fruits, and vegetables. Proper nutrition helps them smell good. Emaciated elves at the slave market are a common sight, but their product is completely different, Teslin said with a serious face. He did not need his explanation. Let him just take him to that elf. The seller approached the guards guarding the gate and said he needs room 148. They went inside and he said here they have not yet matured candidates for assassin. Here they are, trained, and here is the product that interests him so much. The protagonist saw Cirrus and cried. He remembered how in his past life, she called him sir and said this must not be mixed. This stuff explode. He asked why it happened. Cirrus asked who would mix fire flowers with stone seeds. Apologized and said he was just distracted by something. She shouted in displeasure. Yesterday he said the same thing and it ended in an explosion once again. Cirrus started wiping his face with a napkin and wondered why he was so cute at such an advanced age. She said, "Let him not move." His face was all dirty. Reifenhardt asked, until when she would call him sir. Let her call him as usual. Cirrus said she couldn't. Sometime later when the war began, Tahid kneeling said that he had come to greet him for the last time. Reifenhardt called out to them with a smile and asked what was wrong with their faces, as if they were seeing someone on the brink of a grave for the first time. In total, 2,000 soldiers from all over the continent had gathered to crush the Demon King, the scourge of humanity. Perhaps the entire fighting force of humanity had accumulated here. I wonder how they will deal with the aftermath. Their countries are completely incapacitated, and all for the sake of one fight, Tahid answered. They do not even think about accepting their right to exist. Would he like to leave with them? Reifenhardt answered with a smile. That's the point. They can only leave because he will stay here. Let all Pod accept his apology. Even with a divine guarantee, he has lost everything. The magician answered it was not a guarantee but a prophecy. Let him keep the elf close by, while the orc paves the way. The one who can cross the diamond abyss and tear down the pillar of Hokrol will appear soon. So let them follow him. He will change their fate and grant them salvation. Reifenhardt said with a calm face. He was very surprised. He only destroyed some shrine, and the dwarves suddenly proclaimed him a savior. He did not understand what was happening at all. Alpet said he hoped the day would come when they would meet again. Reifenhardt answered. He did too. He wishes Michelin a safe journey. This also applies to Tahid and to Tilka. Let them try to survive. It is time for Cirrus to go too. She turned around and replied that she would wait for him. Reifenhardt said that no one knew what fate had prepared. If something happened to him, he hoped that she would be able to find herself a worthy partner. She replied that she would wait for him. He answered with an agitated face. The situation was inappropriate. The elf, without listening to the end, seriously shouted that she would wait for him. At present, the seller said. Frankly speaking, he was ashamed to show her to customers. She is absolutely unteachable. A defective product. She has been returned 3 times already. She is skilled, but her character is so terrible that there is simply no demand for her. She is so difficult to sell that he began to use her to train other elves. After all, they need to experience real combat before they become full-fledged killers. Is he still interested in buying? The protagonist agreed with a serious face. The shopkeeper thought with disgust. He definitely had perverted tastes. Maybe he should ask for 100 more. He said he had 300 gold pieces. Sullen said that was very cheap. The shopkeeper replied that the item was defective. To be honest, he wasn't sure he should sell it at all. Cirrus approached the protagonist and asked if he was her new owner. Teslan wondered how much she had suffered that she had so many scars. The shopkeeper asked if he should call a priest. They could patch up her wounds. The protagonist replied that he shouldn't do that. He left that matter to Sullen. He threw his jacket over her and said that it was quite cold outside, so let her put this on. She didn't have a name yet. Did she? Cirrus replied that that was true. She didn't have a name. Teslan suggested a name for her and asked if she liked it. She replied that her name was Cirrus. She would remember that, he said with a smile. From now on, her last name was Valencia. She replied that a slave is not given a last name. It must be his last name, right? The protagonist replied in the negative and said that it was her personal last name, so she should not forget. He stated his name and said that the guy next to him was Silan. He was Saint Philonen. The elf replied that she understood. After a while, the salesman asked excitedly, was he talking about number 48? She had already been purchased recently. She had been sold about an hour ago. Tarek asked angrily, had Barrett realized what he was up to and bought the elf back? The salesman said the buyer was a young man he had never seen before. Tarek asked what his name was. He replied that he had paid in cash, so he did not ask any questions. He asked with a displeased face, who would carry so much cash to afford to buy an elf slave? The salesman replied. He could not say that the elf's price was standard. After all, she was an inferior product. Tarek said, let him describe this man. He replied, it was a young guy with a strong build. He would understand as soon as he saw him. At this time, the protagonist bought Cirrus clothes. He said they would make do with this for now. He would buy her better equipment. A little later, after some time, they were walking down the street. Tesline asked if she was hungry. The elf replied that she would follow her master's will. He said she might not call him master. Cirrus asked, would he return her? The protagonist replied no. That was not what he meant. She wondered what was wrong with this man. First, he wrapped her in a cloak, then bought her some good clothes. He treated her like an ordinary human girl. Teslan said she could treat him as a comrade she was traveling with. Let her not call him master, but call him by his name. Did she agree? The elf thought, is this some kind of role-playing game? It seems that this pervert just likes the role of an adventurer. And his favorite type of game is to save a beauty like a hero. All people are absolutely the same. She replied that she agreed with his proposal. After some time, they are sitting in a restaurant and eating food. The protagonist said, Mercy of Redentai is the most popular restaurant in Zeppelin. They use the name of the goddess Redentai, known as the patroness of a bountiful harvest, who gives food. You could say they took communion with the flock. Selen asked, doesn't communion mean free food? Teslan replied, let him give it up. As if the Philinense cult does not make money on beauty services, he replied, after all, she is the goddess of love and beauty. This does not contradict the canons of their religion. The protagonist said he heard that one service costs a heap of gold. Sardan replied, this is of course true, but Teslan, without listening to the end, looked at the elf and seeing that she was doing nothing, wondered, does she really not like it? He brought her here to honor the memory of their first anniversary, but then he appeared to Cirrus as a savior, and now she sees him as a customer. The first meeting can cause completely opposite impressions. Maybe he should have come later. However, sooner or later she will understand the meaning of his words, and this suits him. After some time, they came to the market. The seller, standing behind the counter, said that these are the best products in their store. They will not find such anywhere else. The protagonist asked her if she liked it. Did she notice anything useful? Cirrus took the weapon and he asked in surprise, is it a rapier? And doesn't she usually use a saber? She wondered excitedly. How does he know that? Silen said with a smile, it is not for nothing that they say that martial artists can tell who owns what weapon, just by looking at their hands. He did not think that he would ever have a mithril-based weapon, which he dreamed of so much. Teslan asked, in bewilderment, why does a priest need a weapon at all? Suddenly, Raman called out to him and asked if he could have a word with him. The protagonist asked what was the matter. He answered with a serious face. A famous aristocrat wanted to get this elf. Teslan asked menacingly. So, Raman bowed his head and held out an envelope and said, the aristocrat was willing to offer a reasonable price for this slave. If he wanted, they could replace her with another one of higher quality. He asked that he take a look at it. The protagonist calmly answered that he was not interested. He asked if he should take this as a refusal. Teslan answered that that was exactly what he meant. Raman said, he didn't think he understood. After all, he had said that his master was offering him a reasonable price. The protagonist said, with a serious face, he didn't understand. He repeated again, he wasn't interested. He replied that he was stubborn. In that case, he had no choice. He seemed to be attracted to this elf. They left and Teslan asked, perplexed, what did it matter to him? Cylon said he was a funny man. After a while, Tarek shouted in rage, why did he come back empty-handed? Rimmon replied, he would not sell her no matter the price. He had very naive ideas about this world. He replied he should have just smeared it and sprinkled coins on top. He said there were too many eyes. He decided it was better to stick to the rules of decency. He would wait for the right chance to steal this elf, and then they would tell him she was dead, and offer double the price. This elf is sold for a pittance anyway, so it won't be expensive. Tarek smiled and said, that sounds tempting. He can take Lansats with him. He's sitting idle anyway. It's time for him to start earning his bread. After a while, the protagonist sitting in front of the bag of money thought he stocked up on 2,000 gold. It seems like there's more money left than he thought. However, it's not much at all, considering his plan to found a new empire. Maybe he should try investing instead of carrying all this weight around for nothing. If he thinks about it, there's going to be a famine in the kingdom of Crovens in the near future country of farmers, where thanks to fertile soil and a generous harvest bestowed by the goddess of the earth, Radentai, no reserves have ever been made in case of famine. However, next spring, the famine will raise a wave of deaths, and terrible pictures of parents eating their own children. Investing in grain now is a wise choice. The first trading associations that come to mind are Ralph Fine, Karen, and Dow Bond. First of all, he is not going to invest in Rolf Fine no matter what, because its founder is a pervert who bullied Cirrus in his past life. If he had to choose between the remaining two, he would give preference to the third largest association, which specializes in grain sales and is Rolf Fine's main competitor, the Tobin Trading Association. At this time, Seavolt, sitting in his office, asked discontentedly, the damn Rolf Fine decided to sell millet for half price. He does not care about generally accepted norms at all, and yet he remains the second largest trading association on the continent. At this rate, they will lose all their partners. He needs to consider all incoming exchange offers as soon as possible in order to resolve the situation. Suddenly, the secretary entered the office and said excitedly, he has a visitor. He says that he wants to make an investment, Seavolt said. Now a small amount of money will not solve their problems. It will only add to the trouble. Let him send it away. The secretary replied he offers 1,500 gold. After some time, the protagonist, putting 3 sacks on the table, said with a smile he would like to invest 1,500 gold in grain. He asks to fill his hoards in the kingdom of Crovens by the barley harvest next spring. Civil asked, did he say about the kingdom of Crovens? But selling grain there is the same as selling soap to an orc. No one will buy it, Teslan said with a confident smile. Even an orc will wash himself as soon as he gets used to it. In any case, it will be his problem, and he will make a profit. No matter the outcome. Then why not? Seavolt said nervously. Even so, he does not dare to offer the client to invest in a knowingly failed business. Maybe he would like to consider another offer. The protagonist began to take the sacks and said if he does not want to do this, he will just go and invest in another trade union. Seavolt stopped him excitedly and said, to be honest, their business is going through hard times now, but with his investment, they can easily survive them, and even succeed. He just wants to offer a more profitable investment. Teslan thought about it. This man was adamant in his past life too. He said that it was his money, so he would decide where to invest it. Just let him draw up a contract, and quickly the protagonist looked him straight in the eyes menacingly and said, let him promise him only one thing, not to use his investment for personal purposes. Oh, and is there a branch of the Tauban Trading Union in the Kingdom of Graham too? Seavolt agreed and replied, they are just building a trade route to the northern regions. Teslan asked if they had a branch near the magical tower of Delphia. He answered that they did not, but the route to the branch in Ronta passes through this place. The protagonist asked if he could get some information for him. Seavolt replied, let him say what exactly he needs and he will look into it. Contacting the branch is no problem. Teslan thought he will use the opportunity to find out what is going on with Reifenhart. At this time, Cirrus, practicing fencing, remembered the words of her mother, that the High Elves were originally imprisoned to be the guardians of the forest. They live in eternal grace, under the protection of the world tree, Elfenheim. Every living thing is their friend. The trees will provide them with food. And although people oppress them, putting them in a miserable position, one day, Alita will show them all the way to paradise. They are the heirs of the great fairy. Let her never forget about pride. Soon she will go to a better place because she is pretty. From now on, let her learn to be loyal and polite, as befits a good elf. Even her relatives mocked her, and her purebred origin only gave them more reasons to mock. Only the sword saved her these days. All the adults she remembered wielded a sword. They fought bravely and died with honor. That's why she loved this weapon so much. Swinging the sword, she recalled the image of her parents who fought furiously for their lives. Time passed and the memories faded, but she forever kept this phrase deep in her heart. Suddenly, Scylla began to clap his hands in admiration and asked how she moved like that. Cirrus answered, "He just needs to try his best." He said discontentedly, exactly the instructions of the main character. Are all warriors like this? Suddenly, Raman called out to the elf and said that she would go with them. They would take her to the real master. Scylla shouted discontentedly, "Who are they anyway?" He answered with a calm smile. Even if he doesn't think that anyone will come to the rescue, they have already taken the necessary measures. The priest said discontentedly, "She is not for sale. What is this coercion for?" One of the fighters furiously pulled out his sword and shouted. It was incredibly loud for such a small height. Cyrus parried the attack with lightning speed and deftly counterattacked. The mercenaries viciously chased after her, but she began to kill them with incredible speed. Roland asked in horror, "How dare a slave do this?" He thought that she was very strong. At this time, Scylla began to use the ability with a serious face and shouted, "Let Philinans crush these ignoramuses with his iron rod." Suddenly, a dagger flew right next to him and Roland asked, "If the pilgrim dies, no one will blink an eye, right?" The priest furiously asked, "What the hell is this freak talking about?" The elf stopped him and said that everything is fine. "It's not a problem." She came closer to the mercenaries, when suddenly he shouted, "Let Takat get to work." A huge orc entered the courtyard, who said that he will catch her. Let her forgive him, but such is fate. Translation: Let her forgive him, but this is her fate. Nothing can be done, so she'd better accept it. Cirrus thought with a serious face. This orc is much stronger than other people. Will she be able to handle him? Roman shouted, "Just let him not damage the goods." Takeda ran into the fight and shouted that he would just grab her. The elf barely dodged and thought this is a strong opponent. She shouldn't have left the saber in the room. She dodged again and ended up above his head. Roman asked displeasedly, what was he messing around for? Can't he even handle an elf girl? Takeda thought. It seems like he won't be given food again today. He ran quickly and began to break the concrete tiles under his feet, under the weight of his body. Cirrus headed towards the meeting with a serious face. The orc thought excitedly, she doesn't dodge. He deflected the attack to the side and the elf struck. Takeda thought excitedly, he almost killed her. What would she have done if he hadn't changed the trajectory of the attack? Cirrus thought with a smile. She believed that he would have time. At this time, Scylla asked if she could block thrown blades. She agreed in bewilderment. The priest began to use the ability and shouted that he believed in it. Rowan furiously threw the dagger and shouted. He told him to stand still. The elf instantly reflected the flying projectile and Scylla shouted, "Let Philinans crush these bastards with all his strength." In an instant, powerful magical spirits flew towards them and a powerful explosion was heard. He ran excitedly and shouted, although divine power is called to fight demons and the living dead, it will help them by time. Suddenly, Cirrus grabbed him, stuck the dagger into the wall and breaking the window, climbed into the building. Roman shouted, "Let Takeda quickly follow them." Suddenly Lanches came and asked, did they screw up again? They caused such a rout because of one elf. He replied excitedly that she was stronger than he thought. Lanches smiled and said that even with Talcat, they couldn't catch the girl. A slave girl fights equally with an experienced orc warrior, or what? Well then, it's his turn. Where did she go? Roman pointed his finger at the building and said that they went there. Lantis climbed through the broken window in an instant. He watching this thought, did he rise so high in just one jump? However, he does have an aura. At this time, Lantis said with a smile that they hid. We'll let her hide. At this time Silent shouted, they better go back to the room for equipment. Cirrus replied. She was sure that they were already waiting there. The priest said he thought they could handle one or two. It was better than running around with just one blade. The elf thought about it. At first he seemed like a naive child to her. Suddenly a mercenary came out of the room. She deftly kicked him in the face and stood there in a stupor. Silent asked in a serious tone. She thought they had time to change. Let her grab what she could and run. Let Philinens erase their tracks and protect them from danger. Let her give them a second win. In an instant, the room looked clean under the spell. At this time, Lansaps was calmly walking down the corridor. He wondered if they had hidden in one of the rooms. This was a swordsman who had reached certain heights in fencing and had even mastered the aura. Someone who mastered the aura was able to slightly sense the movements of all living beings within 30 meters. Even walls would not be an obstacle for him. Landis kicked the door down and wondered if that child could erase traces of his presence, like a high-ranking priest. Just let him not say that they had escaped again, he replied. Let him be quieter. They couldn't have gone far. Let the dogs loose. After a while, they ran into a populated area. Cyrus asked if it wouldn't be better to get lost in the crowd. Silin replied, no, they should avoid people as much as possible. No one would help slaves running away from their owners. He thought even the Holy Order wouldn't help them. Now he understood why pilgrims were dying like flies. But if he gave in now and went back, he would be in her power again. He would never come back with such a miserable body. The priest cried out pitifully. If the protagonist were here, everything would have been resolved already. Where the hell is he? The elf asked. Is he really that strong? Silin started using the ability and shouted, we must find him at any cost. Let Fanlims do us a favor and show them the thread of fate. Let her see how painful their separation is and reunite them. Love can forge fate from chance. A chance meeting becomes a destiny at the behest of love. A man meets a woman and says, among the countless men and women of the continent, it is their meeting that is like a miracle. The probability of such a chance may be extremely small, but with Philinant's blessing it becomes a destiny. The priest thought, actually, this spell is intended to find suitable couples. He said admiringly, by the way she is so strong, he only saw the elf killer Lesia once. But she seems much stronger, Sira said. He is no slouch either, because he is already a saint of the highest rank at such a young age. Silin thought, how sweet it was. It was as if he was not talking to a slave, but to an ordinary person. Maybe she was just special. The elf asked if they were still there. He answered, yes, this is where the thread of fate breaks. Suddenly, Lanus appeared on their way. Cyrus covered the priest with her hand and said that he was not the main character. He said with a smile that they were caught. Thanks to them, he had warmed up well. Are they going to escape from here again? He does not advise doing this. The elf thought if they ran now, they would only expose their backs. There was only one way out, to defeat the enemy and quickly get out of here. She ran to attack and tried to strike, but Lantis easily parried and said that she had good skills. In fact, she is quite talented. It seems that she worked hard to achieve such success. This is really unusual for a slave. Cyrus, excitedly missing again, wondered who he was. At this time, Silin began to use the ability and thought with such skills. He is probably famous in the world of knights or swordsmen. Why would such a powerful person get involved in dirty deeds? He shouted. Let Philinants grant her slave the courage of a lion. Let her fill the hands clutching the sword with the strength of giants. Let her gaze become like an eagle and her legs become like a bull in order to crush the enemies on the way. In an instant, the elf's body was covered with the priest's magic, and Lanus asked in surprise, is this a sacred blow? So many sacred spells at once. This is the level of a bishop, not a high-ranking priest. Silin shouted displeasedly. He is quite famous in the south of Vasili, if he wants to know. Let Cyrus finally show him. She agreed and began to attack with lightning speed. Landa said that with the priest's blessing, she changed beyond recognition. Suddenly, her sword broke. He slashed her with a deft movement of his hand and said that they had become too separated while he was playing with them. Solan wondered in fear. Did he own an aura? Lanos, putting the sword back into its sheath, said, who would have thought that a slave would force him to use an aura? The priest, running up to the elf's body, excitedly wondered what a swordsman with an aura had forgotten here. They could live in luxury anywhere. Hiring one to catch a slave was like using a dragon to light a stove. Roman happily called out to him and asked if he had caught them. Lanus asked, have they finally shown up? Silin called out to him with a serious face. He asked in surprise, did he know his name? The priest thought about it. He was a famous knight in the Tucan kingdom. He was the heir to a noble family who had shown amazing military prowess by awakening an aura after 30 years. The entire Tucan kingdom rejoiced at the arrival of a new aura lord. However, Lanthas had a secret he couldn't share with anyone. He had a terrible fetish that started with the elven slaves and even extended to the royals. And then, inevitably, it was revealed in high society. Then he became the greatest disgrace in the history of the Tucan kingdom. Silin shouted in disgust. He's just a monster. He hid in the Chatan principality. Right? Lanthas said. I think he's heard about him. The priest shouted. Of course. Does he even know how many times he's been told that if he stays out late, Lanthas will catch him? How can an aura lord do such dirty deeds? He really lives up to his reputation. Lanthas said with a smile, he's just working off his salary. He killed hundreds of them in Tycon and then fled here. Besides, he likes playing tag rom, and thought with a smile. From the point of view of the Rolfine trade union, his dishonor is nothing compared to the benefit that hiring an aura lord brings. He is good at any dirty work. Here Lanthas lives happily and even gets paid. An Aura Lord is still a strong trump card. In 10 years, the Rolfine trade union has become the second largest in the Principality of Chaton, and this is his merit. Lantis with a serious face extended 2 fingers and using the ability said that he would suppress his divine power for a short time. He understands well what a high-ranking priest is capable of if he is allowed to freely wag his tongue. In an instant, magical twists ran through the priest's body. Raman excitedly called out to him and said, "Just let him not think of harming the elf even more. Lord Tarek will be unhappy." Lantis said with a smile, "They can just hire a priest and heal her. Let them be smarter. By the way, this young priest also looks cute. Does Roman want to take him with them?" Salin shouted in fear that he is actually a guy. Lanthus said with a perverted smile that this will be an unusual experience. He will take good care of him. The priest took out a blade with lightning speed and cut Roman's hand, shouting that they should not even dare to touch him. Lanthus said in surprise that his tendons must be torn. How did he get up without treatment? He must be the most beautiful, fragile and trembling zombie in the world. It seems they will have to cut off his small legs. Suddenly the wall nearby shattered into small pieces and the protagonist said with a serious face that he found them. How dare they covet Cirrus? Lanthus thought in surprise. This is not just a young guy who was lucky with his physique. Does he feel a very strong aura coming from him? And how should he understand this? Ryman said excitedly, "This is the owner of that slave girl." He asked nervously, "Didn't he say that her buyer was a common brat?" All his senses were going crazy, just from his presence. And he was calling him a common brat. Lantis thought about it. The fact that he couldn't count his level being the owner of the aura only meant that he owned it too. But how he was still so young? The protagonist gave the priest his jacket and thanked him for protecting Cirrus. Lantis started to take out his sword and thought about it, although appearances were deceiving. He could well be over 30 years old. He said with a smile that he hadn't met someone as strong as him for a long time. Tesline said with a serious face, "Let him not even think of making chivalrous speeches, being a dirty perverted old man. Let him finally attack him already." They clashed in a fierce battle, not giving in to each other at all. During their battle, a powerful explosion was heard. One of the mercenaries asked in fear, "Isn't it time for them to run away from here?" Ruminum replied excitedly, "If they got caught between them while trying to escape, they would easily die." At this time, Selene was treating the elf. She asked in surprise, "Did the protagonist really have an aura?" The priest asked, "Didn't he say that?" Lanthos thought nervously, "What the hell? This is not the level of a person who has just awakened his aura." Teslim used the Chaki bullet ability, with a serious face. Lanthos barely dodged and thought he was too skilled at controlling it, unless he opened his aura as a teenager, but somehow retained a childish face at the age of 40. He excitedly said that such a possibility is complete nonsense. The protagonist repelling the attacks thought with a serious face, "Why is he so strong? How can the pervert who stretched his hands towards Cirrus dare to use such strength and skills? Whoever claims that martial arts build the right character needs to be punched in the face." Lantis jumped high and thought excitedly that he was blocking his sword with one swing of his hand. What kind of incredible skills? He climbed the column and asked, "Is he really the disciple of the martial arts king Gerard? And why is he so concerned about this slave when he is so strong?" The protagonist said with a serious face, "Let him repeat it. Those they call slaves have feelings and a will. Has he ever tried to talk to them? Has he ever wondered why they became like this?" Tesla knocked down the brick column in rage and began to attack. Leontis nervously dodged and did his swordplay, shouted he has no idea what he is trying to prove. The protagonist thought with a serious face, "This is the same reaction as always. An unshakable belief that any creature other than a human is second class. This idea is too ingrained in the minds of humanity. They can see perfectly well how representatives of other species cry and laugh, but they still refuse to admit that they have feelings." Tessalin began to attack furiously and shouted, "How are such people better than elves if they allow themselves to subjugate them?" Lantis, dodging, excitedly shouted, "It is natural that they, being the crown of evolution, make them slaves. Who are they, if not slaves?" The protagonist furiously asked, "Why on earth should the descendants of great spirits bear such a heavy cross?" He swung and shouted, "Does it really not even occur to him that if people were not at the helm, they themselves could very well become slaves?" Teslan delivered a powerful blow to the body and thought, "When people enslaved the orcs, humanity enthusiastically celebrated the victory. When they deprived the dwarves of their will, they also had fun and laughed. And when people subjugated the elves to their power, they enjoyed the triumph. Such is the nature of man." The protagonist jumped into the air and preparing an attack shouted, "If he allows the existence of slavery, let him be ready to become a slave himself, one day." Lantis dodged in fear and shouted, "Is he crazy? Does he seriously think that elves are equal to humans?" Tesline in a wild rage began to attack again and shouted, "Cirrus is not a slave," he thought, As long as the slavery system flourishes on the continent, even people who are unlucky enough to be weaker than others are part of it. This is where serfdom has its roots. Upholding an unjust ideology will always come back to haunt him. Only a true fool does not understand this. If this vicious circle is not broken, if no attempt is made to change false ideas, one day everyone will live in fear. This must be fixed. He will put an end to it at any cost. The protagonist pushed his opponent into the wall with incredible power and delivered a powerful blow to the body, causing the stone wall to shatter into small pieces. Teslan said with a serious face that he would change it no matter what, so that no one would call Cirrus a slave anymore, so that no one would even think about enslavement anymore. He thought that for her sake he was ready to change this damn world. The elf asked with great surprise, was he crazy? She thought that he was another crazy bastard. Elves are not slaves. How obsessed with role-playing games do you have to be to talk such nonsense? Is he really a hopeless pervert? Lannis, being crushed by a stone slab, pitifully said, "Let him spare him." The protagonist with a serious face asked why on earth he should spare such a perverted degenerate like him. Lannis answered, "He swears on his sword. He repented and is ready to reflect on his sins until the end of his days and do only good." Teslan said menacingly. Judging by his face, he was not lying. Lantis answered fearfully, "Of course not." The protagonist said he will not stop hating the sacred order of sea. He can do whatever he wants as long as he goes to the temple with repentance. If he really regretted his actions, he would go to prison, and for some reason, he wanders into the temple. Lantis said pitifully, he is ready to surrender to the authorities. He does not need to dirty his hands because of a worthless person like him. Teslan answered menacingly, his hands are already covered in blood, up to the elbows. But so be it, he will believe him. If he really repented, he would probably think that he deserves to die. That it would be better to die quickly to pay for his deeds. This is repentance, isn't it? He struck a powerful blow to the stone slab, crushed Lantis, and said, "You should not use the word repentance so thoughtlessly. Such a piece of idiot doesn't know it anyway." After some time, he approached the others and asked if they were okay. Salen replied that he had already treated them. Teslan said that he was just like a walking first aid kit. The elf asked if he himself was okay. The protagonist thought embarrassingly she spoke to him. Cirrus thought about it. He was strange after all. The priest called out to him and, pointing to the side, said that these idiots were running away. Teslan said in a serious tone, "Let them come here." "Where are they going?" "Well, let them try to escape. He will arrange such an unforgettable evening for them." "Who gave them the order?" "Will they not tell so easily?" "Well, that was expected. They were lucky that he was merciful." He created a club and smiled. After some time, the protagonist, having beaten them, asked who was behind all this. The mercenaries cried out in fear. It was Tarek. He is the head of the Roland Fane Trading Association. He lives on the southern outskirts of Zeppelin. He needs to leave the city through the southern gate and turn left at the fork. Teslan thought with a serious face. Tarek is the one who bullied Cirrus for 10 years in his past life. He wanted to kill this bastard more than anything when he saved her. But unfortunately, when he came for his soul, he was already lying dead in bed. Roman asked fearfully, will he follow him? Even he should not do that. Tarek owns the second largest trading association in the Principality of Chaton. If he does something to him, he will only turn all of Chaton against himself. The protagonist answered with a smile. He knows. He knows very well what this bastard is. As he promised, he will not kill them. If they cuddle up to each other, they will not die of cold. The mercenaries began to climb towards Rawman. One of them said, with a smile, his chest is so warm. He shouted aggressively, let him shut his mouth and not blush here. After some time, Bare said with a smile that they are taking a long time to deliver the elf. Tarek asked with a displeased face, why is Roland messing around there? And what does he need these elves for? He replied that they are Lanta's toys. Is it just him, or is it somehow noisy outside? He replied, apparently, people are holding another public rally. At this time the protagonist knocked out the guards and said how hard it is for him not to kill. Sion approached the body and said, let Philinus look after his young slave and erase painful memories. Cheslin asked, isn't this a spell that is usually used to heal a broken heart? It seems to make you forget unhappy love. The priest answered with a smile, there are few funny moments in battles, either. If not for these skills, how would he get rid of unnecessary witnesses? The protagonist replied he would just come to him and tear off his head. Cylon said then his memory blur spells are just right. By the way, he wants to see how he beats that freak. Teslin said, he really is something else. Suddenly Talkator appeared on their way and shouted loudly, he will not let strangers through. The protagonist began to speak in his language that he has the blood of a warrior. The one he so stubbornly protects is not worth it at all. Why is he even raising his sword for him? The orc replied, he is a warrior and he has obligations. If he is swept away or broken, can he call himself a warrior? Teslan replied that he lives in slavery. That man is not even his life mentor. Takada said, even if not, a warrior must see things through to the end. The protagonist asked even if he is he thought with a smile, how orcish is that? They are too naive and straightforward. Silent asked excitedly, does he know the Urshish language? Sarah said that she would take care of this orc. Teslan asked if she could handle it. The elf took out her saber and said that she had the necessary weapon. Now, Takada said seriously. The weak elf became stronger. The protagonist called out to the priest and said that he should cover her. If it gets hot, he knows what to do, right? He replied with a smile. Don't worry, that's his specialty. The orc called out to the protagonist and asked if he was going to ignore him and go straight to Tarek. He replied that his opponent was an elf. By paying all his attention to him, he was showing disrespect to his opponent. Takada replied with a serious face. That's right, Teslan walked on and smelled something, and wondered if it was the smell of illegal substances. He looked inside the room and was very surprised. Tarek asked with displeasure, who was that freak? Did the guards fall asleep in there or something? Teslan said with a serious face. He'd seen some nasty things in his life, but they definitely wouldn't get away with something like that. The protagonist looked at the unconscious elf girls and asked furiously, why are there so many people in this world who shouldn't be left alive? Bortarek started calling the orc in fear and shouted, why is there a stranger here? And they didn't even raise the alarm outside. What exactly does he want from them? Money or a place in the market? This is probably the work of the Tauben trade union. He swears by the Rolfane trade union, no matter how much they promised him he can double it. Teslan said menacingly. After all, Saris put up with this wretchedness for 10 years. He is still the same. He failed last time, but Tarek said fearfully. They can draw up a contract right now. He promises that he will not take revenge. The protagonist delivered a powerful blow to the body, grabbed him by the hair and asked with disgust, how dare he do such things to Sirith? He asked fearfully, who is she anyway? Teslan began to beat him brutally and said he defiled her with these hands. He probably also kicked her, right? He does not even want to think what else he did to her. Maybe what is happening now seems unfair to him, but now he understands how those who died because of him felt. Beret screamed in fear. He killed him, the main character said. It's just funny, and he's not a murderer, or what? He screamed excitedly that he lives a righteous life. Teslan answered, of course, what guilt does he have there? At this time, Cyrus entered the room and said that this was very cruel. The protagonist answered, those bastards deserve work. Silent said that he agreed with him on this. The elf asked, he must have gotten used to such a sight. The priest calmly answered, that's right. He has been traveling for a long time. Cyrus took care of Takata. She is really strong. He didn't even need to help her. She answered, no way. If it weren't for his healing, she wouldn't be standing here now. The protagonist thought about it. It seems the orc is not dead. His breathing weakened, but he is still alive. Deer screamed in fear. She is the slave he brought back. Cyrus asked with a serious face, and he is the one who kills children. His miserable life would not be enough to calm this child's soul, but it was the least she could do. Beret asked fearfully, was she going to kill him for a slave? Was she in her right mind? In an instant, the elf struck. He fell to the floor and began to crawl to one of the elf women, asking for help. Cyrus furiously finished him off and said, let him not dare touch her with his filthy hands. After some time, they gathered in the forest with the slaves. Takata said, there are 7 elf women and 9 orcs. These are all the slaves of this place. Cyrus thanked him with a smile. He said no need for thanks. His sword is bent. Her master is his master, Sullen said in surprise. The gender ratio is rather strained. The elf answered, it's just that elves and orc women are not in demand. She looked at the elf with his daughter and asked, was her idea of the main character really wrong? Suddenly, Teslan came and apologized with a smile for making them wait. He opened the bundle of papers and said these are slave contracts, and he also grabbed the seal of the head of the Rolfane trade union. It was difficult to find all these documents. Sullen asked, and where did he find them? He answered with a smile in the safe when he broke through the wall of the office. The priest said, what barbarity is this? Teslan said discontentedly. He hasn't heard this phrase for 50 years. He asked in surprise what other 50 years? The protagonist thought in fear. Why is he such a fool? Sullen asked why did he bring these contracts? He answered with a smile. They need them. Let everyone listen to him. If they don't like being slaves, he will free them right now. The elves and orcs began to ask in surprise. What does he mean? The orders of the new master are too complicated. Teslan thought. Sadly, they don't even know what freedom is. Silent asked, does he intend to resell the slaves? He replied no, he is not going to trade them. The priest asked if he really going to settle down and give up his adventurer life. The protagonist replied, The Rolfane seal on the slave contract means that they will no longer be slaves of Tarek. It is necessary to protect them from persecution. He thought freeing these guys who have neither a home nor the will to fight alone is nothing more than his personal whim. However, it is the same as exposing them to another kind of danger. He needs to train them. After some time in the office, Sivolt asked excitedly, "Aren't these the slaves of the head of Tarek? Did he really buy them all up?" Teslan replied with a smile, "He will find out a little later. He hopes that he can take care of them secretly. Tomorrow morning, very interesting news awaits him. Only he will have to establish the truth in this matter himself. And if the secret is revealed, only he will be under suspicion. For him this is a common thing. Let him not worry. For starters, he will give him 100 gold. That should be enough for the guy's expenses." Sivolt smiled and thought, "Did this guy rob the Rolf mansion?" He started collecting money and said there is a place on the outskirts of Zeppelin. No one will know anything if he leaves his people with slaves there. The protagonist said, "Let him also make sure that no one touches them and no one treats them like slaves." Sivolt agreed and said it is natural considering how obsessed owners can be with their property. He thinks that 100 gold is too much. Teslan said he needs them to be trained for this money. He asked, "Isn't what they were taught at Tarek enough?" He is not talking about slave education. Teslan answered, "Languages, numeracy, history, philosophy, whatever is good for them. Medicine too, if possible," Sivolt asked. Does he want full-fledged lessons for the slaves? But why would he go that far? The protagonist answered, "It's simple. The better trained a slave is, the more useful he is to his master." He said excitedly, "Slaves are not capable of absorbing such knowledge." Teslan said, "So they will check it. Besides, he has already if he succeeds, slaves will rise in price, so it should be profitable for him too." Sevolno said, "As he wishes of course, but it will be difficult. It is unlikely that mentors will agree to teach slaves." The protagonist answered, "He knows very well how arrogant mentors can be." He asked, "Then how should he cope with the task?" Teslan answered with a smile, "They have students after all, and among them there will certainly be commoners who need money, so they will involve them." Civil asked, "But how can students who are in the process of learning teach?" The protagonist answered, "He does not expect anything special. Basic knowledge will suit him just fine. Besides, the method is not expensive." Civilno answered as he wishes, although he still doesn't understand how slaves will be able to learn anything. It's like teaching a dog or a cat to count. The protagonist thought about it. There is nothing so wild about teaching slaves. In his past life, someone even put forward this idea before him. But the cream of society, who were mostly slave owners, flatly rejected this idea. They also spoke in the spirit of "it's like teaching a dog to draw." It all comes from the ingrained belief that all races except humans are insignificant. But he will be able to turn this belief to his advantage. To be honest, the reason why slaves are not taught is because it is a preventive measure so that the slaves do not rebel. Only most ordinary people have no idea about it. As soon as slaves start getting an education, even Civil will be surprised at how much they understand, and then he will start teaching his own slaves. In the end, it is convenient for a slave owner when his slaves are more capable than others. If all goes well, slave education will become a trend that will spread across the continent. What he couldn't achieve in his past life was changing people's minds. But it's just getting started. After a while, they arrived home and Teslan asked the priest if he had any money. He suddenly gave all his savings to Civil because he hadn't taken into account the transportation costs. Cirrus asked if she should maybe return those clothes. The protagonist responded excitedly, "No, she didn't need to do that." The elf blushed slightly and laughed. He didn't notice, but it was her first laugh since becoming a slave. The next morning, Zeppelin was in stitches. The head of the Rolafane Trade Association, Tarek, and the head of the Carrion Trade Association, Beret, were found dead. The culprit was unknown. The estate workers were interrogated, but none of them could remember anything clearly. The case was hopeless, given the discrepancies between the witnesses' testimonies. 2 weeks later, they were in the dungeon. Sillin began to use the ability and shouted, "Let Philinense sprinkle these lost souls with purifying light. Let her accept this soul into her arms." At this time, Cirrus began to finish off the skeleton. The protagonist, watching what was happening, said that they worked well together. Honestly, Sillin compliments the elf perfectly. Has he by any chance trained in a pair with someone since childhood? Or maybe he just started participating in real battles early. Teslan thought about it. He turned out to be a much more outstanding priest than he thought. If he continues to improve at this rate, he may even become stronger than the most powerful saint who was his enemy, Eplin. He asked why he had never heard of him in his past life. Did he really die young? The protagonist killed the skeleton and asked if he had any pain anywhere. Solon asked with a tired look, "What did he say these ruins were called?" It seemed to him that the monsters here were even more powerful than in Palin. Teslan replied that in fact these ones were weaker since they had gone back a step. He thought that they had arrived in the kingdom of Grime 2 weeks after leaving Shaitan. It was located near the Setalard Mountains, where the forgotten ancient ruins of evolution were located. The thing that would best help him restore his magical powers was hidden here. After some time, they came to the gate. Teslin said they had finally arrived at the right place. Sillin said this door was sealed with magic. He didn't think they would be able to open it by force. And what should they do now? He said that it was worth hiring a magician. The protagonist began to use the ability and said, "Let him be quiet because he is casting a spell." The priest asked in surprise, "He knows how to use magic?" Teslin answered, "Right. He is familiar with it." Sillin asked with great displeasure, "Is he a warrior mage?" He thought that the protagonist is excellent in martial arts, and even knows how to use aura. Does he want to say that he also has brains? It's not fair, he's working his ass off, but he still hasn't worked a single muscle. He asked what is he doing now. Teslin answered that he is collecting mana. Sillin asked, "Does third circle magic require a lot of mana?" He excitedly began to use the ability and said, "Let the power of the seal open what is locked. Let these gates swing open." Suddenly, the huge stone doors opened. The priest said with a tired look, "It took 13 minutes. Let him better not tell anyone that he is a magician." The protagonist answered discontentedly, "Let him shut up. The main thing is that the job is done." He thought about it. After all, he was a magician of the 10th circle in the past. He definitely needs to find the voice of Elysian. He doesn't want to be such a worthless magician anymore. They went inside and saw that there was nothing there. After a while, they headed back. The protagonist said, upset, "This can't be." Sillin answered, "They can't always be the first. He doesn't own these ruins." Teslin thought with a serious face. The ruins of Elysian will be discovered only 17 years later. He was the one who found them in the past. He quietly said that the future is changing. The priest said with a smile, although they still got something. He thinks it's a good artifact. Cyrus took the item in her hand and activated it. In an instant, an ordinary stick turned into a powerful bow. The protagonist thought about it. This is the magic bow of Nylon. Shoots arrows made of mana, and depending on the concentration, can release several volleys at once. It looks like an ordinary stick, but in fact it is a branch of the Tree of Life, Elfenheim. Sillin said admiringly, "This item looks like an ordinary stick, but in fact it is a bow." What does she think about it? Cyrus said admiringly, "This is an excellent thing." The priest said someone took and left such a cool weapon. How did he even know that this is an artifact? Teslin thought about it. Nylon was Cyrus's main weapon in her past life. He said that he had heard about it before. Okay, the continent is still full of unexplored ancient ruins, so they should not be upset. The protagonist thought with a serious face. Only Elysian's voice is unique. Only with this artifact could he replenish his strength. They approached the cliff and seeing a populated area, Sillin said, "Here is the village of Gehullin. He wants to taste food cooked by someone at least once more." After some time, they were eating. The hostess of the house said with a smile, "It's great that they eat well. Will this food be enough for them?" Cyrus said with admiration, "It's so delicious." She replied, "It's all their genius cook." However, the previous guests complained a lot about the dishes. Sheilin asked who was it. The hostess replied, "A week ago, a group of knights representing a noble family was here. It seems they said that they wanted to explore some ruins or something like that." The protagonist, surprised, handed her a coin and asked if she could tell him a little more about them. The hostess stopped him excitedly and replied of course she will. No payment is needed. A week ago, Kelburn showed up here with a group of explorers. It seemed that they were all higher in status than him. Among them, there was even a knight dressed in gold, quite an interesting gentleman. He was shining from head to toe, and he himself was nice. Teslin thought golden armor and a sword. Only one person comes to mind, the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime, the Count of the Tense family. Sometime later in the castle of this kingdom, Kelburn said with admiration that he was amazing. Eustace replied with a calm face, "It was all thanks to him," he exclaimed. "But it was he who destroyed all those monsters in the ruin." As expected of the Golden Knight of Grime, it was already an honor for him to be able to witness his exploits. Eustace replied, "Let him not worry. A third of the treasures belong to him," as they agreed. The commander of the knightly order of the Tense family, Kelburn, said, "It was his honor to fight on par with him. Who cares about the treasures in such a situation? He does not mind if he takes it all for himself." He thought that he had more than enough money. It would be much more useful to establish contacts with him. Eustace asked what he did with the adamantan and ortakum he found. Kelburn laughed and said he simply ordered his miners to make weapons out of them. He took a glass of wine with a calm face and said it was not for nothing that he became famous for his mining business. He must have a lot of talented dwarves. Kelburn pointed to the young girls and said it is a small thing. By the way, these girls are his daughters. Let them greet the guest. He is the famous Golden Knight of Grime. He knows that he is married. He just thought that he should introduce them to each other. Ossus replied, He has no intention of getting close to any woman except his wife. Kelberin thought excitedly. He seemed annoyed. Well, considering the rumors that are going around about him. He asked, what about his younger brother? Gises aggressively crushed the glass with his hand and said, he has no younger brothers. Kelberin fearfully apologized and said, he made a terrible mistake. Suddenly, a servant ran into the room and screamed, one of the artifacts summoned a demon. It is safe. Gises looked out the window with a serious face and thought, was there a summoning artifact? Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, that damn bastard. At this time the commander shouted outside, let the warriors beware of the sword. They need to quickly take the civilians out and line up. Let the mages go to the rear and the knights raise their shield. The mages began to use their abilities and directed the attack towards the monster. The fighter shouted, great, now his legs are shackled. They need to wait for further instructions from the commander. Suddenly, the fighter ran to attack and shouted, no enemy will be able to withstand the onslaught of Tenet's sword. He missed and the monstrous monster counterattacked. He flew back from such a powerful blow. Suddenly, the fighter who tried to save him was torn into small pieces. Yushas came up to him and said, let him better continue to support the fetters. The fighter, bleeding, called him brother with a pitiful look. He asked with a serious face, whom did he dare to call brother? Great knights of Tents are not born from the belly of a stray dog. Yushas took out his sword and said, Sophiathon is a demon that knights without an aura will never be able to defeat. He turned the sword and covered it with magic, saying, let Eldred open his eyes. In an instant, the sword began to transform and its body was covered in golden armor. Yushas shouted, let this netherworld demon attack. After a while, the protagonist sitting on the bed in the room asked, is this the Golden Knight? Silon answered, that's right, he is quite famous. Didn't he know that? Teslan answered with a smile. He came down from the mountains, so he doesn't know, the priest said. And yet he is one of the strongest night mages on the continent. Even the owners of an aura can give him a head start. The protagonist asked, is he that famous? Has Surus ever heard of him? The elf answered his question positively. He said, by the way, the pajamas suit her. What will she say about this? Do the clothes fit well? She sheepishly agreed. Cillian asked, even if he is strong, how can a night mage be compared with an aura owner? The former is simply using a magic artifact. Teslan answered, right, but what a one. The Eldred magic armor is the most powerful magic tool of their era. Moreover, it is not so easy to master. He thought about it. True golden Eldred is a magic metal, several times rarer than silver mithril. The magic armor, like the Eldrin magic sword, are made of real gold. They are artifacts of the highest rank among all the relics of the Silver Age. They are passed down in the Tense family from generation to generation. The swordsman mages who use Eldred and Eldrin are called Golden Knights. When wearing this armor, he can activate unprecedented magic power with just a few words, which will provide the ability to fight on equal terms even with the owner of the aura. Of course, this is only on the condition that he is able to use all this correctly. At this time, Yusis shouted, let the demon let him become a feather that caught the tailwind. He jumped on the monster and shouted, let Eldrin wake up. In an instant, a powerful explosion was heard. At this time, the protagonist lying on the bed said the Tense family has done a lot of research to learn how to use the power of Eldred. After all, even the strongest tool does not give him an absolute advantage. Cillian said. He thinks quite highly of the Night Mage. It seemed to him that the owners of the aura disliked them. Teslan replied, it's just that the Tense family's armor usage techniques are much deeper than most fencing techniques. At this time, Yusis began to attack again and shouted, let the sword pierce the eye of the god of death, and let the roar of a leopard shake his body. Let him see the whole world from the height of a dragon's flight. Teslan said, he heard that they have lost most of their normal fencing skills and are guided only by the artifact, but from the point of view of their family, this is for the best. After all, even if he devoted his whole life to the art of fencing, it is not a fact that he will be able to master the aura, but a golden knight will definitely appear in each generation. The fact that in his family, there will always be a warrior with strength not inferior to the owners of the aura is a huge advantage. But a night mage using Eldred is a difficult opponent. Yusis, using an incredibly powerful technique, destroyed the monster. At this time, the main character lying on the bed with a serious face asked if he could defeat him. Cillian said, just let him not say that he was going to fight with Count Ten. Teslan answered, we need to take the artifact from him. He asked, will they now start stealing too? In the Principality of Chitan, he helped him because he believed that they were doing the right thing, but Count Eustace himself explored the ruins, and the artifacts belonged to him by right. It would be completely wrong to interfere. By taking the artifact from him, they will commit theft. No, the protagonist said in surprise. He was indeed right. He thought about it. He wouldn't be able to convince him without telling him about his past life. Teslan said, since he was his loyal comrade, it was time to tell him something. He did mention that he was a student at the Indestructible Gym. right? Cecilian replied, "That's right." He said that he inherited the will of the past martial arts king, Gerard. The protagonist said, and as he should know, in order to complete the training, he had to pass a series of tests. After a while, the priest asked he meant that his mentor himself placed the artifact in the ruins, and gave him the task of finding it. Teslin replied, "That's right, this lesson is a tribute to ancient traditions and their clan is a bit uncouth." Cillian said. So his mentor Gerard had already explored the Aleutian ruins once, but he didn't touch any of the artifacts inside. The protagonist said, "That's because the rest of the artifacts are rewards for other students. Let him think about it himself. How would he have known about Nylon if he had never heard of it before? If the ruins had never been explored, he wouldn't have known about the secret paths there." The priest said in surprise, "If that's the case, then they have no way out." Now everything became clear to him. Teslin thought about it. Let him forgive him for lying, although there was some truth in his words. Cillian said, "No wonder he found it strange. No matter how valuable the artifacts of the Silver Age were, he would never have thought that he would covet someone else's property. So does that mean he needs to find this artifact at any cost?" The protagonist answered, "That's right. That's why he's worried. After all, he just messed up all his plan. It seems that stealing is the only way out." Cillian replied, "Since things turned out like this, there was nothing to be done." At this time, Light called out to users with a smile and said he did a great job. Even a demon like Siphiton doesn't stand a chance against the Golden Knight. He replied with a serious face, "Let the rest finish this, and a swordsman who only knows how to cut from top to bottom is no longer part of tents. Let him go where he belongs." Russ Bleeding said, no matter what he thought, he will always be a swordsman of this clan. The next day, he was training outside. Suddenly, two knights approached him and one of them asked what he did again yesterday. Russ replied he just wanted to defeat the demon. The knight furiously asked who asked him. He was clearly told to wait for the captain to arrive. Russ replied with a serious face, "He is also a warrior from the Tense clan. If he has any problems, they can solve it with a duel. He is enough for everyone." The knights passed by and said that he is a dirty dog. Russ is strong, but he has mastered only one fencing technique, and that is a downward strike and the breathing technique necessary for it. The sword describes a perfect arc in the air so fast that the strike is barely noticeable. A true swordsman spares no effort in order to achieve a perfect strike. However, the execution of techniques other than the downward strike is shameful, even to compare. It is true that the Tense line is slowly losing its normal swordsmanship. Like all hereditary aristocratic knights, the Tense had their own arsenal of sword techniques, but Russ never learned them. Since he was illegitimate, the vassals opposed his teaching the necessary skills, so his father was able to pass on only one technique to him. He remembered his father saying that this was only part of the great way of the sword that their family possessed, but it can lead him straight to the aura. He only needs to be able to awaken this forgotten power. His father had high hopes and Russ did not want to let him down. The true mastery of the Tense sword capable of releasing the power hidden within. All that was left of him was the downward strike. Either way, it's just a forgotten art. Eustace, watching him through the window, said they would never have reached their current heights with just a downward strike. After all, the rest of their family's swordsmanship had long since been lost. He was an idiot. And yet, as he thought, this Kraton was a genius. After a while, the protagonist, covering himself with a cloak, quickly headed towards the castle, and thought he couldn't even believe that he had to do all this after being reborn. Jumping over fences in a mask is complete idiocy. And why is the local lord's castle so huge? That's right. Kelbarn made his name as a miner. This was most likely the work of the dwarves. Teslin instantly knocked out the guards near the gate. After some time, one of the guards guarding the castle said, "He does not understand the lore. There is already a golden knight in Grime. So why were they needed here if no one would dare to approach him anyway?" Another answered, "It's just that the knights of the capital also know how to walk around in shining armor." The first guard said he's right. Their lord is on a completely different level, although he is also a knight. Suddenly, he turned around in bewilderment. The second knight asked excitedly, "Is something wrong?" He answered no, maybe he imagined it. At this time, the main character holding onto the ceiling thought it seems that it's not for nothing that thieves learn to stick to the ceiling like a lizard. In fact, stealing is not such a difficult task, or maybe he just has talent. As befits the guards, these impressive blockheads must be knights of Tense. The main character lightning fast attacked two more guards near the gate, and thought strangulation is the best way to fight silently. He tied up the guards and finding himself in a large room, asked this is a barrier that tracks movements as well as a heat-catching spell launch. He understood what it was, but it would not be so easy to disable the system. Teslin thought the magical barriers must have a core. It is probably somewhere nearby. He took the object and said some runes are engraved on this stone. The protagonist broke the stone and after some time found himself in a warehouse. Looking around, he said there is a secret anti-magic treasure, a pot with a seal, bottomless bags, and even a heavenly lyre. It seems that everything is sorted into categories here. But who did this? These are not Hilton's blades, but rather Talata's. They look similar, but their magical component is fundamentally different. He can't even believe it. Suddenly, he noticed a rare artifact and happily said, "This is the voice of Elysian." He began to move towards the object, when suddenly his foot caught a tripwire. In an instant, a bell rang, raising an alarm. Tesline thought in fear. Did he get caught in an ordinary tripwire? The guard shouted that someone had broken into the South Tower, apparently stealing his best left to the professionals. After a while, Reifenhart launched a series of blows at the guards, and thought that they could probably die from one blow from him, but it was hard for him to hold back his strength at a time like this. The guards shouted that they had to catch this thief, and this bastard had to stop. The head of the guard gave the order to a squad of mages to attack the protagonist. A hail of fire spells fell on Reifenhart, and he said, grabbing one of the guards and covering himself with him, that he regretted his actions. The head of the guard shouted in rage. Did he really cover himself with a human? He is a real monster. The protagonist thought that he did it only because this guard's armor was enchanted to protect against magic. The guard commander gave the order, and a squad of archers immediately shot arrows at the intruder. However, the arrows bounced off Reifenhart without causing any harm. Suddenly the protagonist asked in surprise when he was chained, what was the matter? And he thought, were they trying to slow him down instead of killing him? And they had a good idea. Reifenhart tried to break free and thought that they had quite a large stock of skills. Suddenly Cyrus shouted, turning to the protagonist and rushing to attack, that he should fall from his sword. The head of the guards ordered him to stop. The protagonist stared at him in surprise and thought, who is this idiot? Cyrus raised his sword above his head and ran towards the intruder. The head of the guards shouted, turning to Cyrus, that he should not break their formation. Reifenhart thought that he seemed to know him, but he was not sure from where his movements, breathing and steps are rather mediocre. However, what kind of blow is this? The protagonist parried Cyrus' sword and then punched him in the side. Reifenhart thought, why is he so weak? He showed such a cool blow, but couldn't dodge a trivial blow. Apparently, he doesn't learn the basics well. Usus used his abilities and attacked the protagonist. Reifenhart thought that this was the Golden Knight Prime. Iza said that his skills were too superior to be a simple rogue. The protagonist said that he had his reasons for this. Usus said that he could tell him about it later. Reifenhart thought that one of the key rules of the indestructible gym, strike first. They rushed to attack at the same time, came face to face and looked at each other in surprise. Then they tried to strike, but each deftly dodged the blow. The guards watched the battle in shock and thought, what are they even doing? Where did such deadly attacks come from? The protagonist and Usus said at the same time that he failed to defeat his opponent. Yasis used his ability and shouted that it should rise from the abyss and show its roar. Reifenhart thought as he dodged the attack, this is the roar of the shadows. Right, Usus thought with irritation. How did he know the vulnerability of this skill? And he said that he was very skilled at resisting magic. The protagonist said that he was just familiar with magic. Usus dealt one blow after another, but Reifenhart successfully dodged his attacks. Then the protagonist suddenly dealt a strong blow to his enemy's chest. Usus thought as he winced in pain, did he receive such damage despite his armor? Then he used a new spell, creating fire arrows that rained down on Reifenhart. The protagonist dodged his opponent's powerful blows and he thought that he might die here like this. Sometime later in Baron Kelbrand's domain, Reifenhart thought, is there such significant destruction here? Can this Golden Knight from Prime really use high-level magic? Usus looked at the thief with annoyance and wondered if he could block that too. Although it was impossible, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get off so easily. However, he had no chance to see if the thief was trying to dodge. How could he possibly miss his movements? Could his superhuman vision have failed him? Or did he just have an aura? Usus summoned a corrosive breath that tore through space and the surrounding area was covered in purple smoke. The protagonist thought it was a poisonous fog. He could get rid of it with a simple whirlwind. He then used his ability and punched his opponent. Usus thought it was a curse. He was too fast. Now he was convinced that he definitely had an aura. He had misjudged its level, so he had trouble. But now that he knows its ability, he will act differently. He will demonstrate a level of strength that matches it. He then shouted that the Tense family sword is not inferior even to the aura. Reifenhart thought that this was not an easy opponent for him. He thought that he would have the most difficulty fighting against enemies with aura. However, this magic knight was no less annoying. Usus shouted, why did a person with such power have to stoop to the level of a pathetic thief? The protagonist thought, how did this Golden Knight from Prime know that he possessed an aura? He didn't even release the golden aura of the indestructible gym, because it was too recognizable an ability, and yet he could not use it mindlessly in battle. Theseus thought that was strange. This type of muscular strength is characteristic of aura possessors. However, this thief does not activate it in battle. And he said that apparently not much time has passed since his aura awakened. Hughes just thought, using his abilities, that then this thief has no chance. Reifenhart thought this is a curse. This fight is really becoming dangerous for him. Hughes used the skill Eldril's Light. The protagonist looked dumbfounded and thought, is this a golden light? And then he covered his face with his hands and thought, using his abilities, that he is grateful to fate that this is a golden night. The guards screamed in horror when a deafening explosion was heard and the entire space around was illuminated by a bright light. Eustace got angry and thought, looking after the running protagonist, that this is simply impossible. How was he able to block his skill, Eldril's Light? Reifenhart pressed his hand to the wound and thought that he should have used his skill Whirlwind Guardian earlier. Then he jumped from the wall into the river, breaking through the ice. Lot asked, turning to the Golden Knight Prime, if he was alright, but said that he must immediately check the relics and find out what this thief could have stolen from there, and he must organize a search party. They cannot let this thief get away. Lot asked, is he still alive? Idia said that he will definitely not die from this. After a while, Cirrus opened her eyes. Silen asked, rubbing his eyes with his hand, what was the matter? Cirrus said that she suddenly felt uneasy. She had a bad feeling. Silen asked, did she think something could have happened to Reifenhart? After a while, the guards shouted that they must catch the thief. They need to surround them and block all the ways. Cirrus ran across the rooftops of the city, holding Silen in one hand. Silen gloomily said, turning to her, that he was actually a man, and this was humiliating for him. The villagers said that they ran there. The guards said that they thanked them for their cooperation. Then they surrounded them on the roof and shouted that they had nowhere else to go. They must lay down their arms and surrender. Cyrus used the bow nylon and attacked the guards. The guards shouted, how did the stick turn into a bow? After a while, Eustace asked, turning to Lot, what was the matter? Lot said that he was asking for his forgiveness. However, these thieves are not ordinary. Eustace took out his sword and said that he had enough. He would deal with them himself. At this time, Cyrus said that it was time for them to leave here. Silen said, upset that she could carry it further. He thought, when will Reifenhart teach him to grow muscles? Suddenly, Eustace used his ability and attacked them. Cirrus grabbed Silen and dodged the attack of the Golden Prime Knight. Eustace said that they should stay where they were. Cirrus thought, taking out her weapon, is this the Golden Knight Prime? Shios thought that she had a simple blade. Is this thief really giving away such a rare weapon to some elves? And here is a high-ranking priest. Where have the ordinary thieves gone? Silen prayed to the goddess Faunus that she would send her slave the courage of a lion, grant her arms the strength of giants, her eyes an eagle's vision, and her legs a bull's strength, so that she would crush her enemies. Then he thought, gritting his teeth, that Reifenhart seemed to have been caught. No wonder Cirrus had a bad feeling. Eustace instantly appeared next to Cirrus and struck with his sword. Cirrus blocked the blow with her weapon at the last moment, but she flew to the side. She looked at the Golden Knight Prime in surprise. After a while, the protagonist was lying on the bed covered in bandages. Then Reifenhart sat up in bed and said, clutching his head with his hand, that he had received a strong blow. He had fought with the owner of the strongest armor in the world, while he had been immobilized. He really thought that this battle had been somehow idiotic. He smiled and thought, holding the relic in his hand, that at least he had made a rich catch. He had managed to successfully take the relic, Illusion's voice. But where is he now? He thus said in surprise, introducing himself, that he had woken up. How is he feeling? The protagonist thought, introducing himself, that he was from the dwarf race. He thus said, crossing his arms behind his back, that it would be difficult for him to get up for now. However, will he be able to eat? Reifenhart said uncertainly that he could try to eat. He thus said, turning to Tilla, that she should bring some porridge here. Reifenhart thought, looking at Tilla, isn't she a child? She must be an adult. She's just a dwarf woman. Tilla de Steelhammer, a dwarf warrior, said happily that he had come to his senses. He needed to eat. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought it was very strange. Usually dwarves are not so friendly with people, but his questions disappeared by themselves as soon as they called the main one. Suddenly Gelfe Delphiston, a priest of all pot, appeared and shouted, calling the protagonist a savior. Had he finally woken up? Reifenhart was stunned and asked why he was called a savior. Gelfade said that there was a prophecy 6 years ago. The great saint received a message from Alpot himself, in which it was said that an omniscient and omnipotent man would appear from the darkness on the tiers of the northern winds, and they must follow him. Only this man is able to influence the finger of fate, because he is their savior. The protagonist thought that, to put it simply, a cold current from the caves would throw them a strong and intelligent man, whom they should help, so that he would help them in return. And this great saint secretly spread the message among all the dwarves of the continent. Therefore, Gelfade waited for this very savior every winter. He thought, laughing nervously, that he thought that Alpat had returned a long time ago. Alpet is the god of the dwarves, who sometimes shows divine revelations to his wards. And 6 years ago, it turns out he just regressed. This means that the god of the dwarves foresaw everything as soon as he moved in time. Reifenhart smiled, and thought that the god of the dwarves was very skillful. He had already failed him once, but he was given another chance. What a magnanimous man that is. A god. He was grateful to him for believing in him once again. This time he would do everything possible to achieve his ideals. The protagonist asked the dwarf priest, so he was trying so hard for him just because of some prophecy. Gelfade said that all pot was never wrong. After a while, Tilla said with a smile that he was recovering quickly. Reifenhart was stretching his arms and said that it was all thanks to her. Tilla became worried and said that she hadn't done anything like that. She had only cooked porridge for him. The protagonist looked away and thought, sighing heavily, that he would have recovered faster if she had fed him meat. Tilla asked with a smile if he was already feeling better. Then maybe she should call the priest. Gelfade expressed a desire to talk to him. Reifenhart said that he would find him himself and she didn't have to worry about it. After a while, the protagonist thought that all these dwarves were from the Steelhammer tribe. These are mountain dwarves who live a life of slavery in the lands of Viscount Kelbaran. Unlike the elves or orcs, they did not abandon their traditional way of life, but this was only because they were used in a slightly different way than the two species mentioned. In a sense, they were left to their own devices, because humans were unable to master their skills. At the same time, dwarves only worked well in squads of their own kind, so selling them in any other way than as a group was simply unprofitable. In this way, the dwarves managed to preserve their culture and even their faith. So the priests did not disappear either. Thanks to this, the dwarves greatly helped in the construction of the new empire before his rebirth. After all, among others, they are the only species that understands how society works. Then he asked, turning to Tilla, how many of them live here? Tilla said with a smile that there are about 60 of them here. Reifenhart asked, do they all belong to Viscount Kelbrin? Tilla said that they are indeed slaves of this Viscount. The protagonist looked around and said that there are somehow few men here. Tilla said that most of the time the men are in the mines of the Settlard Mountains. Reifenhart thought that in order to avoid riots, people often take members of the dwarf families hostage. He said that he apologized to her for asking. Later in the abode of the priest, Gelfade said, calling him a savior, that he was glad to welcome him here. He looks much better now. The protagonist said that it was all thanks to his help and he could just call him by name. Gelfade said, with a smile, that he honestly must admit to him that they themselves do not yet know why he is the savior. However, one look from his eyes shows that he does not perceive them as slaves. Reifenhart said that there is truth in his words because he feels that they are alike, so he treats the dwarves as equals, but changing the fate of all intelligent races is a completely different matter. Gelfade said that no one knows why the god of the dwarves chose a man as a savior. However, they all believe that this is a ray of hope sent by their god, and so they will help him with all their might. After all, the oracle has never been wrong. And of course, no one knows how exactly he is supposed to save them. His duty is to give him everything he can for his purpose. However, he is a bit strange because he did not seem surprised at all when he was told that he is their savior. The protagonist became nervous and said that he was not really surprised. However, what did he want to talk to him about? Gelfade said that a great saint wanted to see him. Reifenhart asked which saint he was talking about. Gelfade said that a great saint who serves the god of the dwarves is waiting for him. He is a pillar of the dwarven race. Reifenhart smiled and wondered if he was already a great saint 30 years ago. The protagonist said that he should meet him then. Gelfade thought about it and said that it was quite interesting. He was sure that his words would seem absurd to him. He did not know how to properly present this information to him. Humans do not hear the voice of truth, unlike the dwarves, so he is truly surprised by his understanding attitude. Reifenhart chuckled, and then he thought that Antares had fallen in his past life, so the possibility of failure still remained. But perhaps by talking to a wise great saint of the dwarven race, he could come to a better solution. He could be found in the Great Forge now, and it was not far from here. Gelfade said that the great saint was now in the Temple of Altot in the Great Forge. Naturally, only a few dwarves knew the way there. He would not get there without a guide, and Tilla was the only representative of the ancient warrior blood that remained in their tribe. Tilla introduced herself solemnly, and said that she was ready to accompany him there. Gelfade said that he knew a lot about them. He could feel the sounds of his thoughts, and they sounded as if he already knew about their great saint, as well as the location of the Great Forge. People who know that they have the ability, the voice of truth, do not like to talk to them. The protagonist said that he knows about it. Gelfade looked at him with astonished eyes and said that it turns out he was not mistaken. If it is not too much trouble, could he tell how he knows so much about them? Reifenhart smiled and said that he apologizes to him, but he cannot tell about it now. Suddenly Hethos ran in with a frightened face and turned to the protagonist. Gelfade asked what was the matter. Hethos asked Turning to Reifenhart, if he had one elf and a holy boy as companions. It seems they were captured and locked in the castle of Viscount Kelbrin. Reifenhart looked at the dwarf in amazement. Sometime later in the castle, Eustace shouted that they must immediately find out where this dirty thief is hiding. They must even forget about honor. He allows them to use any kind of torture on them to find him. They must make them tell everything. Then he thought about the elf who has a magic sword that only knight captains and higher ranks are allowed to use. And the priest Philance is comparable in strength to an archbishop. He must find out everything about them. Then Barris asked, how will they torture them? Should they start with beatings? Lento asked, what if they die? They need to use something painful, but not fatal. Barris said that it sounds difficult, but they were ordered so they must try. Lento said that he will start torturing them. Half an hour later, in the dungeon, Cylon said that he wants to warn them that the Reifenhart martial arts clan is quite aggressive. Have they heard of the indestructible gem? That place is run by Gerard, the indomitable king of martial arts. And what his students have to go through is simply beyond words. How terrible it is. And they do all this for training. Ordinary people can't do this. Do they agree? Then he shouted, they don't work that hard, do they? And they also have a final exam. It's scary to even think about it. Barris and Lento listened to the priest of the Philinense faith with horror in their eyes. Cylon sighed heavily and said that the main purpose of the exam is to return the relic. But what if they find out that someone from the Tense clan came there and took it? And do they know what awaits those who fail this test? Considering the difficulty of the training, one can imagine how severe the punishment awaits such a student. That's why Reifenhart decided to steal the relic. This item used to belong to the indestructible gem anyway. He is sure that the king of martial arts never thought that someone else could find this item. Few people know about those ruins, and they should have noticed he did not even touch the other relics. Isn't this proof of their innocence? He didn't want to do it himself. But after listening to his story, he realized that it made sense. Reifenhart told them to wait there, but they didn't listen. Lento wondered, did prisoners usually talk so much? They hadn't even started torturing him. Cylon said that his throat was dry. Could you get him a glass of water? Lento handed him a glass of water. Cylon then said happily that he thanked him for that. Lento asked puzzled, did it matter that he gave them all the information? Was he not loyal to his comrade at all? Cylon's face changed and said that he shouldn't hide anything. Lento looked away and said that if the world found out how the successor of the king of martial arts went about stealing, his reputation would be ruined. Cylon asked if he cared about that. Would he even think about stealing it? Lento said that he understood, but he didn't know where the relic was now. Cylon shook his head and said that he simply told them to wait at the inn. Lento thought that this already sounded like nonsense. He got angry and shouted furiously. Why was he talking such nonsense? They should have discussed a way to communicate in case of emergency. Cylon calmly asked, why do they need that? Can a user of an aura fail a regular burglary? Lento calmed down and said that there was truth in his words. And he thought, are all interrogations under third-degree conditions like this? Barris thought that all this was strange. After some time in the forest, Tilla said that it was amazing. He found this deer so quickly. The protagonist was cooking food over a fire and said that it was easy as pie for someone who owns an aura. All you need is to expand your perception and attack the animal's trail. Tilla said that professional hunters would die of envy if they found out about this. Reifenhart asked, is this really worth it? After all, hunting is strictly prohibited on the Kelbrin family's lands. Tilla said that she didn't care at all. The protagonist thought that he really shouldn't worry about small things. His goal is to grant freedom to all intelligent races, and this is already against the law. Therefore, freeing slaves in itself is illegal. Then he bit off a piece of meat and thought that he should recover his strength as soon as possible. Tilla looked at him in surprise and thought, is his body healing itself? The protagonist covered his body with a golden aura and made a sideways strike, and then he said that everything is fine now. He feels great. After a while in the castle, Eustace thought, looking out the window, it was definitely not an accident. There is no way this thief could have taken this particular relic arbitrarily. He remembered what happened a month ago. A member of the Silver Sages asked, is he the Golden Knight of the Prime Kingdom? Eustace asked, who is he? The Silver Sage said, showing him the token in his hands, that if he really was the heir of the Count of Tense, then he was sure that this emblem was familiar to him. Eustace wondered if he was a Silver Sage. On the day he was officially chosen as the heir, his father revealed a secret that only the heir of the Tense family knew. The Silver Sage was a group of people who possessed power so immense that they could destroy entire countries. They were a group of sages whose knowledge surpassed that of modern civilizations. They existed in the shadows without revealing themselves and only appeared when humanity was in danger. He had heard that even rulers listened to this group, and not a single one had yet managed to achieve the status of a sage. Eustace knelt down and greeted the Silver Sage. Then he asked, looking at the scroll in surprise, what was this for? The The Silver Sage said that he would like to pass on the right to explore the illusion ruins to the Tense family. All the treasures they found there would belong to their clan. They would have to give up only one thing from there. And that was the relic, the voice of illusion. If they failed this mission, the very fate of the Tense clan would be at stake. Usos opened his eyes and thought nervously, and then there was a knock on the door and he said they could enter. Lento said they had finished interrogating the prisoners. Barra said their story sounded logical, but it was a little strange. After a while, the guard at the gate asked if he had caught a cold. Drain said that it was not like that at all. He just remembered what had happened yesterday. The guard said it was truly terrible. They had only just regained consciousness and such horror was already happening there. How were they ordinary soldiers supposed to fight someone who could destroy armor with his bare hands? He hoped that they would not meet him again. However, this thief actually managed to steal this item. Drain said that his accomplices were captured. Could he come to save them? He sighed heavily and said that if this thief really came back to save them, then he should knock them out as carefully as last time. The guard looked away in shock and asked why he felt such an ominous presence. The protagonist, covering his body with a golden aura, walked along the main road to the gate and used the skill Horn of Calamity. At this time, Usus asked in fear, "Is this thief really a member of the invulnerable jinn?" He thought, but why would the Silver Sages mess with them? Naturally, the prisoners could lie, but Sullen is a believer. A high-ranking priest with divine powers comparable to an archbishop cannot lie. So, he told the truth. Apparently, they were just pawns to him. That thief could easily just throw them here. How would they catch him then? They should be able to do it if they used all their strength to search for him. Usus gritted his teeth and thought that even if they were lucky enough to catch him, if they couldn't get back the relic, the voice of illusion, it wouldn't help them at all. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard. Usus shouted in shock. What was going on? He thought he recognized this energy. Could that thief really have come back? At this time at the gate, the protagonist said that he had heard rumors that his friends were being held here. Luntu then shouted that they had to show that bastard their strength. This time, things would be different from last night. The protagonist took a fighting stance and said, covered in a golden aura, that he had already changed during this time. Lento and Barris rushed to attack him at the order of the Knight Commander. Reifenhart crushed the knights with one blow, and said with a smile that shields would not help them when dealing with the owner of the aura. Apparently they had never fought against such enemies. Suddenly, the priest prayed to the great Arius that they asked him to bless his slaves so that their bodies would be as strong as a stone block. The knights surrounded the protagonist under the blessing and shouted how dare he attack their comrades. This scum must die. The protagonist, showing incredible skill, successfully repelled the knight's attack. He delivered a powerful kick to the ground, throwing them far away. The mages used magic spells related to the elements of ice, fire and lightning, which were directed at the protagonist. Reifenhart's face changed and he thought that he should have dealt with the mages first. Then he used the skill, Rapid Charge Bullet Release, which dealt stunning area damage, destroying enemy spells. The protagonist chuckled and thought that even a simple scratch could easily knock the mages off balance. He said that his hopes were not justified. None of them could withstand the pain. After a while, the protagonist stunned the enemies and thought that he should deal with the priests next. The knight shouted in anger, "Why is he using dirty tricks? If he has an aura, he should fight like a man." Reifenhart thought, gritting his teeth. Were they seriously saying dirty tricks? Did they themselves attack one person in a crowd out of nobility? The knight shouted, calling him a freak. Did he really strangle him? The protagonist grabbed the priest and thought while this priest was begging for mercy that some priests only become stronger from pain. So it is better to knock them out at once, without unnecessary suffering. Then Reifenhart repelled a series of blows and spells from his enemies, defending himself only with his aura. The knights shouted in shock. How is this possible? He has become much stronger than he was yesterday. Could this be the power of the owner of the aura? Lot shouted, turning to Cyrus. Why is he standing still? He should be fighting with the others. He thought, looking at him angrily, that Cyrus was always the first to rush into battle, even when he was not asked to do so, and now he was frozen in place. Lot said, gritting his teeth, that he would demote him as soon as they returned from the battle. He would throw him out of here. Cyrus thought watching the main characters fight. Is this what the aura looks like? This energy controls the forces of power and makes it more powerful when necessary. What a blinding light this is, and he sees it all, the direction of his movement and how the power flows in him. He notices and understands everything this thief does. This was something he had never been taught. This was something he had never had the opportunity to learn. Movements and breathing that only someone who had reached the pinnacle of the martial arts world could do. Then he became nervous and thought, is this how one should behave on the battlefield? These are the movements of a truly strong man. Cyrus gripped his sword tighter, which sparkled with energy, and he thought he couldn't help but admire it. The protagonist dodged a powerful blow and said, looking at the knight in golden armor, that he had finally appeared here. Eustace glared at him and said that in the name of his family tense, he would not forgive his atrocities. He had seen everything he had done to his knights. Reifenhart crossed his arms and asked with a grin, why was he pretending to be a newcomer if he had been hiding in the rear all this time? Did he really think he couldn't be noticed? He had been hiding behind the wall and peeping, hadn't he? Eustace's expression changed and he asked in shock, how did he know about it? The protagonist chuckled and thought that the magic armor only gave him power comparable to the owner of the aura, but he did not have the ability to sense the presence of enemies. He gritted his teeth and said that he wanted to evaluate him before rushing into battle himself. However, wasn't it too cruel to let him beat up his men like training dummies? And rumors said that he was an honest, fair knight. However, can you say that about a coward hiding behind the wall? The knights said that their commander would never do such a thing. Eustace looked angrily at the protagonist. Reifenhart laughed and asked, so why was he there for so long? Even if he took a shower there, he should have gotten here faster. Eustace got angry and shouted that he simply fell into a deep sleep and could not wake up for a long time. The protagonist asked, was he serious? How did he sleep with such a noise? There was even a hole in the wall. Who is he? A sleeping beauty. You mean, a sleeping knight? Eustace used his ability and shouted that he should shut up. He made him pay for his words towards the tense family. Reifenhart smiled and said that this time they should fight for real. Eustace flew up and shouted using a spell that it should pierce the eye of the god of death and let the roar of a leopard shake his body. He should see the whole world from the height of a dragon's flight. The cleansing stream should fill his sword. The protagonist chuckled and thought using his skills, is this a new trick? Isn't this a sword made of pure mana? He said that he accepts this challenge. Reifenhart blocked a series of strikes from the Golden Prime Knight and thought that his body is strong, but he can't stop the sword made of pure mana. Then the protagonist blocked the enemy's powerful blow with his hands and then rushed to attack Eustace, grabbing his armor with his hand at this time in the dungeon. Cillian asked why there was so much noise in there. It had been going on for quite some time. Cirrus asked if it was Reifenhart who had come to save them. Cillian chuckled and said that she had acted so distantly. However, she still believed that he would come to save them. Cirrus blushed and said that it was not at all what he thought. She said, looking away, that she simply did not understand him. Why was he treating her so well? Cillian asked if he was partial to elves. Cirrus said that she had thought so at first, and she was also a fan of role-playing games. Cillian said that he really did look like that kind of person, that was for sure. Cirrus said, recalling their acquaintance, that when she looked into his eyes, she doubted that he was driven by something base. Cillian sighed heavily and said that girls in love always talk like that. Cirrus got nervous and asked what he was talking about. Cillian said that girls always see something special in a person when they fall in love with him. But after marriage, problems and quarrels began. That's what the caretaker of the orphanage where he lived said. Cirrus wondered what kind of past this woman had if she would tell a child such things. Cillian got angry and asked why Reifenhart couldn't cope with a simple theft. Because of him, they were in such a terrible situation. Now, Cyrus said that she didn't think he really held it against him for that. Cillian said that he was a fool himself if he agreed to it. After all, he didn't stop him. So it turns out that he was just an accomplice. He said, sighing that unfortunately it was not always possible to live by the law. Cyrus smiled and said that he reasoned so maturely. Cillian said that he would be 20 years old next year and that he was only 3 years younger than Reifenhart. Cyrus asked with astonished eyes if that was true. She thought he was 20 years younger than him. Cillian's face changed and he said that if Reifenhart heard this, he would cry. Suddenly Tilla asked, opening the door to the dungeon and greeting them. Were they Cillian and Cirrus? She smiled and said, introducing herself holding a bunch of keys in her hand, that she came here with Reifenhart. Cillian and Cirrus asked in surprise. She was a dwarf, wasn't she? Tilla said with a smile that they could discuss this later. First, they had to get out of here. Cillian said that she looked so much like a human, except for her ears. Cirrus asked, turning to Cillian, did he really notice the difference just because of her ears? He was such a naive guy after all. Cillian sighed and said that she had called him an adult just a minute ago. Suddenly the knight shouted, noticing them in the corridor, who was coming. They were the thief's comrades. How did they manage to get out? Cirrus instantly knocked out the knight using her abilities. Tilla blocked the guard's blow protecting Cirrus, and then threw him over her and slammed his face into the floor. Cillian looked at this in horror and said that she was so strong. Tilla awkwardly stroked her hair and said that this was a common thing for dwarves. Then she said, throwing a signal explosive out the window, that they should hurry. At this moment the protagonist looked at the bright explosion and said with a smile that Tilla had successfully completed her task. Eustace was surprised to think that this is where the underground prison was. He asked, was his task really just to distract them? Reifenhart gritted his teeth and thought, using his abilities, why else would he fight without full strength? He shouted, clenching his hands into fists, that now he can release his anger on them. Eustace asked, holding a sword in his hands, did he really fight without full strength? This is too arrogant of him. The protagonist dodged the attack and then delivered a crushing punch to the Golden Knight, who blocked the attack with his sword. Eustace became nervous and thought that he had to turn the tide of this battle. Ravenheart delivered a series of strong punches to the enemy's sword with his fists. He then gritted his teeth and delivered a strong punch, but missed and destroyed the stone floor. Eustace used his skill, but Ravenheart parried it, and he thought that he did not feel any effect from his punch on him. The protagonist looked around and thought that these were just copies of the Golden Knight. However, this is not just an illusion. He senses the presence of each of his clones. He thought that his enemy would cave in during the fight, since he rarely deals with aura users and this Golden Knight does not know everything he can do. However, his enemy was also capable of more than he expected. Ravenheart smiled and said that it was just magic. Eustace used the skill Destruction of Matter, but suddenly the protagonist appeared in front of the real Golden Knight and said, hitting him hard with his fist, that he found him. Eustace thought in surprise, distorting his face with pain. How did he understand so quickly? Which of them was the real one? Ravenheart chuckled and thought that he was just a mage too. Therefore he can clearly see his flow of magic, which is different from the clones. Eustace shouted, activating his magic, that he does not know what trick he went for, but the sword of the Tense family knows no defeat. The Golden Knight used a fire spell, which fell on the thief. The protagonist used the skill Whirlwind Guardian, which protected him from the flames. The Naeus shouted using magic that a snow fog should envelop the earth. Ravenheart blocked the enemy's magic with a loud shout. The Golden Knight got angry and used wind magic, but the protagonist once again defended himself from the magical attack with his skill Whirlwind Guardian. Eustace used ice and poison magic, but the thief was able to defend himself from all of it. The Golden Knight angrily thought, where did such a skill come from? Why does this skill allow you to dispel all types of magical attacks, regardless of the attribute? The protagonist smiled and thought that not all aura owners are able to use the skill Whirlwind Guardian. And it's not about the difficulty of using the skill, because in fact this skill is very easy to use. Most aura owners cover their entire body with this energy to strengthen it. However, in this situation the energy does not circulate. After all, when trying to resume circulation, the body will simply burst. Only the followers of the indestructible gem with their steel bodies can withstand such a situation. But for the effect, it is necessary to release a huge amount of aura. Eustace pointed his sword at him and asked who this bastard works for. Ravenheart pointed his fingers at Lot and asked, is this his subordinate? Eustace shouted in anger that he must stop making faces. He gritted his teeth and shouted, using his abilities, that he must answer, who is behind all of this? The protagonist looked at his enemy seriously and thought as he took a fighting stance that this would not be so easy to repel. He must use his best skill. Ravenheart used the skill Horn of Disaster. Then they dealt a crushing blow, and the shockwave that resulted from their actions shook the entire castle with its power. Eustace gritted his teeth and thought, where did he get such a powerful skill? It even broke his armor. His strength is simply astounding. Now he understood how his enemy wrapped his fists and aura in several layers to create such a wave-like explosion, like from a boulder thrown into water. And this is simply terrifying power. And a whirlwind forms around the entire perimeter. That's why his armor couldn't withstand that blow. But he probably won't do it twice in a row. He can't lose to that thief. The protagonist gritted his teeth and sent aura into his fist to crush his enemy, and then the Golden Knight flew into the wall. Lot said in horror, did Eustace really lose? Ravenheart thought he had defeated the sword of the Tense family. The armor's magic comes from the Eldrin sword, so as long as that sword is intact, the Eldred armor will recover. He said it could take half a year. The knight shouted that he was trying to steal the Eldrin sword. The protagonist took the sword in his hand and said that he was sorry, but he only came here for that relic, and all this started because he stole it. Lot got nervous and thought, having received the sword from the protagonist, how should I understand this? So he didn't do all this out of greed. Ravenheart smiled and thought that he would like to take the Eldrin sword and give this sword to Cyrus, but it was not worth it. He would rather get her the divine sword of the Messiah of Light. He said that he was leaving here. Cyrus shouted, pointing the sword at him, that he should stop immediately. The battle is not over yet. The Tense sword is still on its feet. The protagonist looked at it and thought, is he really that stupid? Lot gripped the Eldrin sword tighter and shouted to Cyrus, what is he doing? Cyrus said that he is from the Tense family, so he will not let go. Lot got furious and thought that he was nothing but trouble. He said, gritting his teeth, that he will have trouble as soon as this is over. He will demote him. Cyrus raised the sword above his head and rushed to attack the protagonist. Ravenheart thought that he was just that kind of person. But he has nothing to boast about except the downward strike, so he is not worth his attention. Suddenly, a bright blue glow flashed from Cyrus's strike. The protagonist looked at his wound in surprise and thought, Did he manage to wound his body, which is capable of instinctively dodging most blades? How did he do it? Does he have a sword aura? The knights asked in surprise, looking at Cyrus. What's the matter? Why is this happening? Cyrus got into a fighting stance and said, covering his body with a blue aura, that he will atone for his guilt before the swordsmen of the 10th family. Reinhardt looked at him in shock and thought that he would recognize this glow. This is a blue aura that is like a crystal clear sky, the protagonist remembered and shouted. Is he really the holy sword Cyrus? Cyrus asked in surprise. How does he know his name? The protagonist thought that his full name was Cyrus von Tense, a name he received when he was knighted. However, no one recognized him because his mother was a commoner, and how could he not recognize him right away? He remembered that he was also from the Tense family. Now the prestige of the Tense family rests on the shoulders of the Golden Knight, but in 30 years everything will change. Thanks to the glory that the holy sword Cyrus will bring to the family, he will receive the title of Marquis and throw off the need to hide in the shadow of the magic armor. For the same reason, he could not recognize the Golden Knight. In his time, everyone had already forgotten about him. Cyrus blushed and asked how he knew his name. Why did he call him by a non-existent title? Reinhardt thought that he was embarrassed by such a thing. He said, waving his hand, that he was simply mistaken and apologized to him. The protagonist looked at Cyrus's angry face and thought that now he was upset. Why was his expression so easy to read? He remembers him as completely different, when he was rather indifferent and unfeeling. Then he said with a smile that apparently people are capable of changing. Suddenly, Cyrus swung his sword and charged. Reinhardt blocked his blow with his hands, and then delivered a strong punch to him. Cyrus screamed and released more blue aura. The protagonist thought, did he use aura to reflect the damage? He said that he was good at handling aura, although he had just awakened his aura. The knights screamed in panic that they were in the kill zone and should retreat back. Reinhardt dodged the attacks and thought in horror, why couldn't he predict his blows? He was attacking from some unthinkable angles, making it impossible to predict his movements. Most combat schools have at least some semblances of a basic theory, which is created and supplemented by many people. Even Gerard uses the basics that have been passed down in the Unbreakable Gym for generations. But Cyrus fights like a wild animal. There are no sequence or settings in his movements. Logically, this should make it much easier to fight him. However, he is able to accurately dose his strength and move in such a way that he has no weak point. From the outside, it seems that he is simply swinging his sword in all directions, but in fact he does not open himself up at all to being struck. People call people like him geniuses that appear once in a millennium. Apparently that is why they called him the Holy Sword, the one that cut down his friends and subordinates. The protagonist remembered the past, and thought angrily hitting him. Who is this Tahita? Cyrus shouted in surprise. He destroyed his sword aura with one blow. He is a swordsman of the Tense family. Reinhardt thought that the downward strike was the only technique that he had persistently honed for years, as if preparing to split the heavens themselves in half. This was the spirit of a man who would once again become his sworn enemy. He must kill him right now so as not to repeat the tragic fate of the past. The protagonist dealt him a strong blow and said that he was glad that they met beforehand and that he was saying goodbye to him. Cyrus took direct damage and flew to the side. Then Reinhardt looked in surprise at Cyrus, who was getting up with his last strength, holding on to his sword with his hands. Cyrus said, bleeding, that he is a swordsman from the Tense family. Warriors of the Tense family do not give up. The protagonist thought, clenching his hand into a fist, that this attack should have destroyed him. He would definitely put the intent to kill into the blow, unlike that fight with Usus and the others. And he was able to survive such a blow and even got to his feet. He resembles a corpse that has no life force left, but he is still somehow standing on his feet. Should he finish him off? He wants him dead. However, some voice inside seems to dissuade him from this decision. And not only because he has not done anything bad yet, although if there is a risk that he will take the lives of his dear comrades in the future, getting rid of him while there is an opportunity is not a mistake, right? But Tade, a great orc warrior, would definitely not want him to kill him, because then he would take away his chance to personally take revenge. Reinhardt said, gritting his teeth, that Tahid would definitely be angry with him. He thought that it was his duty to ensure that they had a fair duel. The protagonist said that he would spare his life. Cyrus shouted angrily.
Why is that?
Reinhardt said, looking at him with anger, that he must live and gain strength for the sake of his friend, Tahid. The protagonist thought that in his past life, Tahid had fought against Cyrus many times. These fights made both stronger as befits rivals. Perhaps, Cyrus has some merit in the fact that Tahid became a great warrior. If he kills him now, he can break his friend's future. So, this guy is Tahid's prey. Cyrus looked at the back of the protagonist as he left, and then screamed in anger, hitting the ground with his sword using blue aura. Lot looked at the Golden Knight's brother in fear, after a while in the forest. Tilla asked with a smile, turning to Reinhardt, is he back yet? The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said with a smile that he was glad that they were all safe. Sillin said disapprovingly that thanks to his failure, they got a lot of unforgettable feelings. Of course, he knew that many trials awaited him when he stepped on the pilgrim's path, but he would never have thought that he would end up behind bars. Reincarnated said that he apologized to him for this. Sillin said, looking at him disapprovingly, that nothing bad happened to them and he believed that it was not without the help of the goddess. But next time he should think about Cirrus. She is a beautiful elf. Many bad things could have been done to her. Suddenly the protagonist came up to her and shouted right in her face. Is she okay? They didn't touch her, did they? Sillin chuckled, while Cirrus said that she was fine. The knights were more civilized than she expected. Reincarnated got nervous and thought, looking at her, that it was just luck. He really should be more careful in the future. Cirrus asked if he managed to get the item. The protagonist said that he managed to get the relic. Tiller asked what is the use of it. It doesn't look useful for a warrior at all. Reincarnated said that he himself doesn't know what the item is for. His mentor just told him to bring it. They should be on their way already. At this time in the ruined castle, Burj was dragging a log and asked, is he serious? Abram picked up a stone and said that he saw it with his own eyes. The Tense family finally had an aura owner. Then inside the surviving part of the castle, Yusa said that everyone was talking about Cyrus. Now he laughed and asked, so he had discovered the aura in himself. Yusa got angry and asked why such power went to someone like him. He was the son of an ordinary woman without a noble lineage. He thought that in the end, the owner of the aura was Cyrus, to whom their father always treated well, and the elders who praised him to his face and behind his back cried that there were no owners of the aura left in the family, and even they received their desired gift. The presence of the owner of the aura can greatly increase the status of their family. However, what about him? Eustace looked at the magic armor and sword and asked, did he decide to take away his title? He grabbed the sword with his hand and said, changing his face, that only he can be the true sword of the Tense family. Sometime later, on a cliff near the Tense family castle, Cyrus looked at the sunset and thought, laughing, that all he did was awaken an aura in himself, and it seemed like the whole world had turned upside down. He said with a smile that he didn't have enough power yet, but it was only a matter of time. Someday he would be able to compete with him. Cyrus clenched his hand into a fist and thought, smiling, that this was just the beginning. Soon he would become a true swordsman of the Tense family. Eustace asked, holding a sword in his hand. Why was he so pleased? He had lost the fight. Cyrus looked at his brother in surprise. Eustace asked, so he awakened an aura. He smiled and asked, maybe he would show him this power. Cyrus grabbed the sword and covered it with a blue aura. Eustace said that it looked beautiful. Cyrus happily thought, did he accept it too? He recognized him as a swordsman of the Tense family. Suddenly, Eustace pierced his brother with a sword right in the chest. Cyrus looked at his brother's angry expression and wondered why he did it. Eustace shouted furiously that his blade should ring and tremble with the blood of his enemies. Cyrus thought that he clearly wanted to kill him. Eustace gritted his teeth and said with a gleam in his eyes that the Tense family could only wield one sword and it could not be the son of a lowly woman. Cyrus blocked his brother's blow. Suddenly, the knights screamed. Was there an explosion? Was there another attack? Cyrus fell off the cliff into the river and Eustace gritted his teeth and thought, cursing, that life was unpredictable. There were hundreds of stories about how a loyal hero falls into the river, survives, and then returns to take revenge. He said that he had no choice but to prepare for such an eventuality. Lot shouted, what was the matter? Eustace shouted that his brother was to blame. He attacked him in an attempt to gain the position of the head of the Tense family. Lot stared at the wounded Golden Knight in surprise and said that it was simply unbelievable. No wonder they say that an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The knights shouted indignantly. And why did someone like him get such a talent? Lot asked where he went. Eustace said that he parried his blow in time and he got wounded in the stomach and fell into the river, and it is not a fact that he will be able to survive after that. He grinned and thought that if he manages to survive, then this will not be a problem for him. Even the owner of the aura is not able to resist the power of the sword, Eldred. Lot shouted that they must find him. He must be somewhere nearby. Eustace thought that this is why it is so important to have connections. After some time in the forest, Cyrus asked, turning to the main character, how did he meet Tila? Reincarnated said that after he fell into the river, the dwarves helped him out a lot. Cyrus asked in surprise, did the dwarves help a human? The protagonist became embarrassed and said that they have a prophet there, Alpot, who claims to be the savior of the dwarf race. Cyrus looked at him in shock. Tila said, with a smile, that he was telling the truth. He really was declared the savior by their god. That's why she trusted this man and helped him in his travels. Selin asked if dwarves had gods. Reincarnated said that they even had priests. Didn't he know that? Tila said irritably that people just thought that they were born slaves and were not worthy of God's protection. The protagonist looked at Scylla and said that the dwarves believed in a god. Scylla asked if he was sure he wasn't an evil god. Reinhardt asked if he knew what bad this god had done. He thought that in this world there are Sigar and 12 gods. Among them there are 2 more gods that are not very well known. Elida, the goddess of the elves, and Alpot, the god of the dwarves. Although people equate the god Alpot with evil, but he is sure that even Scylla will not say that he did bad. Suddenly Cyrus shouted that they should look at this. She may be wrong, but she seemed to see a man there. Cyrus was unconscious in the river. Then when they took him out of the river, Scylla used his powers to heal him. Reinhardt thought, "Why is he here? He is also seriously injured." Scylla asked, "Does he know him?" The protagonist said that it depends on what point of view you look at it from. He thought, "Is this also part of the prophecy?" Sometime later, on the way to the Great Forge, Cyrus woke up and asked why he was in the cart. He thought that his brother Eustace was a great authority for him. He tried his best not to embarrass him. He hoped that once he became capable enough, his brother would acknowledge him. However, he had no intention of doing so. He laughed and then the protagonist asked, "Was he awake yet? How was he feeling?" Cyrus got out of the carriage and asked, "Were they the ones who saved him?" Reinhardt said that he was almost dead when he was floating in the river, and they pulled him out. Cyrus asked, "Where are they now?" The protagonist said that they are now in Baron Wade's domain. It had been 3 days since the incident at Kelburn Castle. He smiled and said, looking at him, that at first they wanted to drag him to the nearest tavern so that they could provide him with medical assistance until he came to his senses. But Scylla said that his wound was too deep and a mediocre doctor would be powerless. Scylla said that he was lucky to have an aura. If it weren't for that, even he wouldn't have been able to help. It was only because of that power that he managed to survive. Cyrus's expression changed, and he thought that his brother had done it. Reinhardt said that he didn't want to mention it openly, but they had saved his life so he could be more polite to them, even if he couldn't give out words of gratitude. They had even spent money on a carriage for his sake. Reinhardt became nervous and said, bowing, that he was very grateful to them for saving him. The protagonist crossed his arms and said, looking at the priest, that the carriage hadn't been bought with his money. It was all Scylla, so he should thank him for that. Reinhardt smiled and thought that maybe it was for the best that the Holy Sword was now in their debt. Even if they became enemies in the future, he wouldn't dare kill his savior like in his past life. He asked if he was okay now, then he probably wanted to go home. Maybe he wants to take some money for the journey. Cyrus sighed heavily and said that they should listen to him. After a while, they set up camp in the forest and lit a fire. Cyrus said that the road back was now closed to him. He was sure that he had already been declared a traitor who attacked the heir out of greed. The protagonist thought that in his past life, Cyrus had officially challenged his brother to a duel right after he gained an aura. That was the first time he heard about Eustace. Apparently he had influenced the course of history again. Reinhardt asked what his plans were now. Cyrus looked at the night sky and thought, what should he do now? If he went back he would be called a traitor and branded with shame. He firmly said that his desire was to travel next to them if it did not bother them. The protagonist choked on his food in surprise. They looked at him with astonished eyes. Cyrus said that he wanted to repay the debt for saving him. This would be the right thing to do. His family had abandoned him anyway, so he couldn't pay them back any other way. He could only help them with his own hands. Reinhardt got nervous and said that he didn't have to go that far. Cyrus said that thanks to him he had awakened his aura. If possible, he would like to continue learning from him. The protagonist, dumbfounded, said that he didn't even know anything about him. Cyrus said that it was enough for him that he was the heir to the martial arts. King Reinhardt's face changed, and he thought that in another life, Cyrus had dedicated himself to finding experienced aura users to become stronger. But now he had become a traitor, and now he couldn't go down the same path because of him. This meant that he was left with no choice, and he had to learn martial arts from wandering warriors who had problems with the law, and he just fit the bill. Cyrus said that he swears allegiance to him until the day he himself becomes strong enough. Reinhardt gritted his teeth and thought, is this really happening now that the Holy Sword is his apprentice? However, he is an incredibly talented warrior. Of course it would be right for him to change Cyrus into an ally, and it would be nice to convert them all. But the hero Alex and the Holy Ellie might not even be born yet. The issue with Teslin was obviously decided, so the only one left was Jay the Light Mage. However, this bastard is very cunning. He would not take him even if he begged for it. After all, he was the one who killed Cyrus, so he does not even want to discuss it. The protagonist crossed his arms and said with a smile that he does not have to swear allegiance. If he really wants to, then he can go on a journey with them. Cyrus smiled and asked if he could treat him like an elder. Reinhardt asked how old he is. Cyrus said he was 27 years old. The protagonist said he was only 23. Cyrus looked at him with astonished eyes. Sometime later in the castle, Eustace knelt down and said, turning to the Silver Sage, that he was sorry for what had happened. The Silver Sage crossed his arms behind his back and said that he had disappointed him. He had been given all the information he needed, and he had not been asked for much. However, this task had proven to be beyond his capabilities. Or had he simply overestimated his capabilities? Eustace gritted his teeth and thought that he could not say anything in his defense. Even the most powerful mages could not teleport to his chambers, and he calmly sent his projection here. How powerful were they? He bowed and said that it was entirely his fault. He was ready to bear his punishment, but he asked for mercy for his Tense family. The Silver Sage said that the future of the Tense family was unenviable. Eustace shouted that he was asking for mercy, and not to harm his family. The Silver Sage disappeared from Eustace's room. After a while, Teslan said that he had put a lot of effort into this plan, but it was all in vain. He should not have relied on this golden knight, so he was pushed back by the holy sword in the past. Suddenly, a servant said that the Duke wanted to see him. After a while, Teslan asked, turning to the Duke, "Is there something he wants to talk about?" Reincarnated, the Duke of the Grime Kingdom, asked why he used the holy symbol. He is undoubtedly an amazing youth. No one in history has awakened an aura before the age of 20. His magical power is truly impressive, and his gift of foresight has been invaluable in protecting humanity. Thanks to all this, he was recommended to the Silver Sages, despite his young age and lack of experience. They accepted him, deciding that it was worth it. In other words, his presence here was not so much a credit to his current contribution, but to his future potential. Teslan said with a smile that he understood this and begged his forgiveness. Iron said that there would be no disciplinary action for him for using the sacred symbol, because he had not caused them any trouble. But he must remember his position here. He turned away from him and said to Teslan that this time he was forgiven. And then Ironhead looked at him and said that more accurately they forgave Teslan. Teslan thought that the Silver Sages were the protectors of humanity, who controlled content from the shadows. Their power was enough to attribute the rise or fall of an entire country. The problem was that he was still at the very bottom of the ranks. Then he said that this was a curse. He had joined them with difficulty, but this was only the beginning of his long journey. Teslan thought that the Demon King, who made the whole world tremble with fear, had reincarnated in a hardened body with the memories of a great magician. Then who would be able to leave him? Would anyone be able to leave the nightmare he was preparing to bring down on their heads again? He had to stop him before he fully regained his magical powers. He said irritably that he had managed to obtain the relic, the voice of Elysian, and that it was simply a disaster. Teslan thought that there was still hope, however. Even though he was the Demon King, it would be difficult for him to fully master magic again. He said that he had no choice but to become much stronger. He remembered Jade saying that it was thanks to the artifacts, the voice of Elysian, and the relic of the four symbols that the Demon King had become so powerful. He had to get them before him. Teslan got angry and thought that they would still see who would defeat whom. The Demon King Reincarnated, sometime later in the forest. Cyrus looked at his companions and thought that they were a very strange company. He had not understood them from the beginning. Instead of dumping all the road chores on an elven slave, they drew lots. He remembered asking the protagonist why he did not entrust this matter to the slaves. Reinhardt said that they might be slaves to the whole world, but he did not intend to treat them as such. They were his friends, and he would treat them accordingly. If he did not agree with him, then he could simply leave, and there would be no hard feelings between them. Cyrus thought that he had heard rumors that among the true masters of martial arts, there were many strange people, although for him this was not a serious problem. No matter how strange the teacher was, he would faithfully follow him until he himself became a skilled swordsman. He opened his eyes and thought that he should do everything as his teacher said, but he wondered what he was doing there. He doesn't practice meditation to gain enlightenment in the field of martial arts, does he? At this time, the protagonist sat in the carriage and held the relic in his hands, and then he said with a sigh that since his mana had recovered, he should try to activate the reaction again. Reinhardt used the artifact and launched the first level trial for beginners. The protagonist appeared inside the relic and said that he was already tired of this virtual space. Maybe he should change the scenery here. He really wants to transform this space. Suddenly, many girls appeared nearby, and Reinhardt thought with a satisfied smile that this moment should stop, because he thinks it is beautiful. The system's sounded that it welcomes him in a magical beat. The protagonist shouted using the spell air bullets that the wind should turn into projectiles and hit his enemies. Then he used fire arrows and thought with clenched teeth that their number is growing. He can't handle this speed, the girls shouted irritably. What's the matter? He should try harder. Is this all he can do? Reinhardt thought they were teasing him in the ancient language. Damn it. He couldn't stop The girls shouted disapprovingly. He missed three. How could he miss so many on easy mode? The protagonist got nervous and thought maybe he should switch to training mode altogether. A system sounded, congratulating him on completing the test. Reinhardt tiredly said that he somehow managed it. The girls happily shouted that they congratulated him. He did it, and it was simply amazing. They think he's cool. After some time in the carriage, Reifenhart said that the artifact the voice of Allison is indeed effective, but there are too many useless options in this item. He thought that the artifact the voice of Allison was used for training back in the Silver Age. This artifact allows you to choose many different settings for the type of location. Complement the scene with music and beautiful girls who will cheer you up, and when you complete a level, you are awarded points. Simply put, this is a training artifact that also motivates him to work. But he wonders how much the people of the Silver Age hated studying if they invented such an artifact. Were they just lazy? Or did knowledge come so easily to them that even such a dubious method worked for them? The protagonist held the artifact in his hand and said that he did not understand why such an item even existed in this world. He smiled and thought that, however, with this artifact he would be able to significantly increase his mana supply, despite Teslan's meager intelligence. Reifenhart chuckled and said that although it cannot be compared with his previous intelligence. Suddenly, Sillin shouted, calling the protagonist that he should take a look at this. They reached Stralsund. Then Reifenhart thought that Stralsund was a military and commercial hub where all the northern trade routes intersected. After a while, the clerk said with a smile, handing over the documents, that here was all the information he had requested from them. But first he had to sign. The protagonist thought that he had finally managed to get the story of his real body. Basically, he had gone crazy at the age of 16 due to some mental problems, when he claimed that he was not Reifenhart, but his name was Teslan. Now everything fell into place for him. In his real body, the martial arts king Teslan himself had been reborn. He said irritably that he had hoped that he was wrong in his judgments. Reifenhart thought that it was also written here that Teslan left the magical tower of Delphius at the age of 20 and was never heard from again. Most likely they had simply lost track of him. It was a difficult task for an ordinary trading company to learn more about him. In his past life, he officially became a mage at the age of 30. And it wasn't because of his skills, but because the tower's management didn't want him to leave them. He asked, but how did Teslan manage to leave then? The protagonist thought that more information was needed after all. He should find some talented mercenary from the Taubon Trading Union. After a while, Cyrus asked, are they already leaving Stralsund? The protagonist created a fireball in his hand and said, that's exactly it. They have a lot to prepare, so they are leaving tomorrow morning. He looked at Cyrus and thought that it was time to tell them about their true goal. After some time at the inn, Selen happily said that at first he thought Reifenhart was a local village idiot, but then he took off his shirt and defeated a huge demon, and he looked really cool at that moment. Cyrus shouted with a smile that he didn't expect anything less from him. He hides his strength, a real benefactor. Selen said with a smile that he did not know if Reifenhart was doing this out of good intentions, but he probably had a reason to hide his powers. The protagonist's face changed and he thought about what he should do. Should he even take Selen and Cyrus with him to the Great Forge? However, they were his friends now. Reifenhart said, crossing his arms, that they should have a serious talk. There was no relic of the Silver Age where they were going, Cyrus asked. Then they would not go to the Settlard Mountain. The protagonist said that they should go there anyway, but he was sure that they were curious about their true destination. And before he told them about it, he had to tell them about his dream of his whole life. And that was his goal. Firstly, he did not think that elves, dwarves, or orcs should be slaves. Secondly, he would like everyone else to think the same way as he did. He wants to create exactly this kind of world, where there will be no place for slavery. Cyrus, dumbfounded, said that he did not understand him. Does he really want elves and dwarves to become wild animals again? Tilla looked at Cyrus angrily. Reifenhart said that they are not so different. They have their own minds, emotions, and thoughts. He should not talk about them, as if they were some kind of animals. Cyrus rubbed the back of his head with his hand puzzled. The protagonist thought that most people would hear in his words a request to consider cows and pigs equal. The only difference that people see between the same cows, pigs, and intelligent races is the ability to talk. Selen said, with a smile, that this is very similar to him. Does this mean that he wants to change this world? His goal is not only to grant freedom to slaves, is it? The protagonist said that he really wants to achieve more, and he will achieve this, even if the whole world rises up against him. So he has to ask them if they are ready to continue the journey with him. Selen said with a smile that he is definitely ready. Naturally, he does not fully share his dream. To be honest, his dream is very unrealistic in his opinion, but he also finds it strange that intelligent races are treated like slaves, and he really thinks they are very talented creatures. And elves, dwarves, and orcs are also divided by gender, and he has to preach the goddess Philinance to them all. He wants to become the first person in history to convert other species to his faith. Reifenhart said that his people might hate him, and what if he was forced to attack the nobles to free all the slaves? Silion said that for a great cause, it was permissible. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that it was a crime. Selen said that then he would simply close his eyes at that moment. Cyrus became nervous and said that frankly he did not understand what they were talking about. However, he swore allegiance to him. His path was now his path. The protagonist thought that these were the words of a true knight. He said with a smile that all he had to do was keep it a secret. What he would tell them next must remain strictly between them. The place they were heading to was the Great Forge. There was a temple of Alpat there, and this was the god that all the dwarves worshipped. After a while, Tilla rushed into the attack and finished off the monster with one blow of her sword. Cyrus screamed in anger, striking the monster with his sword. How dare a lesser creature like this try to attack a man blessed by Seer? The protagonist warmed up his hands and thought that the gnomes are able to establish a connection with the earth, to temporarily increase their strength indicator, and Cyrus is the owner of the aura. Therefore, the ogres are not opponents for them. On their way, they beheaded many monsters and animals. Then Silling said that there are many monsters here. Even in the ancient ruins, things are better. Reifenhart said that this is why no one comes here. And for the same reason, the dwarves decided to build their temple here. Cyrus tiredly asked if they can really survive here. He does not want to say that he does not trust him, but he finds it hard to believe. The protagonist destroyed the monster with his ability and said that he should follow it, and then he will understand everything himself. After a while, Reifenhart attacked the flying monsters and thought that these were not ordinary griffins but phantoms. He must find the real one among them. He shouted, turning to Cyrus, that he was now using a spell and he must cover him. The protagonist cast a spell and his words dispelled the illusions that enveloped the surrounding space, and illuminated everything around with a bright green glow. Cyrus said that he could not get used to this magic of his. Sillen said that he was surprised no less than him. Just recently his magical skills were terrible, although he still had little stamina. Reifenhart shouted, looking at them. What are they doing? His mana is already running out. They must hurry. Cyrus smiled and thought that sometimes he was even cute. She asked, turning to Tilla, how much longer they had to go. Tilla said that, as a rule, the journey takes about 2 weeks. Cyrus asked, dumbfounded, 2 whole weeks. They will have to fight monsters for 2 weeks, non-stop. The protagonist said that they, by the way, will not go the usual way. Tilla asked in surprise, what is he talking about? The protagonist smiled and said that they will take a shortcut. They will be able to get there in 1 day, so they should cheer up. The next day, Reifenhart pointed his index finger at the entrance to the mountain and said that they were there. Cyrus said that these are ancient ruins from the Silver Age. The protagonist said that he understood correctly. These are the ruins of Demine. Cyrus asked how he knew about this path. Reifenhart became nervous and said that there were rumors about this place, and he heard about them. Cyrus looked at him closely and thought that she did not understand him at all. What was he thinking? And how does he feel about her? And especially how does she feel about him? Cyrus took the sword in his hand and said that he would go in first. They should stick behind him. Suddenly, the protagonist opened a secret passage, and it said that they would go a different way. Cyrus asked, dumbfounded, how did he do that? Reifenhart crossed his arms and said, his face changing, that his mentor had explored this place during his wild youth. He had learned a lot from him. Cyrus looked at him suspiciously. The protagonist became nervous and thought that he continued to give ridiculous excuses every time he caught her looking at him. Cyrus thought, where did such details come from? If earlier he said that he had heard rumors and now it turns out that his mentor had been here, it was as if he himself had already been here before. Reifenhart asked with a smile, are they ready to go? Sillen looked around and asked, is this the Great Forge? Tilla said that this was very different from what she had heard from her relatives. The protagonist touched the wall with the inscriptions with his hand and said that this was the ancient language of Hokril. He missed this language. And then he destroyed the wall with a blow of his hand. Cyrus shouted in surprise. Why did he do that? Suddenly, they were all blinded by a bright flash which scared them quite a bit. And then they found themselves in a huge hall. Tilla said that this was the Temple of Alpat. Were they really in that great forge? Silon said that he had heard that among the buildings of the Silver Age, there were truly amazing structures. Cyrus said that he expected nothing less from the Silver Age. They, in fact, teleported a distance equal to 15 days of travel. Silon pointed his index finger at the destruction and asked, turning to the protagonist, it was not they who broke it, right? Reifenhart said that they really did break it. Silon asked in surprise, was he not embarrassed at all? The protagonist said that everything would be fine. And then he fell silent and thought that he came to the Great Forge, following the memories that he had preserved from his past life. Then he also slightly battered this temple. But there were no consequences because Olpot gave a detailed prediction about it. But now everything is no different. The dwarves shouted that the temple was being destroyed by intruders. Reifenhart thought that if there had been changes in Oldupot's prophecy, the dwarves would definitely get it wrong. They shouted, grabbing weapons in their hands, that they must destroy them. The protagonist laughed nervously, while the rest of his companions looked at him sullenly. The dwarves shouted, aiming their crossbows, that they should be ready to open fire. Then Cyrus shouted, hiding behind the rubble. And where are they going in such a hurry? As soon as they saw them, they immediately took up weapons. The protagonist grabbed his head with his hands and asked, "Did he really count on tea? When people stumble into someone else's house to drink tea, do they destroy the walls along the way?" Silon shouted irritably, "So why did he do it then?" Reifenhart said that it was really his fault, and he agreed with it. Silon scared and said that they were downright furious. Cyrus said that it was just like fathers who found a boy in their daughter's bedroom. The protagonist said that it couldn't be said more accurately. They didn't destroy anything special, only one part of the wall. Suddenly, Cyrus used his aura and shouted, holding a sword in his hands. "How dare lesser beings threaten human?" Reifenhart shouted, turning to Cyrus that he should stop. Cyrus looked at his teacher in shock. The protagonist raised his hands and shouted that they should listen to them because they did not want this fight. The dwarves rained arrows at him, which bounced off his body. The dwarf shouted in anger that he was a monster. The arrows did not even scratch him, and he's just making fun of them, because he knows perfectly well that the arrows are no threat to him. The protagonist got nervous and said that it wasn't about that at all. He shouted that they were sons of the earth, capable of hearing the voice of truth. They were not their enemies. Reifenhart gritted his teeth and thought that they should understand that he wasn't lying to them. After all, the dwarves are essentially walking lie detectors due to their connection with the earth. They shouted, "Why aren't humans their enemies? Then who are they and why did they come here?" The protagonist thought that these words would make him very uncomfortable. He shouted that he was recognized as the savior of their kind, who was mentioned in the prophecy of the god Alp. Sullen blushed and asked how he could say that, with such confidence. He was ashamed of him. Reifenhart became embarrassed, and shouted that he should shut up. He himself was not happy about it. Then the protagonist shouted that he had come to see the great priest Macallan as the leader of the Steel Hammer tribe had told him. Cyrus said that they would never believe his words. Suddenly the dwarves joyfully surrounded the protagonist and shouted that he was their savior. The good man was already here. They were glad to meet him. Why did he break in here if he could have entered through the front door? Sullen looked shocked and said that their behavior had completely changed. After a while, Reifenhart thought that the Great Forge was a city that was located 30 meters below Mount Settelard. This is a huge cave with an area of 2 kilometers and a height of 30 to 50 meters, and there is also a hot spring here. In this city, the vaults are crowned with special geothermal stones, equidistant from each other at a distance of 100 meters. They radiate light and warmth in this city. Polvart is a dwarf, a resident of the city. The Great Forge said that all their great masters gather here, and a little further is the main residence of the dwarves. Simon looked around in surprise and asked how they had built all this. He knew the dwarves were talented builders, but he had never seen such structures. Cyrus said he didn't understand it. Didn't it take an incredible number of dwarves to create such a miracle? If there were so many of them, why didn't they even try to free their fellows from slavery? Salin smiled and asked if he too had now begun to think that it was wrong to deprive others of freedom. Cyrus asked what he was talking about. Silon said that if he hadn't had such thoughts in his head, he wouldn't have asked such questions. Cyrus thought for a moment, and closed his eyes, and the dwarves said that the Great Forge was a former ruin from the Silver Age. They had only done some interior finishing work here. Cyrus said that he then understood how they had managed to do it. The protagonist said that the dwarves had already inhabited the cave at that time. Cyrus asked, calling him a teacher, how did he know about this? Reifenhart said that the doorways here were obviously low. In other words, the dwarves had been a prosperous enough race in the Silver Age to have built a city like this, which was impossible if they were born into slavery, right? He looked at Cyrus and thought, with a smile, that he could hardly understand all this, considering the environment in which he had grown up. Polvart said that they could settle down here and that supper would be served soon. Isilian blushed and shouted, as Cyrus walked through the doorway, that he too wished he had to stoop when he walked through doorways here. After a while, they sat at the table on which their food was served. Xylin asked what kind of meat this was. Polvaret said it was basilisk liver. Cyrus frowned and said that elves were vegetarians, so she would refuse this dish. Xylin shouted that she ate meat with all her heart yesterday. Cyrus kicked him under the table. Cyrus said it was very tasty. Why were they acting like that? The dwarf said it might taste strange, but it was a very noble food and good for your health. Xylin asked what kind of health exactly. Polvart became embarrassed and said it was for men's health. They didn't know how to explain it any other way. Cirrus looked at Xylin and Cyrus with disapproval, and she asked, so it was for men's health? Tilla became gloomy and said they were monsters. Then a dwarf woman came in and said that the savior was being called to the central tower. The protagonist said they could rest and he would be back soon. After a while, Polvart said he had to go up the stairs. Reifenhart asked if only those with permission were allowed to go up there, although that wasn't surprising considering who the great saint was. Polvart said that wasn't true at all. He was just too lazy to go up there with him. After some time, the protagonist entered the hall of the central tower. Mashal and Pothammerlein The high priest of all pots said that he was glad to welcome here the savior called the Oracle. Reifenhart looked at the dwarf and thought that it was true Mashalin. And then he remembered the past when he was at the destroyed throne. The protagonist said, turning to Teslin, that the king of martial arts is strong. Teslin said that they will defeat him, the king of demons. Reifenhart. Everything will end today for him. He will take responsibility for freeing intelligent races from his evil spell. The king of martial arts rushed to attack the king of demons, and he shouted that he must disappear because he is just a nightmare of this continent. The protagonist shouted using a spell that he will change the laws of life to deceive the eye of fate. Reifenhart used his abilities to return to the past. Suddenly Teslin in the body of the protagonist opened his eyes. He asked, did he really fall asleep? He only closed his eyes for a moment. He was not doing enough. Teslin thought that he had worked endlessly for the past 6 years. He was able to awaken his aura at the age of 20, even with such a skinny body, and used this power to threaten the mages of the Delphic Tower. Thus, he received the official status of a mage, after which he built connections with those who would gain power in the future, and he even successfully became a member of the Silver Sages. Everything went according to his plan, he said looking out the window at the sky, that he was afraid that he still could not defeat the Demon King with only his aura and fifth circle spells. Teslin thought that he was probably stronger than him. After all, his real body is much stronger and more powerful on its own, and he did not even know how much magic the Demon King had restored. He said that most likely the Demon King was busy searching for his subordinates and trying to regain his lost power. Teslin said that he too should find a loyal and powerful companion. With such he will be able to crush the Demon King after some time in the central tower of the city of the Great Forge. The protagonist thought, looking at the priest Alpat, that this is his most loyal ally and friend on whom he can rely, and he is also a respected and reliable teacher for him. Reifenhart said, turning to Mashalin, that they have not seen each other for a long time. Mashalin said that he told the truth, but it is so strange. Have they met before? He has not left this place for more than 50 years. The protagonist said that perhaps he cannot understand it so easily. However, their meeting took place 10 years after that day. Mashalin became nervous and wondered if the savior has lost his mind. Reifenhart said, sighing heavily, that he asks him to listen to him to the end first, and then he looked at him seriously and said that he moved in time. The protagonist told Mashalin everything, how he traveled across the continent when he was a great magician, how he made friends with intelligent races while searching for a way to comprehend the 10th circle of magic, how they fought with people for freedom, and how he was declared the king of demons in the Antares Empire, unleashed a war and met his end there. He said that he understood that it all sounded very dubious. However, he told the whole truth, and whether to believe him or not is his choice. Mashalin said that he had a hard time believing it, although he saw that he was not being lied to. If he did not know the prophecy of Alpat, he would have decided that the savior had gone crazy. However, can he test him? He wants to personally check whether his time travel is true, or whether the savior has gone crazy. If he really was one of his loyal comrades and they were close, then he probably told him one thing. Therefore, he wants to ask him directly. The priest Alpat stroked his beard with his hand, and asked what color his beard was. Reifenhart smiled and thought, so this is his test. And then he said with a smile that he has no beard. He walked around with a false beard even at the age of 30. He is not changing himself at all. Mashalin took off the false beard and said that it was a nuisance to him. Then he smiled and asked, so he probably knows why he has no beard. The protagonist said that he received such a blessing from the god Alpat. In the world of the dwarves, a luxurious beard is a sign of masculinity. Dwarves can be bald, but not having a beard is a disgrace to their race. However, he could not grow a beard. No matter how great his divine powers and leadership qualities were, without a beard he would not be as respected as he is now. Mashalin said that even the dwarves could not recognize that his beard was false. Therefore, he believed in his words. He called him here because he wanted to give him advice, but since he already knew everything, there was only one thing left. He knelt down and said that in the name of all the dwarves who worshipped Alpat, he, the great priest of the dwarf god, swears his loyalty to the savior Reifenhart. The protagonist thought that he hoped that in this life he would be able to repay their loyalty. Reifenhart said that he could rise. Then he thought that this was not quite true. He simply had to succeed this time. The protagonist said, turning to Mashalin, that he was wrong. Now his advice was needed more than ever. Reifenhart thought that he had already suffered one defeat. He had tried to solve problems by force and it all ended in enmity with humanity. He must not repeat his mistakes again. The protagonist then said that he had taken slaves from Chiton and provided them with an education. If everything went according to his plan, other slavers would also start educating their slaves. Mashalin said that this sounded good. If people gradually began to change their perception of them, then there would be hope for a brighter future. However, significant changes were unlikely to occur for hundreds of years. Elves and dwarves lived a long time. But would he not be old by the time the turning point came? Reifenhart said that this was indeed a problem for him. The protagonist activated his magic and said that he had tried to restore his magical abilities. He had also been able to gain power that he did not have in his previous life. Therefore, he would be able to rebuild the empire again, and become a terrifying demon king again. However, he was afraid that by doing so he would only repeat his past mistake. The only thing he could achieve this way was to become a symbol of fear for the people again. He did not want to stain the continent with blood again. Reifenhart looked at Madeline, and he asked if he understood his worries. Matalin closed his eyes and said that he could see the problem as a whole now. And then he looked at him with a serious look, and said that he underestimated this world. The protagonist looked at the dwarven priest with astonished eyes. Matalin said that the reason for his defeat was not because he used force, only because he used only brute force. The world is not as simple as he might think. If brute force does not work, then it means that he must try something else. He must answer. Does he hate people? Reifenhart said that he does not hate them. Matalin asked, then does he like people? The protagonist said that he does not like people. Madeline said that he thought the same about him. He did not have any friends among people in his past life. Did he? Apparently, he himself neglected such an opportunity because he cared too much about other species. Reifenhart looked at the dwarven priest in surprise. Madeline asked seriously, otherwise why was there not a single human in his army in the past? The protagonist became nervous and said that he could not trust humans because they fought each other. Madeline asked, then why did he not allow humans to govern his empire? Reifenhart said that he could not rely on humans. Elves and dwarves are not prone to corruption, and were more suitable for this. In addition, dwarves can use the skill voice of truth, so they are better suited for such work. The protagonist, with horror on his face, said that he thought it was the right decision. Matalin said that he did not give humans political freedom. Some of them were citizens of his empire, but they did not have any rights there, right? Reifenhart said, his face changing, that he thought it would be better for everyone. Madeline said that now he understood why he was called the Demon King. The protagonist nervously asked why he was called that. Madeline said that such a life would only suit naive peasants. But what about those who are aware of their status? A Demon King does not become one by leaving behind piles of corpses and drinking blood. He is a powerful being who does not take into account everything around him, and he only listens to the voices of those he likes. And he only moves this world along the path that he personally prefers. He really wanted the best, but he definitely became a Demon King due to his own ignorance. Didn't he tell him that from his past life? The protagonist grabbed his head with his hand and said that by the time he started working for him, humans were already exterminating the dwarves. He put all his efforts into creating the Antares Empire. Madeline's face darkened and said that then he was in no position to lecture him. Reifenhart asked anxiously, turning to Madeline, what he should do. Madeline said that his biggest in his past life was that he saw the situation as a confrontation between humanity and other species. But humans are not at all against fighting against each other, and without the intervention of other races, they do not even need to do anything. They cannot give in to greed. This is the advice he gives him, and now he will think it over carefully. After some time, the roar of the dragon, which was tied up by the dwarves, was heard in the snowy mountains. Suddenly, Cyrus attacked the dragon, using the skill 7 choppers. He thought irritably that he should hone this skill better. He was trying to imitate the teacher's skill. Chi, bullet. Cyrus used her weapon Nylon and launched a magic arrow at the monster, and then she shouted that this dragon is too big. Their attacks do not work against this monster. After a while, Cardamoth, a dwarf with an axe in his hands, rushed to attack the dragon. He used his powers and chopped off the monster's head with one blow. Cardamoth proudly said that a feast awaits them today. Cyrus said in shock that he had no idea that there were aura owners among the dwarves. Salen said in surprise that the dwarves did not even have one aura owner. He thought that they had 3 aura owners. Cyrus got nervous and thought that according to rumors, the dwarves have some serious powers for a small people. But this was just an incredible sight. Then the protagonist thought that they had been in the city of the Great Forge for a month. There were some small cultural differences between them and the dwarves, but even a month was enough to adapt. The most amazing thing was the presence of aura owners in such a place. Cyrus was very shocked by this, but he hoped to learn something from them. The snowstorms in the Great Forge territory were becoming more severe. After a while, Scylan happily shouted that he had become a whole centimeter taller. Cyrus said that this was great news. Cyrus smiled and said that she congratulated him on this achievement. The dwarves asked, why are they so happy? Do people really measure their worth by their height? Tilla said that they valued the addition of shoulder width. Cyrus asked where his teacher was now. Cylon said that he was most likely in the tower. Cyrus asked why he was there again. Cylon said that he would like to find out for himself what he was doing there. After some time in the central tower, The protagonist thought that the giant steel tower in the center of the Great Forge is the place where the geothermal stones are controlled. This is considered the sun in the heart of the city, and is called Magrim. Reifenhart smiled, and said that the Silver Age was truly wonderful. He thought that usually enslaved species quickly lost their traditions. Naturally, since then, much magical knowledge has been lost. But the teachings of Alpat have been successfully passed down through generations, through sculptures, as well as its sacred relic Magrim. The protagonist said that Magrim was considered the heart of the city, the Great Forge for good reason. Reifenhart thought that the influence of a god on the world was determined by the number of believers. But because the status of the dwarves had wavered, Alpat's influence on the world had currently diminished. Therefore, the god of the dwarves only had enough strength to awaken the relic. Magrim, he said, clenching his hands into a fist, that he could do that too. The protagonist activated the golden aura around his body, and thought that Teslan's body was so unfriendly with mana, that no matter how hard he tried, his magical power did not grow. Therefore, he should increase his tolerance to mana with the power of the relic Magrim. Reifenhart said that he would need precise control of his mana, but he would have no difficulty with that. The protagonist thought that in his past life he had subjugated the relic Magrim to his will in just a year, and only his god who created this artifact was capable of this. He was so inspired by the work that he even invented an atomic boost from 10th circle spells. He nervously said that he used one of these to demolish the kingdom of Vasily in one blow. Reifenhart thought that Magrim was a huge accumulation of mana. In order for him to change the very structure of his body with the help of this relic, he must completely merge with this artifact. There should be no impurities left in his mana. He said that he was ashamed of this. The protagonist jumped into the artifact and thought that at least no one was looking at him. If anyone saw him now, he would burn with shame. At this time, the women of the dwarf race were watching the protagonist through the monitor screen. They said that they should look at this bat. He is just like a real bull. They discussed the protagonist with admiration while he absorbed the relic. Magrim. 40 days after arriving at the Great Forge, the protagonist gritted his teeth and chanted the spell, then used the skill Ice Elemental. Reifenhart smiled, and said that he had successfully used the 5th circle summoning spell. He should now work on increasing the mana in his body. He crossed his arms and thought, should he now look for the relic? The 4 symbols. Although it was almost spring, then he should go to Chata. But it wouldn't hurt to stop by Krovin's too, if he wanted to follow Mashelin's advice. So, he would go there first. After a while, Sillin was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. The protagonist said to Sillin that he seemed to have more muscles. Sillin blushed from fatigue and asked, did he really think so? Was it really that noticeable already? Reifenhart became nervous and said that of course it was noticeable already. Sillin smiled and showed off his muscles, and then he asked why he came here. It wasn't even lunchtime yet. The protagonist said that he had finished his business. Sillin asked, would they leave soon then? Reifenhart asked with a smile. Did he really want to stay longer in the Great Forge because he liked being here? Sillin cleared his throat and said that it was not only that, he wanted to spread his teachings among the dwarves. And Cyrus had suddenly had some kind of insight, and had also become isolated, just like him. He even eats only healthy food for a week. The protagonist thought he has awakened the aura in himself not so long ago, and he is already looking for enlightenment. After some time, Cyrus watched the children of the dwarf race play, and she remembered her childhood. She thought that she had long forgotten about her childhood. Suddenly, the protagonist asked, turning to Cyrus, why she was sitting here. Cyrus said that she was looking after the children. They are so carefree. Her face changed, and said that however, hard times will overtake them, and some of them may die before they even have time to grow up. Reifenhart turned to Cyrus with anxiety in his voice. Cyrus said that he should not pay attention to this. Memories of her homeland simply washed over her. The protagonist darkened and thought that her homeland was Phyllis, the farthest territory to the west of the Kingdom of Grime. It is a desert land where people are forbidden to set foot, and the Dunhams, her family, live there. However, technically this is his family too, so they should visit there at least once. He asked with a smile, turning to Cyrus if she would like to visit her family. Cyrus said in surprise that it would take at least 2 months to get there. Reifenhart said that he knew of a faster way so they could go there. Just the 2 of them. After some time, a purple explosion was heard in the desert, and the protagonist appeared from the clouds of smoke, accompanied by his companion. Cyrus said in shock that this was really the land of sorrows. The protagonist smiled and said that he told them that they would get here quickly. With the help of the portal Titan Diamond, they got here in a couple of seconds. Cyrus asked, didn't you need to be at least an archmage to activate the relics of the Silver Age? Reifenhart said that this was just a misconception. Even the magic of the 6th circle would be enough for this, if he correctly indicated the direction for the portal. Cyrus frowned and asked, does his mentor teach him this too? The protagonist nervously said, looking away, that he simply has good friends among the magicians. They taught him that. Cyrus looked at him seriously, but suddenly a monster attacked. Reifenhart reacted instantly and defeated the monster with one blow. He said that it was a sand lizard. They can be found here quite often, and they taste good. The protagonist said, using a spell barrier of darkness, that first he should create a screen from sunlight for them. He used a spell firefield and said that then they should light a fire to cook the meat of this monster. Reifenhart used a spell drain, and he said that after that they should extract water from the blood of the lizard, so that they would also have this in reserve. The protagonist thought that magic was a useful thing. How had he managed without it, until now? Cyrus took the dagger in her hand and said that she would skin the monster. She then cut a piece of meat from the monster and asked if he wanted to try it. Reifenhart asked how long it would take to get to her home from here. He thought he already knew, but she was already suspicious of him. Cyrus said that they would need to walk for about half a day, although she did not think that there was anyone alive there. The protagonist smiled and said that they could not know that Cyrus looked at him with confusion while eating the meat. After a while, they found themselves in the elf's home village. Cyrus looked around and was flooded with memories of her father, telling her that she must grow up to protect her people. How her father praised her when she trained with a sword, and how she herself asked her father to help her as a child. After a while, she looked around the empty settlement and thought, why did she come here? There is no one here. She can no longer remember her family, whom she misses so much. She has forgotten what they looked like, how their voices sounded, how they smelled and breathed. She has forgotten what they called her. She wants to cry, but her tears have dried up like this place 50 years ago. The protagonist became very nervous and thought, what's going on? In his past, the Dunhams lived here just fine, but now this place is clearly abandoned. Could this be another change in history? He nervously said that he didn't seem to have done anything that could lead to such an outcome. Reifenhart shouted, turning to Cyrus, doesn't she find this place strange? Cyrus asked what's strange here. He hasn't come across abandoned settlements before. The protagonist said that he doesn't mean that. He thinks that something is clearly wrong here. She said that their people lost about 50 years ago. She was sure that the village could have remained the same in all that time. Cyrus looked at him in shock and said that it was impossible if you think about it. The protagonist said that this place looked like someone had been here a couple of weeks ago. Suddenly, Cyrus felt a call for help and looked towards the desert in surprise. Sometime later in the desert, Shalyn said to her sister that she should not show them her weaknesses. Netian agreed with her in horror. Bright gritted his teeth and said that it was a curse. He had put in so much work, and this is all they could get. The bandit said with a smile that if they disappeared, they could make a lot of money from this. Bright shouted angrily that he was an idiot. They would still be in the red once they paid everyone involved. He thought with displeasure that he had given up lucrative deals for this job, and in the end, he would not be able to make money. After meeting Reifenhart, everything went wrong for him. Bright asked, turning to the mage, if he had no way to cope with this heat. Klimser, the mage asked discontentedly. Did he really think that magic was capable of everything? Bright gritted his teeth and said that he had paid him a lot, but he was of no use. Why had he started having a bad streak in his life lately? The bandit said that they were not all returning empty-handed. They still managed to capture 3 as slaves. Bright shouted in rage that children were almost worthless. Especially one of them was a male. Suddenly the bandit shouted that an elf was approaching them. She looked quite adult, and they could make money on this. They should get ready to capture her. Cyrus used her abilities and rushed at them in a rage. After a while, Tessalin was in the room. Felina looked into the room and asked if she could come inside. Was he really looking through them again? Tessalin turned around and said to her that he had already asked her not to ask him stupid questions. He thought that it was his childhood friend Felina. She was the only one who had been on his side, even after he woke up in this body and was declared insane. Without her help, he wouldn't have even awakened his aura. All because of the idiotic prohibitions of the tower. However, he remembered that she was just the Demon King's girlfriend. Felina happily said that his smile reminded her of the past. Tessalin asked what past she was talking about. Felina smiled and said that she meant the past, when he still called himself Reifenhart. Tessalin said that it didn't matter. Did she do what he asked? Felina took out a scroll and said that many people now talk about the king of martial arts, Reifenhart. Isn't that interesting? He has the same name that he had in the past. Tessalin said harshly that he was no longer Reifenhart. Felina said that she remembered it. She just thought it was a funny coincidence. Tessalin asked why she thought it was funny. He thought that the Gold Knight had lost the battle to the new owner of the aura. Apparently it was the work of another clan that was rivaling the Tense clan. Because of this, the martial artist king would become even more famous. Felina said that she did not understand why the martial artist king was so popular. Tessalin said that strength always attracts people. Has she met us as? Felina said that she had seen him. She sent a message and he immediately agreed to meet, as he had told her. Tessalin chuckled and thought that he had written to him about how he should follow the instructions if he wanted to win, to which he briefly replied with an agreement. He said while reading the document that he now had a reliable ally with whom he could defeat the Demon King. Felina said that she found another person who fits his criteria, and that was Stefan, the eldest son of the Altean family from the kingdom of Vasily. Teslin thought that he did not remember such a name. However, it did not matter. Even if he was useless now, he could fix it. Suddenly, he hugged her and said that she was good and he was very grateful to her for her help. Felina blushed and said that it was not difficult for her to do this. Teslin grinned and thought that he would take away everything from the Demon King Reifenhart that he stole from him. In the end, he would be left with nothing. At that moment in the desert, Cirrus struck down a bandit with one blow of her weapon. The bandits shouted, taking up their weapons, that they must capture her. She is not an easy elf. Cirrus deftly dodged the enemy attacks and defeated several opponents with a shortening blow. Bright screamed in horror. Where did she come from? Clinter used a spell and screamed that he was causing heat to fill his palms with power. Let the flames form and fall upon his enemies. Then he attacked the elf with a fire arrow. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared and protected Cirrus with a magical barrier. Reifenhart said that he was finally able to catch up with her. She should not rush at the enemies alone. Then he said, turning to the slavers, that he forbade them to move. Anyone who moves will die on the spot. Bright gritted his teeth and asked why he was here. The protagonist smiled and said that he had already met him when he was still working as a slave hunter. Bright looked at him in horror and thought that so many years had passed since that incident. But he would never be able to forget that day. Who would have known that he remembered it too? Reifenhart said that human memory is truly a great thing, although he is sorry that all this trash is stored in it. He wants to ask him a few questions. Besides these three elves, is there no one else? Bright shouted that he refuses to answer his question. The protagonist looked at him furiously and said that he is waiting for his answer because his miserable life depends on it. Bright got scared and said that there is no one else. Reifenhart asked how many he killed. Bright looked at him, puzzled. The protagonist asked how many elves he killed. Bright looked at him stunned and said that he killed about 40 elves. Reifenhart's face changed and said that he understood everything. Then he furiously shouted, using his abilities, that then he must pay for their blood. Cleanser activated the magical protection and shouted, turning to Bright. What is the matter? Then he thought in horror. Is he really a mage of the same circle as him? But he is very young, right? The protagonist cast a spell and shouted that let the forces from the earth to the sky and from the sky to the earth close and merge into one. Then Reifenhart struck his enemies with chain lightning. Clontar, surrounded by the bodies of his comrades, asked, looking at him in fear, is this all because of the elves? He can take them, the protagonist said, surrounded by a golden aura that they should have all turned to ash by now. Apparently he did not have enough mana. Clanter shouted that he would give it all up. Reifenhart said, raising his fist to strike, that he was not interested in this. Clontar shouted that he was asking him to stop. Why is he doing this? The protagonist looked at him furiously and asked, did he not express himself clearly? Is this retribution for the spilled blood of the elves? Clontar's face changed and asked, were there humans among them? Or were they his elves? They did not know that they had a master. They thought they were savages, so they killed them. Reifenhart said he was wrong. He said he would make them pay specifically for the blood of the elves. Bright shouted in shock, was he really going to take their lives because of some elves? He couldn't understand him. The protagonist asked angrily, did he seriously see anything wrong with killing elves? Their actions and feelings were the same as humans, but he still treated them like wild animals. Clontar said he was just crazy. Reifenhart said, gritting his teeth, that if he was a mage, he knew the answer to the next question. What was the difference between a man and a beast? Clontar said that people knew how to think, they had rational thinking. They were driven by more than just instincts. The protagonist asked then, how are elves any worse? Clontar said that even humans who did not meet these requirements became slaves. How could elves be compared to humans if the former were born slaves? Or was he not satisfied with the slavery system itself? He thinks he's smarter than the rest of the world. Reifenhart remembered Machelin telling him that he underestimated the world. He said that he would never want to live a life of slavery, and if he thought so, everyone else probably felt the same way. Was there anything wrong with that logic? Clontar shouted that he shouldn't judge everyone by himself. That was terribly arrogant of him. The protagonist looked at him furiously and said, grabbing his hand by the throat, that this is really arrogant of him. If he had to follow the logic of society when he realized how terrible it was, then he'd better stay arrogant. The elves looked at him in surprise. Then Cirrus asked as she freed them if they were okay. She was Shaylan, wasn't she? Shaylan looked at Cirrus and she asked, was she Serendi? Cirrus remembered being called by that name as a child. She thought it was the name she was called back home, namely Serendi Owl or Elfiana. She finally remembered her name. Cirrus happily took her childhood friend by the hands and said that she was alive. Shellen said, looking down, that it turned out that she was alive too. And then Shellen waved Cirrus away, who looked at her childhood friend with astonished eyes. Ryder asks, turning to the older sister, did she know her? Shallan said that he should not talk to her. She is a slave of vile humanity. She chose a life without honor and pride. The protagonist said that she is his companion, not a slave. Shallan asked in surprise, how did a person know their language? Reifenhart said that he would not allow anyone to address her like that, even if it was her family. Then he looked at her and said, turning to Cirrus, that she should learn to state her position, because she is not a slave. Cirrus looked at him and asked, is that true? The protagonist asked, has he ever treated her like a slave? Cirrus said that he had never treated her like that. Reifenhart asked if he had ever ignored her opinion. Cyrus said that she could not remember such a case. The protagonist shouted, then why was she belittling herself? Cyrus said, turning politely to Reifenhart, he had never openly said that she was not his slave. Reifenhart became nervous, and then he said that she was no slave. They were equal. She was a free elf. Cyrus looked down and said that she knew that he did not treat elves as slaves. He sincerely believed that other intelligent races were no worse than humans. She understood this well, although she could not fully comprehend it. However, she was sure of one thing. When he looked at her, he saw in her the image of someone else. The protagonist looked at her and thought that he had saved Cirrus. Cirrus said, looking away, that it did not matter. After all, she was just a worthless slave, so he could think of her as he liked. But in that case, he had to treat her as a slave. Reifenhart thought he was proud of having saved her from such an unenviable fate. But that was self-deception. He had saved Cirrus from her previous life, and this time he had simply bought her with money, like a man buys a slave. Cirrus said that he did not have to put sincerity into his words. The protagonist thought that he was just a stranger to her, who had acquired her as a commodity. He was showing unsolicited concern for her. He was singling out her from the others. He insisted that she was not a slave. Cirrus said that she could not accept sincerity that was not meant for her. Reifenhart said to Cirrus that he understood her. Now she was free. She should do as she wished. Although more accurately, he wanted to say that Serendi was free, which meant that what he had said earlier would have a different meaning. The protagonist looked at her and said that she needed to decide whether to stay with him or leave him, and whatever she decided, he would respect her will. Cirrus asked, did he want her to leave? Reifenhart said that was not what he meant. He would like her to stay with him, but he could not hold her back any longer, so he would let her make her choice. Cirrus looked down and said that she needed time to think. Then the protagonist said, turning to Shelyn, could she help this child reunite with her family? He had already said that she was not a slave to him, and therefore he would never reveal their location to anyone else. He only wanted to watch until they got home. Shelyn said with a smile that they could go together. She would be tarnishing the clan's honor if she did not reward her savior. Reifenhart asked in surprise, were she sure about that? Shelyn asked. He would have found their hideout anyway, right? The protagonist said that made sense. Shelyn said that elves always think logically. After a while, Shelyn said, turning to Cirrus, that she asks for her forgiveness and hopes for her understanding. In her situation, she would do the same, right? Cirrus said that perhaps she would make the same decision. Shelyn looked at the protagonist and said that she met a good person. Cyrus said that he really is a good person. Shelyn said with a smile that that is why she told him her name. Cyrus asked, what is she talking about? Shelyn asked, is she mistaken? After all, he only called her by her real name. Cyrus wondered in surprise. How does he know the name that she herself forgot? After some time in the ruins, the elf told the elder that their supplies were running low. Reifenhart, the elder of the Danheim tribe, asked how long the remains would last. It turned out that even if they saved them, it would only last until tomorrow. Have the scouts returned? The elf said that they reported that the people had retreated for now. The elves laid the bodies of their fallen warriors to rest in peace. The elder blessed Rhaegal to embrace their souls. The elf said that they could not stay here any longer. Considering their distance to the village and the current supply of water, they should set out right now. The elder gave the order that he should tell everyone that they were leaving at sunset. But what should they do? Even when they returned to the village, they would not be able to last long there, since their location had already been revealed. He asked Ellie to show them the way. Then suddenly, he saw a caravan in which Shallan, Nitina, and Ryder were, which greatly surprised the elder of the elven tribe. Reifenhart thought that they brought a man with them. Suddenly he shouted that they should not let them pass. The elves grabbed their weapons and shouted that they were forbidden to come here. The protagonist looked at the landed stones next to him and he said, turning to the frightened Cirrus, that she should not be afraid. This was a warning shot. Then Reifenhart picked it up from the sand and he said that these were bullets made from fused sand for a slingshot. Although the work was poorly done, but it seemed to be elemental magic. Cirrus asked, is this really elemental magic? The protagonist said that he was sure of it, because in order to obtain the temperature at which sand melts, although without the world tree they cannot even summon battle spirits. Over the hundreds of years that her tribe has lived here, They have developed a high affinity for the spirits of fire. He is of the same blood as them, so he is also capable of such a thing. This, by the way, is the reason why her skin does not lighten. Although she was taken from the desert 50 years ago, Sirius's face changed and asked. Of course his mentor told him about this, right? The protagonist became nervous and said that a friend of the mentor said this, who has extensive knowledge of the physiology of elves and dwarves. Reinhardt thought that first he should show them that he is not a threat. Then he raised his hands and shouted, addressing the elves. Suddenly, a hail of shells launched by the elves hit the protagonist. The elves shouted in surprise that their attacks do not work against this monster. Reinhardt shouted that they are descendants of great spirits and they must listen to him. He is a man, but he is not their enemy. He knows the history of the elves well, and he asks for a friendly gesture. Reinhardt became nervous and asked how he knows their language. He thought that he was even familiar with the elven manners. Perhaps he really wasn't their enemy. Then the elven elders shouted that his speech was beautiful. However, it wasn't enough for them to believe him. The protagonist smiled and said that he had expected such an answer. Unexpectedly, he used his ability and enveloped his hand in a golden aura. Reinhardt looked at him in shock and thought that he recognized this energy. Sirius shouted, "Why is he preparing for battle?" Reinhardt used the skill horn of disaster, which he launched into the sky, causing a pillar of golden energy to form. Reinhardt thought, is he really the owner of the aura? The protagonist smiled and thought that humans would regard this as an attack, but elves are smarter. Reinhardt shouted that such a strong person does not need tricks. Now he understands they came with good intentions. Reinhardt looked at the shocked Cyrus, and he said with a smirk that she was home now. Sometime later in the Elder's chamber, Shaylin said, introducing Cyrus, that this was Serendi, the daughter of Ariel and Piena. Does he remember her? Reinhardt happily said that this was the child that was lost on the day of the nightmare. Not only did they return the kidnapped tribesmen, but they also brought a long-lost family member here. The Elder looked at the protagonist, and he said that he was truly a benefactor. Reinhardt crossed his arms and said with a smile that it was not a difficult task. They should prepare to leave. After some time, the elves returned to their village of Darold. They had a feast on this day, and joyfully danced and feasted around a large fire. Then the elves surrounded Cirrus. Geraint asked, congratulating her on her return home, if she remembered her. Cirrus happily said that she remembered her. The elves began to ask Cirrus who else she remembered, while the protagonist watched with a gloomy expression. Reinhardt thought that she was so happy here. Would she want to leave with him? However, there was one unsolved matter left. The protagonist approached the Elder and said that he had a request. He would like Cirrus to learn elven magic. Reinhardt asked if he meant spirit magic. Reinhardt said, using magic, that he himself understood a little about this magic. However, for him it looked more like a summoning than real spiritual magic of the elves. Only they could give her the necessary knowledge to use spiritual magic. Reinhardt said, using his abilities, that it was the duty of their tribe to teach children magic, including her. However, they had lost their unity with the World Tree, so they themselves were no longer capable of much. Their magic can't even replace a fire, let alone use this power in battle. He considers him a much better candidate to train her. The protagonist said that of course he will teach her to the best of his ability. But isn't it a disaster for an elf to lose contact with the spirits? Reinhardt said that he really understands them well. If she decides to stay here and if he does not want to part with her, then the Denheim tribe will accept him as one of them. From now on he will become their tribesman. The protagonist stayed in Darold for 4 more days. He waited for the final decision from Cirrus. Then Shaolin said, turning to Cirrus, that if she masters spiritual magic to its full extent, she will also be able to contact the spirits of wind and water, but first she needs to learn to sense and resonate with these forces. Cirrus said that she is not confident in her abilities. Shaylin thought that it took her 3 years, so it was unlikely that she would do it in just 4 days. Suddenly, Cirrus activated her abilities and asked happily, did she succeed? Shaylin said with amazed eyes that it was simply unbelievable. Even if the theory is important, but the affinity with the spirits is much more important. The protagonist watched from the sidelines and thought that most elves would not be able to master magic so quickly. However, Cirrus underwent compulsory education while she was in slavery. This experience helped her develop a speed of mastering the material comparable to humans. She managed to master the basics of spiritual magic. Reinhardt asked with a smile, turning to Cirrus, does she like it? Cirrus said that of course she likes it. The protagonist's face changed and asked, does she want to stay here? Cirrus thought about it and said that she would like to live here and help her fellow tribesmen. Reinhardt fell into despondency and looked up with empty eyes and disappointed. Cirrus said that however, then she would not have much influence on their way of life. But if she went with him then, it would be possible, right? The protagonist said that of course it was he. Even swears on his life that he will definitely change the world order. Cirrus smiled and said that in that case she would like to go with him for the sake of the future of the clan. Reifenhart laughed happily and thought, using his abilities, that he would change this world for the sake of the woman who chose him. Cirrus screamed in fear, seeing a bright pillar of energy. What's the matter? The protagonist said guiltily that he could not hold back his emotions from happiness. Cirrus asked in surprise, why use an attack against the sky? Reifenhart said with a smile, turning to Cirrus, that he will show her the future of her clan right now after some time in the gorge. Reifenhart asked, turning to the protagonist. Why did he bring them here? Reifenhart asked. They are using this place as a temporary shelter, right? The protagonist turned around and said that from this day on, this place will officially become the village of the Danheim clan. Reifenhart asked in shock. Right here. But there is not even water here. Reifenhart asked, turning to Cirrus if she could lend him her weapon. Nylon? She awakened the connection with the spirits in just 4 days. Right? And she is not curious about why. The protagonist took the stick in his hands and said that she is the rightful owner, Nylon. She is the recognized owner of the contract, so she is granted the right to call this weapon by name and wield this power. Reifenhart stuck the stick into the stone and cast a spell, causing a green glow to emerge from the weapon. He said that it must awaken the guardian of this world that feeds this source. Suddenly, stems and leaves of trees began to grow from the stick. Cirrus and Reifenhart looked in surprise as a tree grew from the stick under the green glow. The protagonist chuckled and watched it happen. Reifenhart, dumbfounded, said that it couldn't be. Was it a source of water? It was an incredible sight, Reifenhart said, turning to the elder that he should feel it himself. Reifenhart asked how that was possible. He thought that warmth was filling his entire body. This amazing feeling of fullness, as if every cell in him had suddenly come to life. It was so bright as if his very soul had awakened. The elder began to cry and thought that he had no doubts left. This was a feeling they had heard about in legends, but every elf instinctively recognized it. This was the feeling of the presence of the world tree Elvenheim. The protagonist thought that Nylon was a lost branch of the Tree of Life. He awakened Nylon's life force and made it take root, and he also increased the flow of mana needed to maintain the tree's energy. He had to be nervous because he was doing this for the first time, and he even used artificial memories because of the complexity of this process. Reifenhart asked, with tears in his eyes, who is he? Is he the savior that Allied sent them? Reifenhart said that he is a friend to the elves and friends should help each other. The protagonist looked at Cirrus and said that he apologizes to her for using her weapon. However, he will find her a better weapon. Cirrus asked in surprise, how did he do it? Reifenhart smiled and said that it was time for them to return back to the Great Forge. After a while at the teleport, Silon shouted, where were they? The protagonist feigned surprise and said, turning to Silon, that he had built up muscles in their absence. Silon proudly said that it was true. They should have traveled longer, otherwise they returned early. Reifenhart thought that he was so easily distracted. Suddenly, the dwarven mages ran in and shouted that they were glad that their teacher had returned. Why didn't he warn them about his departure? The protagonist smiled and asked how they had been doing since then. The dwarf mages demonstrated the use of magic air bullet. Reifenhart said it was amazing. There was not a single mistake. The dwarf mages shouted, maybe we should look at their progress again. The protagonist thought that the new type of warriors in the Great Forge were dwarf mages. He selected 20 talented dwarves and taught them the basics of magic. Reifenhart then said, with a smile, that they had worked hard. He was surprised that in just 2 months they were able to discover mana and learn to control this energy. He had laid out everything else in the book, so they should rely on it. The dwarf mages shouted that they were grateful to their teacher. They would try their best. Cyrus said that they were back. The protagonist asked, turning to Cyrus, had he learned anything? He believed that his student was on the verge of discovery. Cyrus's face changed and he said that he hadn't noticed it before, but now he could clearly see how wide he was. Reifenhart scratched his head with his hand in confusion, and he asked if he had grown up. Cyrus said that he wasn't talking about his physical body. He had the words mature soul. Is he really 23 years old? It felt like he was 23 years old 3 times already. The protagonist became nervous and asked what he had studied there. Silon said that they would soon leave the Great Forge. Where would they go now? To the ancient ruins again. Reifenhart said that was exactly it. They needed money, but their final goal would be the path to the kingdom of Provence. He wanted to find someone who could help him there. While the protagonist was finishing his business in the Great Forge, something happened in other lands colder and more vast. Located north of the Kingdom of Grime, namely the Frostlands. Sometime later in the camp, a member of the relic hunters, shivering from the cold, asked if they could make a bigger fire. The leader mage said that he had to be patient. They had to keep the flames going all night. He couldn't waste any more mana. There were more than 30 of them at first, but now there were only 10 left. But they had a lot of relics from the ruins of Shockern. The member of the relic hunters said that they had indeed gotten more relics than they had before this time. The leader mage said that they had also found this wonderful book. This book contained the lost knowledge of the Silver Age. He chuckled and said that he expected a heated debate in the scientific community when he showed it to them. Due to the difficulty of the ancient language, he had not yet fully translated the book. But he was beginning to understand the contents of the book a little. They would reveal the truth about the Silver Age and the lives of nations. Suddenly someone screamed in the camp. The leader mage asked if they were being attacked by monsters. The people in the camp shouted that their enemies had come to take their loot. Teslian said that they must kill everyone here. His companions rushed into battle. The leader mage shouted that if they wanted the relics so much, they could take them, but they must spare their lives. Teslian said, pointing his sword at him, that he apologized to him, but it was not the relics that they wanted, but their head. Felina asked, turning to Teslian, if this was really necessary. Teslian said that the Silver Sages had given them such an order. They had opened a door that should not have been opened. This part of history must not be known to others for the sake of the future of humanity. Felina said that she had heard that the Silver Sages were guardians of humanity, but what had they done wrong? Teslian picked up the book and said that she should consider it a small sacrifice to save all of humanity. Then he asked Stefan how he liked the Berserker armor. Stefan smiled and said with a glint in his eyes that it was better than anything he had used so far. He believed that he could defeat even an aura user with it, but he would need to get used to it a little. Frisa said that he was not the only one thirsting for revenge. What should they do with these relics? Teslian said that they could take whatever they found useful and sell the rest. However, the items on the list would need to be handed over to the Silver Sages for safekeeping, since they were the protectors of humanity after all. And in the Silver Age there were too many dangerous relics and they needed the right ones to protect people to prevent chaos. Yusha said, picking up the relic hanging around his neck, that these warming necklaces were really good. Instead of the freezing storm, he feels only a light spring breeze. Teslian said that this is a privilege that is available only to the followers of the Silver Sages. Suddenly, he thought, taking the relic in his hands, that this is an artifact. The voice of Alicia. Is this one of the relics that modern society is better off not knowing about? This artifact is clearly priceless, since the Demon King wanted to get it so much. Teslian said that he did not suspect that there were two relics. Felina asked why the Silver Sages are so diligently trying to hide this part of the story from humanity. Teslian said that she did not need to ask unnecessary questions, only they deserved to know the truth. Sometime later in the central tower of the Great Forge, McShallen asked, turning to the young elf, what she wanted to know. Sarah said that she wanted to know the whole truth about Reincarnated. It seemed to her that he knew her even before they met. His look, manner of speech, and actions did not at all resemble the behavior of a stranger. He even knew her real name, which she herself had long forgotten. How was that possible? Manchalon said that Reincarnated was afraid that she would not be able to understand it. Saris asked in surprise, but why was he afraid of that? Manchalon said that he wanted to ask her a question before he gave her advice. Does she trust him? Saris said that she was ready to believe, even if he said that he was a god who came down to earth to them. Manchalon said that he asked something completely different. Does she trust him? After a while, Saris came to the protagonist's room. Reincarnated asked if she knew the truth now. Saris lowered her head and said that this was exactly so and it was beyond her expectations. She remembered how the gnome priest said that he was a time traveler. Reincarnated was the first 10th circle mage in his history. He is a man who tried to change the world. Although he was already dubbed the King of Demons, he failed, but he went back in time to try to make his dream come true once again. And she, Cirrus Valencia, was the protector of all elves, and the most talked about elf on the continent. She became a high-ranking sorceress, who reached the 8th circle of magic and the 7th generation of spirit magic. Intelligent races dubbed her the incarnation of Alais and humans. The goddess of madness and Cirrus was also Reinhardt's companion. Cirrus opened her eyes and said that it would be easier if he simply defended his old love for her. But now she understood everything. The protagonist looked at her and asked, then can she forgive him for this? Cirrus looked down and said that she was ready to continue their journey, and that's all she can say for now. After all, she is not the Cirrus he remembers. She looked at him and said with a smile that however, this does not mean that she hates him. Cirrus left and the protagonist blushed when he was left alone in the room. He asked in confusion, so is she angry with him or not? After a while, the protagonist thought that their next point in the plan was the west of the continent, the kingdom of Crovens. This territory grows more grain than any other kingdom, so this kingdom is considered one of the strongest. From the ruling family there were King Godric and his son Telion. The growing successor did not show any flaws that would make him an unworthy contender for the throne. However, after Godric's death, Telion died of an unknown disease. The throne of the kingdom was empty, and the nobles began to make it. Soon 2 candidates were nominated, as a result of which 2 factions were formed in the kingdom of Crovens. Juvalin Crovens is the second prince, who turns 18 this year. He is the son of a concubine, which is considered a significant flaw in the succession to the throne. That is why the second candidate, the son of Count Fernando Carces, was chosen. He was not a direct descendant of Godric, but he had only noble blood in his veins. At the moment, the kingdom of Crovens was mired in a battle for the throne. Carces was a respected knight, 28 years old, and his talent as a swordsman was recognized by everyone around him, as well as his leadership qualities. But Juval was known for completely different traits. Apart from the fact that he was a direct descendant of the king, everything else about him was a complete disappointment. Half a year has passed since Godric's death. The faction war is reaching its climax. After some time in the central region of the Kingdom of Crovens, the land of Baron Delphin, Juval asked, "How long will this continue?" And there was a crop failure. Where is the blessing of Red Ant? He does not want this throne at all, but they still do not lag behind him with their heir to the throne. And what did this lead to? Finia of the dwarf race, Juval's lover, asked if he really didn't want to be king that much. Juval looked at her and said that was true, but his choice was either to become king or die, and she shouldn't pretend that it didn't concern her. She would follow him even if he met death. Finia said that was true too. And how could she fall in love with someone like him? Juval smiled and said that he apologized to her, but that was really who he was. Finia said that they were safe for now. The people needed provisions to continue fighting. Until they got them, the final battle would not take place. Juval asked if that meant that once he gave them food, he would die right away. Damn it. Finia smiled and said that they could just run away. Juval asked if they would become fugitive lovers. Right? Finia said that they would rather become political refugees. If they hide their identity and go to another country, they won't be followed. Right? Juval said he was spoiled. He couldn't handle physical labor. Finia said with a smile that he wouldn't work. She could feed them. Juval said that as a man, he couldn't allow that. Finia asked what was wrong with using a slave to make money. Juval asked who was a slave here. Finia said that to the rest of the world, she would be a slave even if he became king. Juval said he didn't think so. They had to find a place in the world where they would be recognized as a full-fledged couple. Finia said she loved him. Juval said the feeling was mutual. Suddenly the protagonist asked, "Are they having fun here?" Finia grabbed her weapon and shouted, "Who is there? He has to show himself right now." Reifenhart said, introducing himself as a mage who came to offer his help to the true heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Crovens. Juval asked if he really wanted to help them. Finia said that he was telling the truth. Juval thought that she was from the dwarf race, so she could use voice of truth. Apparently, this man was telling the truth. He looked at him and said that he was too big for a mage. Could he really be a battle mage? Reifenhart said that one could say so. He thought that he was deliberately wearing a robe, but it still did not help. Juval asked if he really was here to help him, but why did he ask a strange question in the beginning? The protagonist said that they just heard it. Phineas said that he was deceiving them. Juval said that his sarcasm was deserved. He could not worry about it. They did not care about such things. Reifenhart thought that she was a dwarf, which made things more complicated because she was a living lie detector. He said that he had no intention of insulting them. He himself was in a relationship with an elf. Juval looked at him in surprise. Phineas said that he was telling the truth. The protagonist asked why they were looking at him so strangely. Juval said that he did not expect that there was another pervert like him in this world, so he really wanted to help them. And how was he going to do it? Reifenhart thought that he would not be able to speak in riddles. He asked how about 100,000 gold and provisions for the army. They shouted in shock. 100,000 gold. Juval thought that this was half of their kingdom's annual budget. That money could feed the whole of Crovens for about 3 months. It was a very tempting offer, but at the same time it was too suspicious. The protagonist asked how many aura owners they had in the army. Jewel said that they don't have any in the army. Reifenhart said that he would add 6 of his own. Jewel got nervous and thought that there would barely be 5 aura wielders in the entire kingdom of Crovens. And this battle mage claims that he has more aura wielders under his command than the entire country. The second prince asked what he wanted in return. The protagonist bowed and said that if he became king, he would ask to grant him land in this kingdom. Jewel asked if that was all. Reifenhart said that he needed complete power over this land. It would be an independent territory from the laws of the Kingdom of Crovens. He was going to create a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs could exist freely. Sometime later, in a small settlement on the territory of the Dolphin Barony, Cirrus asked how their conversation went. The protagonist said that the negotiations went well, but their real problems would begin from now on. He could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. They need to have their lands recognized as legitimate, even if it takes time. Then the people will have no choice but to accept the existence of this place. Cyrus asked if he had met the second prince from his past life. Reifenhart said that this was his first meeting with him. Cyrus asked who won the war in the past life. The protagonist said that Carses won and the second prince was beheaded. Cyrus asked, and that will not happen again. right? The protagonist smiled and said that it could have happened if he had not interfered in this matter. But he will not let that happen. He believes that everything should go well. Besides, this fight will help the people see other intelligent races as reliable allies and not just slaves. Then Cyrus asked if their meeting was a success. Reifenhart said that he considers it a success, and so far, everything is going according to plan. Cyrus said that they left the Great Forge a month ago, and during this time, they explored 10 abandoned ancient ruins. No one can believe it. This is a good start to the journey. He wants to admit that dragging all these relics is much more difficult than fighting demons. Cylon folded his arms and asked if he thought so too. But it is good for the muscles. However, do they have 100,000 gold? The protagonist said that they do not have gold, but they have grain for this amount. Cylon asked if he is talking about the grain that the Tauban trade union bought for him. Reifenhart said that if there was no famine and war, the grain would cost only 4,000 gold, but now it is a completely different matter. Tilla said discontentedly that this looks like some kind of fraud. The protagonist asked, "Is this a problem?" He is not deceiving anyone. Cyrus said that he has a question. He said that he will provide them with 6 aura owners, but there are only 3 of them in their ranks. Or are there aura owners among the elves too? Reifenhart sat down at the table and said that there really are aura owners among the elves. However, convincing them would be a difficult task, so he would not count them. And he counted him in vain. Cyrus asked then, where would they get so much? The protagonist said, with a smile, that everything was simple. The orcs would be for them, Kalkin and Stala. Cyrus asked if the orcs could also awaken the aura. Reifenhart said that to the southwest of the Larkid Mountains, about 15 days' journey away, there was a field called the Land of Trials. An orc tribe with very ancient traditions settled there. Naturally, this tribe is not slaves to people. These orcs have not lost their violent nature and do not know fear. But one should not consider them wild barbarians, who are famous only for their cruel treatment. This tribe is the heirs of the spirit of true warriors who call themselves the Blue Bear tribe. He thought that Tahid must be from this tribe, which means he could be there. He wondered how much he had grown. Cyrus said that there were definitely skilled swordsmen among the orcs. But could they be that strong? The protagonist said with a smile that they were the strongest warriors he knew. They were stronger than humans, elves and dwarves. After a while, the Taoist, the keeper of the Silver Sages, said, addressing Teslon as the sage Leston, that he had done a good job. He would reward him for this. Teslon said that he thanked him for this. The Taoist said that only the right people should have dangerous information. This was the only way they could protect humanity. They would do anything for this. The Taoists teleported out of this place. Teslon wondered if he had just called him here to chat. He had to achieve a higher position to have more influence than he had now. He wanted to talk about the danger of the Demon King, but he would only be laughed at if he said so now. He learned from the Light Mage Jade that Duke Ironed was a member of the Silver Sages. He told him what he knew about the sages from his past life, framing it as his theory, and he became one of them. The thing is, in the Silver Age it wasn't humans who ran things. It was the elves with their Tree of Life, and the dwarves with their earthly connection, that made the era great. Their contributions were impressive enough that legends about them survived for millennia. Their civilizations were called Eldred and Elhatran. In the ancient language, Eldred means the blessing of Elid, and Elhatran means the blessing of all Pot. Their civilizations were named after their gods. This is what the Silver Sages hide from humanity. He said that in order to erase the truth, they had to come up with a coherent lie. He believes that this is why the era was called the Silver Age. The defenders of humanity do everything to preserve the ego of people, and this makes them weaker and stupider. Sometime later in the western wasteland of Fetland, the land of the dead, Destr, Cyrus said that it is indeed a barren land. The protagonist said that according to rumors, the orcs throw out weak children and old people from their settlements. Therefore, they respect those who dare to leave the village if he understands that he can no longer be useful to the orc settlement. He believes that this is a peculiar way to survive in these desert lands. Tilla said that they are just savages. Cyrus said that the dwarves were just lucky to inherit a place where they can live. Tyla's face changed and said that it was truly savagery to throw out the weak from the settlement. Cirrus said that she can understand them. Such traditions often develop in harsh conditions. Then she asked Tyla, would the dwarves be able to run the Great Forge if they lost their skills? Reifenhart thought that it was not only humans who were capable of quarreling. This was becoming a problem. Cylon asked how he was going to reason with the orcs. The protagonist said that he had a plan, although he was not sure about it. They would have to find out on the spot, Cyrus said, whispering to the protagonist that she thought he was going to do the same as in his past life. Reifenhart said, whispering to Cyrus that Tahid was already with him. Then Cyrus turned around and said that someone was approaching them. A group of orcs angrily screamed in the orcish language as they ran with weapons at the protagonist's companions. Cyrus asked what they were talking about. The protagonist said that they said that this was their land, and they would kill all the people. Silence said that this was creepy. Reifenhart shouted to the warriors of the Blue Spirit that they were not their enemies. The orcs with wild eyes ran towards them. Cyrus got nervous and said that they did not want to listen to him. Cyrus dodged the enemy's blow, while Tilla blocked the enemy's blow with her axe. Cyrus dealt a series of blows to the orcs with his sword and said that they were incredibly strong. The protagonist stood still while the orcs tried to damage his body with their blows. He said, crossing his arms, that they have one fatal weakness. Reifenhart used a spell, Massive Sleep, from the second circle, a wide spectrum which put all the orcs around to sleep. Cyrus stared at him in surprise. Seelan asked in shock, "Did this spell work on them so quickly?" He thought this spell was useless in battle. The protagonist said that this was the reason why the orcs lost to the humans, despite their superior fighting skills. Seelan said that even the strongest warrior would not be able to do anything if his resistance to magic was so weak. Reifenhart asked, turning to Seelan, if they had someone like him who was able to protect against such spells. How would this battle have gone? Seelan became nervous and looked at Reifenhart silently. The protagonist said that these orcs were not even warriors. The true warriors of this tribe defended their territory and hunted monsters in these lands. And those who have yet to become them, patrol the lands and act as scouts. Only in this way do they gain experience and become worthy of the title of warrior, Cyrus asked in horror. Seriously, they were not even warriors. Reifenhart said that they only had to mention them, and here they were, Cyrus said, seeing the orc warriors surrounding him, that it was a curse. The orc warriors shouted that this was their land. Humans were not allowed here. The protagonist shouted that these were the souls of noble warriors. He came with a kind word to them. The orc warriors shouted that humans were liars. They would not be able to believe him. Reifenhart shouted that he understood this. Therefore, he intended to confirm his sincerity with actions. The orc warriors shouted, what was he talking about? The protagonist shouted that a true warrior tempers his spirit in battle. He offered them a ritual fight to prove to them that he was telling the truth. He thought that a ritual fight was a demonstration battle, through which tribes establish bonds with each other. This was the only way to gain the orcs' trust, because they only respect those who have strength. They believe that cowards are not strong, so the strong deserve trust. The only question is whether they are ready to conduct such a ritual with a human. The orc warriors shouted, does he know about the great tradition? They agree to perform this ritual. After all, a warrior's sword speaks for him. Reifenhart smiled and said that they agreed. Cyrus asked, her face changing. Could she have hoped for more from the orcs? Tilla said that they were too simple. Cyrus asked he understood why they had to fight, but did Cyrus and Tilla have to participate? The protagonist said that orcs do not care about gender when it comes to battle. Seelan asked, pointing at himself, will he fight with them too? Reifenhart said with a smile that he will not fight, because he is not a warrior. He thought that the orcs most likely took him for a child. The orc warriors shouted that they were starting the ritual fight. Whoever wants to show what they are capable of must step forward. Cyrus took out her weapon and said, introducing herself as a member of the Danheim family. Zalcathar the orc warrior shouted, introducing himself as the son of Durathar. He will fight her. Cyrus's face changed and she looked at the orc warrior with a puzzled expression. Zalcathar shouted, introducing himself again, that he was ready to start their fight. Seelan became nervous and asked if they knew the language of humans. Then he asked, turning to Cyrus, what language besides his own did he know? Cyrus became gloomy and said that he never thought that he would need it. Seelan said that now he felt more stupid than the orc. Cyrus rushed to attack the orc warrior with a sword in her hands. Zalcathar blocked her blow with his weapon. He thought, how can such a small warrior be so strong? Cyrus thought that he was a very strong opponent. However, compared to her usual training, this was nothing. She struck with her sword, which the orc warrior blocked with his weapon. Zalcathar then attacked the elf, but she deftly dodged his blow. Cyrus gave Zalcathar a powerful spinning kick, hitting him square in the face. Zalcathar got angry and shouted as he charged. That was amazing. She was a real warrior. Cyrus blocked his kick with difficulty and thought through clenched teeth that Reifenhart was right about their strength. This Okra's sword skills were definitely high level. However, his weapon was not of the best quality. Then she should just break his weapon. Zalcathar suddenly used his ability and his weapon began to shine. Cyrus asked with astonished eyes, how was that possible? Could he really have an aura? Zalcathar said that the weapon was a part of the spirit. The spirit of a warrior cannot be broken. The protagonist asked in shock, was this really a spirit weapon? He shouted, turning to Cyrus, that she should not be afraid of this. This is a secret technique of the orcs, as spirit weapon. Cyrus shouted, can you tell me more? Reifenhart shouted that his swords had simply become stronger and sharper. Cyrus asked if this was some kind of special orc skill like Till's connection to the earth. She was supposed to fight as if he had some kind of glorified sword. The protagonist said through clenched teeth that at an advanced level, orcs were able to change the form of the spirit weapon, but he did not have time to explain all this to her now. Cirrus and Zalcathor exchanged blows, and then the elf kicked her opponent's leg with lightning speed. Cirrus thought that her opponent had wavered, which meant that this was her chance. She dealt a crushing blow to Zalcathor and then disarmed him with a blow from her sword. Zalcathor stared at her in surprise. Cirrus thought that he was already disarmed. Isn't that enough? Zalcathor used his abilities, and his weapon flew towards the elf. The protagonist shouted that sometimes they are able to manipulate weapons, as happened now. Cirrus shouted in irritation. Why didn't he tell her about this before? Suddenly, there was a deafening roar and a column of smoke rose from the impact of Zalcathor's weapon, with the ground where Cirrus had just been. The two blades quickly pierced the smoke curtain, pierced Cirrus's cloak and flew on. Zalcathor looked at her and exclaimed that it was amazing. An elf? He did not expect to use the strength of his comrades. Cirrus gritted her teeth, realizing that this was a typical technique of their tribe. Apparently they knew more than just the art of strengthening swords. Perhaps she should give in. However, when the ground behind her heaved from the explosion, she quickly ran forward, not wanting to give in, especially considering their classic fighting style. Classic style, Zalcathor was using a typical orc move. But what was stopping her from using a typical elf move? That was exactly what she would do. Closing her eyes, she began to chant, calling on her battle buddy Selena in the name of their friendship. The spirit of the wind appeared next to her, flying forward. She asked if she called her. The protagonist, surprised, opened his eyes. Thinking Selene's wind spirit, he said that he expected her to resort to the power of Nylon, but to wield the power of the spirit. Impressive. Then the elf pushed off Selene's head and jumped up. Zalcathor pointed his weapon at her, but after spinning in the air, she pushed off the ground again and finding herself at his side, put her sword to his throat and told him to surrender. The orcs who were watching this raised their hands in the air and shouted that the stranger had won. Selene, smiling, approached Cirrus and asked, "Is she okay, Cirrus? Is she hurt anywhere?" She replied that she was fine. Reifenhart also approached her and said that she did a great job. She looked at him and thanked him with a smile. Selene looked at him and asked, "Is it okay to step on a spirit like that? It seems she will be angry." He replied that spirits were pure beings who did not dwell on such trifles. Cyrus awkwardly said that she had been jumping on it like a springboard. The protagonist thought yes, Cirrus was rather harsh with her friends. Then the second battle of the ritual battle was announced. Worthy ones, step forward. Tilla stepped forward and holding her weapon in front of her shouted that it was her turn. Unfortunately, she was defeated. Desperately crouching on the ground, she said that she had lost. The warrior who approached her said that she had the potential to be a great warrior, but she was still growing. She was not giving herself completely to the battle, and this was rude to the enemy. But he understood that she did not mean to offend. A warrior must be able to control his internal energy. She underestimated the internal energy of her opponent. If she had devoted herself entirely to the battle, she would have been able to crush their warrior. Let this serve as a lesson to her. She needs to learn from her mistakes. Tilla looked at Reifenhart and asked, confused, what this warrior wanted. He said that he was saying that she was a good warrior, but she needed to try harder. She asked indignantly. He said, okay, all's well that ends well. His turn, Cyrus. Only he must watch that he does not kill anyone. He stepped forward and said that he understood. Then he released his aura, surrounding himself and his weapon and shouted that he was Cyrus von Tense, the Sword of Tense, and he would prove himself a worthy warrior. His rival asked in surprise, Karuga? Then she jumped forward, heading towards Cyrus. Landing on the ground, she looked up and said that she was Stalalan Gardvita. She would fight him. One of the warriors, surprised, asked the leader, and looking at Cyrus, said that this person was Karuga. Blessed by the great Dabata, Karuga is one who has the true spirit of a warrior. It is the name the orcs give to talented aura masters, or those who use spirit weapons. It is a nickname the orcs give to the greatest of warriors. They continued to stare at him, pointing at him in surprise, and exclaiming Karuga. Cyrus wondered what they would say about Mr. Reifenhart if they were so impressed by him. Stala then enveloped herself in a powerful aura and clenched her fists, declaring that she was the chief of the Blue Bear tribe. Stala and she would fight him. Cyrus, holding the sword in front of him, thought that she was strong. Their auras. He swung his sword, sending out pulses of energy forward. She easily dodged and laughed, thrusting her weapon forward and blocking the blow. He thought that she was clearly superior to all the orcs present. Filled with excitement, she exclaimed, "What interesting moves! He is very talented, a human, but he lacks combat experience." That's right, he does not understand their speech. Dodging to the side, she shouted that he is good, but she is older. He looked at her in surprise and thought, what? What does she mean by this? Finding herself above him, she exclaimed. "It does not matter. We just need to fight." Then she jumped into the air and shouted, "Sita! Rand R." The next moment 2 blades appeared next to her, approaching her, and she threw them forward, exclaiming, "Forward, sisters." Cyrus dodged from side to side. He thought so. This is what this skill Reifenhart spoke of. A spirit weapon. She controls her swords with the power of thought. It is difficult to resist. Then she was next to him, and brought down a powerful punch on his chest. Trying to hold back the attack, he held the sword in front of him and, gritting his teeth, thought that he had already experienced attacks that had aura embedded in them, and he could withstand it. Jumping to the side, the swords began to spin, and one of the swords grazed his hand. The protagonist, with his arms folded across his chest, watched what was happening and thought that Cyrus was a good warrior. But he had little experience in fighting against aura lords. If he continued to focus only on Stala, he might get into trouble from somewhere on the side. "What will he do, Cyrus?" Stala, at that moment, putting her hands on her hips, declared that she had won. Cyrus turned to her and indignantly shouted that it was not so yet, filling his sword with aura. He thought that he had too little training to use it in real combat, but he hoped that it would work. His eyes lit up with a bright light. His opponent exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He used phantom replication, sending out many swords filled with aura. He jumped up, pointing the swords forward. Stala was surprised, thinking, "Are the swords illusions?" She felt that only 3 of them were real. The rest were just copies. She then attacked, destroying some of the copies. She exclaimed, "This is not bad for such a young one." But then she noticed a cut on her torso. Cyrus was next to her, stabbing with the sword he held in front of him. Reifenhart watched with a frown. He thought, "This is an amazing way to use aura. Could this skill be used to separate the physical form and materiality of an object?" Stala pressed her hand to the wound and said that the attack was good, but it won't work on her twice. Cyrus, smiling awkwardly, replied that he failed. The orc charged at him with determination, and he used phantom replication again. Stala, making her way through the swords, thought that it was easy to deal with when you knew what was real and what was illusion. At that moment, Cyrus's body glowed even more, hiding his location. The next moment he was down, and with a sharp blow, he injured the enemy's leg. He smiled, thinking that it worked. Stella looked at her leg in surprise, from which blood was pouring out, and thought, did he switch then? Impossible. Reifenhart, his mouth open in surprise, thought that Cyrus had already figured out how to use the Void Sword. This guy really is a genius. Phantom replication is a skill that creates illusions based on aura, breaking the laws of physics. It allows you to manipulate the sense of presence of aura, which makes the enemy's task 100 times more difficult. But this is just an added bonus. Its real power is in the ability to move the aura in a split second and attack the enemy. This skill is the core of the Void Sword, despite the latter being the signature move of the Holy Knight Cyrus. The protagonist thought that once he encountered this skill again, he felt uneasy. Now it was clear that he trained in the Great Forge alone. Stella, looking at him, thought that the big guy also had the spirit of a warrior. She needed to quickly deal with the young man and fight him. Many different blades appeared in front of her, and she shouted that this was fun, but it was time to end. Like birds of prey fly forward her 12 sisters. Then she put her hands forward, pointing the weapons at the enemy. Cyrus screamed in fear. What? Many blades flew towards him, hitting the ground and flying away. The ground was left with streaks from the weapons, and he raised his hands, letting go of the sword from his hands, and shouted that he surrendered. Stala stood up, clenching her fist upwards, and shouted that the third ritual battle was theirs. The other orcs cheered. Reifenhart, turning to his comrade, told him to use this skill when they trained. He wanted to feel it for himself. Cyrus answered tiredly that this skill was useless against him. After all, he dodged every one of his attacks, therefore he would not be able to feel its power. The protagonist told him to at least try, then he brushed off his cloak and said that it was his turn. Stella, looking at him with some embarrassment, said that he was hot. She thought that he should not take part in the fight, because everyone was already defeated. Then she closed her eyes and added, "But ritual is ritual." He clenched his fist and, loudly proclaiming his name, Reifenhart Wild and Teres, declared that he was ready to take part in the ritual fight. At that moment, Stella's husband approached her from behind and asked if he could fight him. She threw her head back to look at him, and the protagonist, surprised to note that he did not feel his presence, wondered how he got here. Turning to her husband, she asked how long he had been here. He, pointing his finger at the mountain behind him, replied that he had been watching them from behind that rock. Reifenhart, surprised, noted that the rock was 300 meters away. Stella asked, but why did he come here? What about the Snake King Kalkan, the chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe, and her husband? Replied that he had already sliced it, she said. As expected of her husband, the food supply issue was taken care of. He then pointed to himself, introduced himself and asked if he minded if his opponent was him instead of his wife. Reinhardt, getting into a fighting stance and smiling, thought that he had never fought such a huge warrior before, not counting his teacher of course. Then he exclaimed loudly, "No problem." He was all for it. Kalkin, taking out his weapon from behind his back, laughed and exclaimed, "Great, they will fight." The next moment the protagonist used advanced sleep, saying, "Let dreams come." The flow of aura emanating from his finger weakened the opponent, and he fell to the ground, sweetly sleeping. Scylla looked at this and smiled awkwardly, and Cyrus, puzzled, asked, "This is not the end of the battle, right?" Stala, indignantly pointing her finger at the protagonist, exclaimed that a true warrior would not fight like that. He said that she could wake him up. He just wanted to show that he was not only a warrior but also a mage. Then Kalkin opened his eyes, scratching the back of his head, and asked, "Was he really that tired?" His wife said that he was under a spell. He asked in surprise, "That man is a mage." Reinhardt replied that magic is his weapon, just like his body. It would be disrespectful to fight less than full power. The chieftain looked at him and said, In that case, hiding it would be unworthy." Then he thanked him for the respect shown. One of the orcs, pointing at his comrade, asked, "But isn't a spell not a bad thing?" His companion, folding his arms, replied that it was bad to not fight with all the weapons he owned. He said that he did not know that charms were weapons. He thought that it was just cheating, and what was worse, magic or not using it in a ritual fight. He replied that it was difficult to answer. He suggested that they just do as the chieftains. The protagonist stood up again, covering himself with aura, and thought that he could gain their trust earlier than in his past life, thanks to his warrior body. Then he suggested that they continue the ritual fight. His powerful fist collided with the orc's huge sword and their auras met, causing powerful beams of light. At this time, the orc, looking at the prey, said that this was enough food for some time. Then he looked at his dog and asked why it was looking at him like that. And then he threw the animal a piece of meat and said, "Sneak." After that, he looked to the side and saw powerful bursts of aura. He wondered what kind of glow that was. He should check it out. The battle continued, unabated, and the opponent's powerful auras continued to clash, causing powerful blows. The protagonist, using the Chike bullet technique, dealt devastating blows with his fist, but the orc deftly blocked his attacks, covering himself with his huge sword. Reinhardt, frowning, continued to attack, thinking that his skill was impressive, especially considering the size of the weapon. Although he expected no less from the orc. Then the protagonist used the Chivalet Hail technique, and Kalkin, once again holding his sword in front of him, parried the enemy's powerful attack. The protagonist grinned, thinking, was this enough to prove his right to be called a warrior? After that, he used the spell Let the Dreams Come. Advanced sleep and the magical aura rushed towards the opponent, plunging him into a deep sleep. As he approached him, he was sure that even an orc would not be able to resist magic. But his surprise turned to bewilderment when he saw the huge sword approaching his body. Looking at his sleeping opponent, he wondered, did it not work? Salon, who was watching this, asked with admiration, could he fight even in his sleep? Could all Aura Lords do this? Cyrus, who was standing next to him, noted that this was a good lesson for him. Then he looked at the chieftain and thought that he did not know about the ability of aura to affect reflexes, and he should try this method. At this point, Kalkin rose to his feet and asked, did he fall for this again? Reinhardt put his hand forward, thinking that he had never seen anything like this before. However, he supposed that it could not. After all, he cast an antipsychotic charm on all his allies. Then he cast the spell, Freeze Like Stone Paralysis, and a magical symbol appeared under the chieftain, locking him in place. It was obvious that Kalkin had no resistance to magic. He had simply automatically entered battle mode, his advanced aura control compensating for his shortcomings. He then jumped above the protagonist and swung his sword, laughing and saying how fun it was. Reinhardt clenched his fist and exclaimed that this was an amazing technique. He thought he could do more magic, but now he wanted to fight like a true warrior. He shouted that he would fight seriously now. The chieftain met his gaze and shouted that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. The battle continued. Blows were dealt again and again. The ground cracked beneath them, flying in all directions. Everyone watched the events with genuine interest, and after a while, Kalkin shouted that it was time to end the fight. The protagonist responded as he whipped. He used the 4-stage Horn of Disaster, and in response, the orc used Rock Crusher. Their powerful auras collided with each other again, throwing away chunks of earth and raising dust into the air. A powerful beam of light emanated from the battlefield into the sky. After a while, Reinhardt, with his torso exposed, sat on the ground, addressing Scylla, who was sitting behind him and directing healing energy towards him. The protagonist asked to act more gently, but the priest indignantly replied that he had already said that he worked quickly. The protagonist clenched his fists and, crying out in pain, asked how much longer. The priest shouted for him to pull himself together. Stala, who was judging their duel, declared it a draw. She exclaimed that their energy reminded her of the twins of the same mother. Tella asked in surprise, "Was the priest Philinance's treatment really that painful?" Scylla looked at her and said that it hurt because his body was still affected by the enemy's aura. The aura, mana, and power of the priest are of different nature. Holy power is not as alien to aura as mana, but they still do not mix well. Then he looked at the chieftain who had come up to them and asked if he wanted to be healed too. The chieftain replied that he was fine and his wounds would heal on their own. Then he turned to Reincarnated and said that he recognized him as a true warrior. From now on he was his brother. It was an honor to have a brother. They had already crossed swords, so it was time to cross cups too. After a while, gathered around the fire, the orcs joyfully raised their horns filled with drink and shouted toast. Scylla, watching this, awkwardly said that it was probably to relax. Cyrus said that for some reason he felt uncomfortable. Kalkin, holding out the drink, told Reinhardt to drink it. The protagonist awkwardly looked at the offered drink and thought that it was the same strong liquid terrible to taste. After taking a sip, he covered his mouth with his hand in surprise, and thought, "Is it really that tasty? Are his taste buds betraying him?" The chieftain asked, "Do you like it?" "Yes." He was worried that the man might not appreciate it. Then he looked at his wife and said that he was glad that his brother liked their drink. He told her to bring the barrel here. She looked at him indignantly and said that just give him a reason to get drunk. After some time, the protagonist held the barrel over himself and the orcs watching this chanted champion. One of them said, "Are elves fat?" She had no idea that they were so plump and strong. Her comrade said that the dwarf was the same. How did they become warriors? Cyrus looked at them with distrust and asked what they were saying. The protagonist said that they were saying that she was fat. Orcs simply have a fat body if their skin doesn't stick out from their muscles. The orc asked, "This is a boy, right?" Her friend asked, "What? How can a boy be so skinny? He looks like he's dying." They continued to look at Scylla in surprise, who was looking at the huge piece of meat offered to him, putting his hands on his stomach. He said that he really was full. He didn't need more. Cyrus looked away and thought, "Is this what Reinhardt wanted to show him?" Then Kalkin looked away and said with a smile, "Oh, the shepherd boy has returned." Tahid approached them and exclaimed in surprise, "Great gods, it's the savior." The protagonist looked at him in surprise and then realized that it was Tahid. He said that he recognized him. He had changed slightly. Kalkin asked the orc did they know each other. He said that he was the one who saved him and directed him to him. The chieftain, with a smile, he exclaimed, "Wow, what a coincidence." Then he turned to the protagonist and asked, "But what brought him here?" He said that he would like to offer him a land more fertile and suitable for life in exchange for their help in one matter. Kalkin, folding his arms over his chest, asked, "So, he will really give them land if they fight for him?" Reinhardt nodded slightly, confirming that it was so. According to the plan, they were to visit the Viscounty of Gelfane, which bordered the majestic Glothin mountain range. The chieftain, turning to Todd, asked what he would say. After all, he had grown up among humans. The orc in turn noted that not all humans should be trusted, but Reinhardt could be trusted. His savior would not lie. Kelton, although he knew this, was still worried about the safety of the tribe. Todd suggested that he seek advice from the great weapon makers, believing that their wisdom would be useful in this matter. Soon Grouter, folding his arms over his chest, addressed the warriors and said, "Blessed with the spirit of battle, he greets them." Introducing himself, he said that he was the weapon maker of the Blue Bear tribe. The chieftain announced that their new brother was offering them a new path, and for the good of the tribe they needed his wisdom. After some time, the heroes set off on their way, saddling their horses. Cyrus, looking at the protagonist, noted that the negotiations could be considered successful. The protagonist, looking at him, said that they would hide the children in a safe place and join them later. Then Cyrus turned his attention to Tahid and asked why he went with them right away. The protagonist explained that Tahid was a guide who would bring other orcs to them. He thoughtfully said elves, dwarves, and now an orc. Does he think that he will soon join their squad? The protagonist thought that he had figured it out quickly. A couple of days later, the Royal Road of Termania, one of the central trade routes of the Kingdom of Crovens, witnessed an amazing sight. Several warriors, hiding in the bushes, watched the movement of several carriages. One of them asked only 100 soldiers on guard. He knew, of course, that Prince Jewel was not very bright, but even he should understand the importance of military supplies. His colleague assumed that this was all the prince could afford at the moment. He replied that he expected to see at least 500 soldiers. The warrior noted that they had no resistance to long-range magic, and it seemed that there were no mages among them. His companion, surprised, noted that this was an odd group too weak to guard supplies. He did not even notice any well-built knights among them. They seemed to be only brats, and small ones at that. What was that? An orc? Perhaps they were refugees or were providing civilian soldiers. The warrior, looking at him, said that Prince Jewel did not have the opportunity to divide his forces at the moment. If they attacked, then given the lack of fighters he would have a hard time. His companion replied that the prince's situation was even worse than he imagined. Then, turning to the other warriors, he shouted that there were only youngsters there. They will frighten them, and they themselves will run away. But they must not press them too hard. Then, saddling their horses and raising his sword in the air, the commander shouted that in the name of the true king of Karsus he commands, they must lay down their weapons and bow. At that moment, the dwarves threw off their cloaks, and the warrior's surprised thought, "Are they really dwarves?" Sloydale held his weapon in front of him and laughed, preparing for battle. Malroyd, also ready to attack, exclaimed, "There they are, and they were waiting for them." The warrior wondered, "Are they crazy? Who in their right mind would use these shorties as reinforcements?" His comrade shouted, "Have they completely lost their mind?" The next moment Cardamoth jumped up, pushing off the ground. The warrior asked in surprise. The weapon flew very close, and the dwarves rushed to the attack with determination. Turning around, the leader of the warriors was surprised to see how he could jump so high. At this point, the eyes of the dwarves were burning with rage, and Malroy called on his comrades to destroy them all. Humans. They must be ready to fight. The warriors were confused as to what was going on here. The leader thrust his sword forward and turning to the knights behind him, shouted, "Don't panic, these are just dwarves. Attack." Malroyd said 800 armed infantry. They outnumber them 8 times. Slodil, holding his weapon at the ready, noted that the savior had ordered them to refrain from using aura so they would have a hard time. The leader of the warriors shouted for them to fight. These are just worthless dwarves. What could such pathetic creatures do to them? However, the dwarves, not intending to give up, resolutely ran forward, attacking the knights. Reifenhart, watching what was happening, thought that he could inspire them as much as he wanted, but they were still no match for them. It was not for nothing that he brought them here. Sillin, watching the battle with interest, said that he would never have thought that the dwarves could fight so coolly. The protagonist noted that they knew about everything in advance, while the enemies were not prepared either mentally or strategically. Although no person could have predicted the appearance of 3 Aura Lords at once among the dwarves. Unless he was some kind of prophet, shouts came from the battlefield. "Do not retreat. Hold out to the end." Then the leader of the warriors, frowning, exclaimed, "Who sent them? If the Lord has even the slightest idea of honor, he would not dare to kill knights with the filthy paws of inferior creatures." Malroyd said that he did not like this freak. Cardamite called him an arrogant upstart. Sloydal noted that it was a sin to be offended by a fool. At that moment, Takada, sitting on his horse, took the sword from his back and ran forward, shouting that he intended to kill. The leader of the warriors resolutely walked towards him, shouting that he was a defective orc. Did he think he would give him a break? Drops of blood flowed from Takada's sword when he attacked the enemy. After some time, he approached Reifenhart and reported that the enemy leader was killed. The protagonist, perplexed, looked at him and said that this was an excellent job. He was surprised that Takata called him Lord. He thought that he had not changed at all while training in the trade union. Toba. Although it doesn't matter, half the job is done. Sometime later at the estate of Baron Dolphin, sitting at the table, Count Fieninan, Prince Yuvalda's grandfather, said that he was sincerely grateful to them for their help, but they were asking too much. Recognize slaves as legitimate soldiers and pay them as if they were real mercenaries. Reifenhart looked at him and said that he would repeat that these were the best troops he could provide them with. The Count noted that it was useless to argue with mages. They were always so stubborn. His comrade, putting his hand forward, said that this was simply absurd. How could he even ask for such a thing? Fenian said that let's say they knew how to fight, but there were only 100 of them. What would they achieve with such numbers? The protagonist added 126 to be exact. The Blue Bear tribe was also approaching. He had come to provide them as allies. He asked in surprise. Provide them? To hell with the dwarves. And wild elves to boot. Orcs were just barbarians. What use were they in a war? Dwarves and elves were not cheap in their time, and he was proposing to send them into battle. Wouldn't it be better to sell them and hire real warriors with the proceeds? He could ask around at the trade union. Reifenhart looked at him and asked. So, he didn't believe in them. He straightened his beard and said, "Well, of course." Then the protagonist smiled and said that in that case he should let him prove him wrong. They would take the Sinai Fortress on their own. The Count asked in surprise. Was he talking about the Sinai Fortress? Reifenhart confirmed yes. That was it. At that moment Funian couldn't stand it and exclaimed, "Is he joking? Does he really think that some rabble is capable of storming the fortress? Does he imagine himself a great commander just because he won one battle? The Sinai Fortress is defended by Sir Testwald, the strongest knight in the kingdom, and the Lord of the Aura." The protagonist put his hand forward and declared that they were strong too, and if he supported them, they would bring victory to Prince Juval. The man sitting at the table frowned and said that this was simply ridiculous. As a mage, He apparently had no idea what a real siege was. At this point, Juval closed his eyes and said enough. He said that he didn't understand why everyone was so tense. What was the problem? The man sitting next to him said that they would be wasting valuable slaves. The prince replied that they were more useful as fighters now. They would leave supplies there as agreed. Reifenhart said that of course they would only take provisions for a week. The prince smiled and noted that then most of the supplies would be preserved. 100 soldiers would not eat much anyway. He believed that they had nothing to lose. His subordinate, smiling, said that he agreed with His Highness, and also supported Mr. Reifenhart. Then Juval put his hand forward and exclaimed as the legitimate heir to the kingdom of Crovens, "I order him, Sir Reifenhart, to bring them victory in the battle for Fortress Sinai." The protagonist bowed and said it will be done, His Highness. After a while, he approached his comrades and asked, had Tahit already left? Cyrus answered that she and the Dark King were already on their way. Then she asked if the meeting had been a success. He said as expected. Cyrus smiled awkwardly and said 200 against 3,000. But for a successful siege, the number of attackers should be 3 times greater than the number of defenders. The protagonist said that it was not that the Crovens knights were weak. They were simply weak against the fighters of the Great Forge and the Blue Bear tribe. With them were the strongest warriors of both species. They were definitely winning. He looked ahead in admiration and said that they had 6 Aura Lords, not counting him. Quite a unique army. Silan looked at him and said that the opinion of the orcs and dwarves would change after the battle. At that moment, Reifenhart approached them and added, as well as about the elves. He gave them back Elfenheim, and no longer would humans dare to look down on them. After that, he put his hand forward, releasing a powerful fiery aura from his hand. A huge fiery creature appeared behind him. Sezalan, throwing his head back, looked at this and exclaimed that it was amazing. The elf said that in time the other elves would also understand that Elfenheim had been reborn. Cirrus, looking at the fiery creature, exclaimed in surprise, "My God, what power!" At that moment, Jewel approached them and asked what all the noise was about. Phineas said that she wanted to meet the other dwarf. Then, when the dwarf girl approached her relatives to get acquainted, the prince turned to the main character and said that everything went according to plan. But was he confident in his victory? He answered, "Of course," although there was still much to prepare. Then the prince looked at the dwarf girl and said that in any case, he was glad to see her happy. Since he shared their beliefs, he trusted him even more than his own subordinates. So, he could act as he saw fit. He was already grateful to him simply for giving Phinia the opportunity to smile. Reifenhart said that he would not let him down. A few days later, spring brought the chaos of war to the gates of the Sinai fortress. One of the warriors suddenly shouted that they were under attack. The enemy was advancing. Teswold von Fernando, the Aura Lord of the Kingdom of Crovens, folded his arms and said that he had heard that the fortress was being stormed and had come running at the first call. What did he say? The knight standing behind him said with alarm that he thought it was an attack. Teswold, looking at the warriors, asked if this was really their enemy. There were no people among them, mostly dwarves. The emblem of Prince Juval was visible on their armor. Did he really want to destroy the fortress in this way? It would have been cheaper to hire people. The question arose, why did he spend so much money? His subordinates suggested that this might be some kind of strategic maneuver. Teswold turned around and gave the order to have the mages study them. It was necessary to gather 10 knights and send 50 people with each. The knight was surprised. Wasn't that too many? He replied that if it was a trap, they would definitely be able to escape with such numbers. He ordered that all the dwarves and elves be killed and the elven women be taken alive. Armed elves, they were probably professional killers and therefore made good prey. The knights, mounted on horses, galloped forward at a rapid pace, noting that this was simply ridiculous. Garsold shouted that the elven women must not be killed. Is that clear to everyone? The rest must not be spared. In the name of Carson. The next moment an explosion occurred right in front of him and he and his horse flew back. The dwarf asked if it was possible to use aura. Malroyd replied that the savior had allowed it, and they could attack. Sladel's eyes lit up green. He resolutely rushed forward, swinging his hammer. The knight thought in surprise, a blade covered in aura. Cardamite breaking through, shouted, "Let's go." Malroyd agreed with him and ran forward. The knights looked ahead in surprise. One of them exclaimed, "Sir Zalt has fallen." His comrade clenched his teeth and cried out, "But he is a knight." He cried out that they are not dwarves. They are monsters. Cardamite laughed and cried out, "Damned humans. Finally, they will avenge their kind." Malroy, attacking another knight, cried out that he has not fought at full strength for a long time. Slokal, swinging his hammer, cried out, "Brothers, they must show them their full power." Watching what was happening, Teswold clenched his teeth, his face covered in sweat, and he said, "Damn it, Aura Lords among the dwarves." The knight asked what they should do. At that moment, a subordinate approached him and said that if there really were aura lords among them, then the gate was under threat. Turning to him, he confirmed this and ordered the protective spell to be activated. The next moment, the mages concentrated their power, creating several magical symbols that formed the fortress's barrier. Reifenhardt, covering himself with his hand, noted that the magical barrier was of a fairly high level and corresponded to the size of the fortress. Selen, also covering himself from the light, said that they were at a disadvantage. He replied that everything was fine and he expected it to be so. The next moment, the elves began to concentrate their aura, releasing fiery creatures. Teswold shouted indignantly, "What kind of crap is this?" Then he ordered the archers to fire. Several arrows flew forward, but burned in a powerful flame. The knight exclaimed that this looked like spirit magic from ancient books. He shouted, "What is he talking about? Elves cannot control spirit magic. The protective spells of their gates." Cardamite, swinging his weapon again, exclaimed, "Well done, Reifenhardt." Then he filled his axe with aura and attacked the gate, cutting it into several pieces. The knight standing inside shouted that the gate had fallen. Demons had entered the fortress. Teswold, sitting on his horse, called out to the knights, standing behind him, the knightly order of Fernando. Attack. He would fight these creatures and they must occupy the rest of the monsters. The knights, inspired by his call, answered for the king. They would show these creatures who the true knights are. At that moment, Cardamoth the dwarf warrior shouted, "Malroyd Slidell, protect the others." Malroyd, his comrade, warned him to be careful. "This man has an aura." Teswold, without a second's hesitation, appeared in front of them and, swinging his weapon, said, "Have they forgotten their place? Do they imagine themselves to be the masters of the aura?" Caudermite, without thinking, jumped on him and their weapons clashed, causing a powerful surge of energy. Teswold, amazed, thought what? He thought that he was definitely stronger than him. The dwarf, on the contrary, assessed his opponent. Although he looked younger, humans seemed to develop and learn faster than other species. The warriors watching the battle were scared. What is going on? Not only have the dwarves mastered the aura, but they are not inferior to Sir Teswold. Salan, watching the battle, said it is good that Cardamite is able to withstand Teswold. The protagonist watching the battle said that he does not think that Cardamite will be defeated. However, turning his attention to the elves, he realized that they are already at the limit of their strength. Cyrus asked why they are standing aside. The protagonist replied that this is an exemplary battle for the whole world, revealing the strength of other species. They should not interfere. Cyrus cried out indignantly that the battle would be pointless if they lost. Reifenhardt agreed with him. He wondered where the others were. Suddenly, a multitude of orcs appeared on the cliff behind him. He shouted that they were late. Tahid, their leader, apologized. "Forgive me, brother. They were trying to avoid human patrols. That's why they were late." The protagonist, realizing his mistake, pointed to the fortress and shouted that there was no time. They must join the battle. The orc grinned. His eyes lit up and he cried forward, "Warriors of the blue spirit, when our blades cut the skies apart, even axes tear the earth itself. They are the great warriors of the blue spirit. Burning blood will lead them to victory. Unsheath your blades, swing them and smash the skulls of the enemies before you to pieces. Fear until your last heartbeat. May the spirits of battle protect them." The panicking knights screamed in fear, not understanding where the orcs had come from. The monster was growing bigger. "Help?" The knight, turning to them, called for them to gather. They were nothing but worthless monsters. He thought, these savages, what kind of giant swords do they have in their hands? The protagonist, continuing to watch what was happening, said that he was sure that the enemies were in shock. In their lifetime, they had never encountered the unique fighting style of other species. Elves prefer graceful and light blades, dwarves, long and massive. Trolls tend to favor weapons made of natural materials, such as bones and wood. Orcs believe that the bigger and more visible the weapon, the better. Fueled by strength and spirit, it gives enormous destructive power. The soldiers escaping from the approaching threat shouted that these blades were possessed. They asked for help. Selen, covering himself from the blinding light, said that he knew about the strength of the orc warriors, but this fight was too one-sided. Reifenhardt, also covering himself, noted that the spirit weapon has many disadvantages. For example, they can divide the army into two groups. While one runs away from the hovering weapons, the other fights the orcs. Ignorance is a terrible thing. The world played a cruel joke not only on other intelligent races but also on people who were also fooled. Kalkin, waving his sword, moved forward and the warriors ran away from him in fear, shouting that this is the aura of the sword. They have won too. Teswold, continuing to fight the dwarf, wondered what kind of nonsense was going on here. Reifenhardt, turning to his comrade, said that he probably didn't like watching people die. He noted that of course he was a man himself, but one should not forget that these people also wanted a better life. At that moment, Cardamite pierced his opponent's chest, and he said that war would help achieve the goal. After that, the dwarf climbed onto a small bridge and raising his axe up, exclaimed that the enemy leader was killed. Victory was theirs. They would deal with the rest. In the capital of the kingdom of Krovins, Krovin Karsus was sitting at a table looking at papers and indignantly exclaimed, "What nonsense." His subordinate uncertainly answered that it was true. Karsus said that this was impossible. How could Tex? Wall? Are they absolutely sure? The subordinate confirmed his words and said that they had questioned all the surviving witnesses. He leaned his head on his hand and said that Sir Teswald had indeed passed away. Then he frowned and said, "So they only have 12,000 men left, and they have lost Sinai Fortress. Even here, it is no longer safe, and the capital will have a maximum of 4,000 soldiers. He needs to discuss this matter with his father and grandfather." He ordered all the noble soldiers to be called to the capital. If they lose Croton, they will not have another chance. Prince Jules still has the crowns and seal. If he goes through the coronation ceremony in the capital, even the neutral nobles will take his side. They need to concentrate all their forces in one place. The subordinate thought that for someone his age, he is very quick-witted. Karsus is worthy of being the next king. The day after the capture of Sinai Fortress, Jules stood on the edge of the hill and said that he could not believe he was standing here. Or rather, he is aware of it. But it all seems so unreal. Reifenhart, who was standing next to him, said that he told him he would not let him down. He smiled and asked how the heroes were. Did they have a good rest? The protagonist confirmed his words, and then he asked what the reaction of the nobles was. The protagonist stepped forward and said that not everyone was happy, but what choice did they have? Many soldiers were sent outside while their warriors were resting in their cozy rooms. Jules looked forward and said that it was all thanks to him and his troops. He was sure that no one would dare to deny it. What about the damage? The protagonist reported that they lost 17 dwarves and 9 orcs. The elves all survived, but many of them were wounded. The prince said that this was nothing compared to the enemy's losses, but considering that they had few warriors, such losses could not be ignored. Reifenhart looked at him and thought that this guy was better than he thought. Honestly, he was very hesitant about supporting him instead of Corius, but since they were both fighting for the right to the throne, it was better to support the one he liked a little more. At least now there would be no one left in the Jewel army who would look down on warriors of other races. The only problem was that there were dudes like this left. The man stood in front of him and holding out his hands smiled, and said that he had such amazing slaves. He offered to sell them to him. He should just name a price. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he must have made a mistake. They were not slaves. They were their allies. How many times did he have to repeat this? The man smiled and said that he was so reluctant to give them up, although in his place he wouldn't have done it either. Reifenhart walked forward and thought that he wanted to teach him a proper lesson, but he couldn't. The news that an army of different species had stormed the fortress of Sinai spread throughout the kingdom. The soldiers gathered around the corner were discussing among themselves, and one of them asked Sir Teswald was killed by a dwarf. One of them exclaimed in bewilderment that it was impossible. However, the fortress of Sinai remained out of reach. Were the orcs really as terrible as they were said to be? He had heard that they were real savages. The soldier replied, "Who knows? Borsinka gladiators can really be overly aggressive, but if Prince Jewel could find a common language with them, then they can too. But that's it." At this time, the orc brought the owner of the inn some firewood and said, "Well, I chopped it and brought it." In response, the indignant man, putting his hands on his hips, shouted, "I should have left them in the backyard, you idiot." The customers watching what was happening noticed that the rumors were obviously true. One of them, turning to his comrade, said, "Just look how stupid the orcs are." His comrade, holding a mug of drink in his hand, replied, "It seems so, but what kind of person could make them fight for each other?" He heard that there was a priest Philanus who controlled the dwarves. There are even witnesses. His comrade objected, "But the temple does not use slaves. That is why it is so strange." At that moment, Christina Celestana came to their table and, leaning towards them, asked with a smile, could they tell him more? The man looking at her was surprised. Where did this woman come from? He asked why, noticing her small height compared to hers. She, taking a glass in her hand, said that she was just curious about this priest. Does he know anything about him? His comrade replied that he knew nothing more, or that he looked about 14 years old, no more. He has scarlet hair and he strongly resembles a girl. Christina squeezed the glass in her hands and the shards and drops of the drink flew in all directions. She laughed and then, putting her dirty fingers to her face, she thought that she had finally found him, her fiancé Silen. In the center of the great plains of Ledant, in the kingdom of Krovins, two armies met, the army of Karses and the army of Prince Juval. Kars's forces numbered 10,000 warriors and Juval's 3,000. The protagonist, observing the enemy, said it is expected of Karses. He gathered the entire army as soon as he heard about the fall of the fortress of Sinai. At this moment, Raven von Spurius stepped forward, riding on a horse, and exclaimed, "Fools who are unable to recognize the true king." He challenges them. Who dares to accept him? Step forward. No one. So he was right. They used some low trick to defeat Teswald. One of the knights proclaimed that this was Sir Spurius, the demonic sword Brozen. Cardamite looked at him and asked if he should fight him. He looked weaker than that Tiswalt, or whatever his name was. Malroyd replied, "No, they already had a volunteer." Spurius, seeing his opponent, asked who he was. Cyrus, shrouded in aura, introduced himself and declared that he would fight for Prince Jevil. A duel with Sir Spurius was a great honor for him. He exclaimed that it was wonderful. After all, he was not even 30. Cyrus, swinging his sword, warned this did not mean it would be easy. Then they began to fight, their swords clashing, throwing out bursts of aura in different directions. They struck again and again. The knight shouted in amazement that he owned an aura. They also had an aura. But who was this knight? He was a human, right? He says his name is Cyrus, and it's good that he's on their side. Karsus frowned, thinking that this Yuval has more aura lords in his army than in the entire kingdom. Their mere presence raises the morale of the entire army. He prays that Sir Spurius doesn't lose. Spurius, making another attack, exclaimed that he's quite skilled for his age. Cyrus, parrying his blow, stated that his skills are also high. Frowning, he thought that he could win. He might lose in a normal sword duel, but he clearly has more experience, and he should thank Reifenhardt for that. The protagonist watching the battle said that he sent him into battle to test him, but he's doing better than he expected. At this rate, he'll gain the title of the Holy Sword in just a few years. Right? Spurius exclaimed that he would never lose to a brat, and then he used a technique called Gigantic Blade. Cyrus smirked. The next moment he used a technique called Phantom Replication. Many swords made of mana rushed forward. His opponent exclaimed in amazement. What kind of technique was that? Aura-based sword illusions. But the next moment he was pierced by several swords and flew off, falling to the ground. The knights called out to him in fear, and he, bleeding on the ground, asked, "But how? How did such a technique come about at such a young age?" Opening his eyes, he heard a voice. "Long live Sir Cyrus." Sitting on his horse, he said, "Damn, failed again. Everything about this technique is great except for the difficulty of execution." Karsus, frowning and watching what was happening, shouted, "All troops, prepare to attack." His warriors quickly ran forward. Cyrus, addressing the army behind him, exclaimed, "Follow him. Brave warrior, they must fight until the last heartbeat. May the spirits of battle protect them." The knights shouted, "Kill the monsters. Stand to the death. They have the advantage. Hold the line and knock them off their horses." One of the knights thought in surprise, "What horses?" At that moment, one of the knights, jumping off his horse, tried to escape from the wolf, who was saddled by an orc. He screamed, begging for salvation. Karas, opening his mouth in surprise, desperately said, "Damn, the rumors were not lying. What the hell is the head of the special squad Sir said doing?" One of the warriors said that it seemed that he had failed to reach their headquarters. He shouted in confusion, "What?" But there were no more than 200 people left there. He thought that they wanted to say that Sir said and his 1,000 soldiers had failed to break through to the Yuval base, guarded by only 200 warriors. At that moment, the dwarf laughed and shouted that with their short legs they might have trouble getting to the right places, but they had no equal in defense. One of the elves called Ignatius, and the knight, seized with fear, exclaimed, "Fire monster." Karshas, turning to his mages, shouted, "Cast a spell" in response. One of the mages looked at him and said that the magic wasn't working. Someone was blocking their mana flow. He thought, what kind of powerful mage was on their side, if he was capable of such a thing? If he was really strong, why didn't he just blow everything up with high-level spells? Reifenhardt, using a magic spell, said that he might lack mana, but he had plenty of talent. I wonder how Cirrus was doing. She was dealing with the knights at that moment, with the help of her wind spirit. They were screaming in fear that the elven witch was attacking. Karsus desperately clenched his teeth and said that he was giving the order to retreat. Jul raised his sword and exclaimed, "Rejoice! Victory is theirs." This battle, which will somehow leave a mark in the annals under the name of the Battle of the Lid-Ant Plains, ended with the victory of Prince Jul, County Hendrik, near Lid-Ant. The townspeople gathered in the street, joyfully greeted Prince Jul, the true king, he riding forward on his horse. Said that only yesterday, they sang the praises of the future King Kars. Fianan, who rode next to him, reported that Karsus had settled in Croton and was preparing for another battle. Count Vet and Baron Terzan wished to meet him and swear allegiance to him. The prince smiled and said that they were slippery snakes. Fianan looked at him and said, however, Sir Hartsbergen, Sir Grandyard, and Sir Zeklin were neutral. He asked if he was considering winning them over to his side. He thought that was now possible. The prince asked why. He stroked his beard and said that was also a good question. Jul thought that he should become a king who cared for his subject. It was the least he could do for the people. County Hendrik. The guards blocked the way with their axes and shouted, "Stop." One of them asked, "She was Seer's paladin, wasn't she? Why was she here?" He wondered, surprised. She is certainly a beauty, but her body is too huge. At that moment, Scylla was doing push-ups. Watching him, Reifenhart said that he needed to rest his arms and move on to squats. Scylla, nicknamed Young Saint by the Yuval soldiers for his recent battle, fought fearlessly on the battlefield and healed the wounded, leaving a lasting impression on everyone. The priest, getting to his feet, said so squat. Reifenhart suggested that Scylla rest and not overexert himself, but he replied that he wanted to pump up his muscles as soon as possible, and was ready for it at any cost. Then, putting his hands on his hips, he asked what Cirrus was doing there. The protagonist, looking away, assumed that she was mending fences with Selena, who demonstratively turned away from her. She begged for forgiveness, saying that back then it was a matter of life and death. They were friends, right? There was no point in arguing. Reifenhart said that he had told her that she would be offended, but the elf replied that she was sure that in a few days everything would be forgotten. The memory of spirits is little better than that of goldfish. He asked if she still called herself their friend. He wondered if she had always been like this. Had she hidden her true nature in her past life? At that moment, a knight approached him and said that a woman wanted to see him. Turning around, he asked in surprise, him. The knight, scratching the back of his head, answered that in fact she wanted to meet the young saint, but he thought that she had come to see him anyway. He asked in what sense. Soon Christina appeared in the living room, bowing her head and putting her hand to her chest. She said that she was glad to meet him, Sir Reifenhart. Then she introduced herself, and the protagonist, looking at her in surprise, thought Teslan had a little sister. He asked and what brought her to him. At that moment, Scylla peeked out from behind the door and asked who was looking for him. Christina immediately smiled and exclaimed, "Ah, Scylla," he perplexed, shouted Christina. Approaching him, she said with a radiant smile, "Her love. How long can you run from fate?" He indignantly shouted, "What love?" At that moment, Reifenhart stood between them and, trying to stop Christina, asked what kind of relationship they were in. She was silent for a while, and then smiling said that by the will of the Almighty they were destined for each other. After a while, Scylla nervously and hurriedly began to collect his things, shouting that he urgently needed to run. The protagonist said that he asked her to wait in the living room to calm down. "What's the matter? Are they really engaged?" The priest shouted, "No way." Christina Scylla, a Sinna, comes from a famous family in the kingdom of Holy Anne. When she was little, everyone predicted that she would grow up to be a beauty. She really did become quite an attractive woman, only she was almost 2 main tall. Then the prophet of Seir appeared and said that she was the daughter of the Lord himself. She was his sword, and she was destined to become the mother of the great warrior. Soon, fate would bring her together with the man of the sun. In the holy order of Seir, she was named a paladin and raised as a warrior. As a swordsman, she went on various missions, and one day the road led her to Vassal. There she met Scylla, her destiny. He took care of the wounded on the battlefield. He was her ideal. She fell in love at first sight, and upon returning to the holy order, she made a statement. The oracle's prophecy came true. She had found the father of the future great warrior. The holy order was in disarray. Unlike Kristen, most of its members were ordinary people, and would never approve of a marriage between a woman in her 20s and a 12-year-old boy. One of the ministers suggested that she might be mistaken because how could her betrothed be a child? However, Seir sent another oracle who confirmed that it was him. However, the Philinins order made counter-conditions in response to this prophecy. The representative stated that if she could win his love, they would give their blessing. Scylla said that from that moment on, real hell began. The protagonist suggested that this was in fact an arranged marriage, beneficial to both the Philinins order and Seir's order. The priest closed his suitcase and said that it was, but Kristen's obsession was frightening. She followed him everywhere, appearing wherever he stopped. To be honest, he lied when he joined them under the pretext of a pilgrimage. He just hoped that she would leave him alone when she saw them. The protagonist asked if that was why he was so desperately pumping up his muscles. Scylla, locking his suitcase, replied that he had always wanted to be muscular. But after meeting Christina, this desire only intensified. What if she lost interest in him when he became more like other men? Reifenhart said that if it was her height, then it was no obstacle to love. He knew it, but the priest jumped up in fear and exclaimed that it was all because of her personality. She was terrible. Never listened to anyone. She stuck to her guns, and that was it. She had already planned out the names of her future children, as well as their entire future lives. She would name her son Stein, and he would certainly become a paladin of the order. The daughter would be Ellen, and her fate was predetermined to be that of Saint Cyre. And the father would remain a priest of Philinins. What the hell? Reifenhart said that it really sounded creepy. Then he asked what he said the daughter's name would be. Scylla, grabbing the suitcase, repeated Ellen. What difference did it make? The protagonist thought, repeating this name. Suddenly he realized, Solon is the father of Saint Ellen. She said that the evil dwarves who worship the god of darkness also answered for their deeds. Saint Sierra, one of the 5 strongest warriors on the continent, who fought against the demon king Reifenhart, She could even bring the fallen back to life, which was superior to the skills of the high priest Matrelane. In the end, he died at her hand, a nightmare woman from whom he suffered a lot in his past life. She was not just a good fighter. She was able to bless an entire legion, a body of ordinary soldiers of indestructible berserkers. With her magic, even a 3-year-old could slit a knight's throat. If this monster was Silen's daughter, he thought that was serious. The vast majority of Elend's divine power was created unnaturally, using a spell called the Holy Grail, which was forbidden even in the Holy Order of Sierra. The Holy Grail is a figurative name for the union of a man and a woman who merge in a special barrier. When the fetus is born, it absorbs the lives of its parents and is born, becoming a vessel. In other words, for the Holy Grail to be born, its parents must give up their lives. Then, turning to his companion, the protagonist said that this marriage would be his undoing. He should know that. Silen looked at him and asked, "He means that this will put an end to the best days?" Yeah. The protagonist thought that it was obvious that Silen was the father of that Saint Ellen. And now it made sense that he had not heard of him in his past life, despite all his power. Then he stopped and said that he did not advise him to marry her. The priest asked in despair, was there really anyone on his side? And then he looked at the protagonist and said one way or another he was leaving. That was fun, Sir Reifenhart. The protagonist asked in surprise, where is he going? The knight who was watching said that he thought the young saint was leaving them. His colleague suggested that perhaps he had a falling out with the mage. Silen turned away and said who knows what will happen if he stays. The protagonist said yes, but he thought that Silen was more than just a useful tool for the team. He was more than that. He shared his dreams and was an important part of the team. He then suggested that they discuss it. He didn't think he could get rid of her if he kept running away. She always found him everywhere. The priest asked what else could he do. He couldn't force her out of here, could he? He asked. Was he really leaving him? Silen thought about it and said that he didn't want to, but he was powerless in this situation. He couldn't ask him to go with him in the middle of an important battle. The protagonist asked if he was sure. Maybe he could try to convince her that her pursuit would only deepen his dislike for her. He said that if that worked, he wouldn't have left the Holy Order of Phalanx. Suddenly Christina appeared at their side and called out to the priest. She said with admiration, "Is he already ready, her love?" She suggested that they quickly go home to get married. He turned to the protagonist indignantly and shouted that all of this had happened because of him. Christina, smiling awkwardly, suggested that they quickly go home, where they would live happily ever after and have children, a daughter and a son. Silen, looking at her indignantly, said that he had already told her that he did not want this. He really did not want such a life. Christina, smiling, leaned towards him and said that there was no need to be embarrassed. Reifenhart, watching them, thought that she was not listening to him at all. Then he asked, what was it that attracted her so much to him? She asked with a smile. Wasn't it obvious? Their children would be of perfect height when they got married. The protagonist, feeling awkward, thought that her logic was impeccable. Then she sighed and asked Silen. He was not going to bring God's punishment on his children, was he? He continued to shout indignantly that this was simply impossible, and God's punishment had nothing to do with it. She said she was sure he wanted it, just like she did. Leaning very close to him, her face took on a crazy look. She said he is worried that he is not growing, and she is worried that she has grown too big. Is it not fate? They need to go home. Their marriage is blessed by the gods. He desperately shouted that he is not going anywhere. Then he whispered to the protagonist to help him. Reifenhart hesitantly said that he wanted to help, but did not understand how. Then Silen apologetically said that he had a loved one who was dearer to him than anything. Her eyes widened in horror, and he, taking the protagonist's hand, shouted that he and Reifenhart were dating. So, he cannot accept her feelings. Everyone present looked at them in surprise, and an awkward silence fell. Then he said that they were connected to him by the scarlet thread of Phalanx. Technically, this is true. The goddess blesses the relationship of people bound by fate, whose paths are meant to be together. Silen prayed, saying, "O Phalanx, please show me the thread of fate. Behold how painful their separation is, and reunite them." The fork in fate. He thought that this spell was actually used to find suitable couples, so he used it for something other than its intended purpose. He really had never lied. Watching this, the knight turned to his comrade and said that he knew it. His colleague remarked that they looked good together. He countered that they had recently talked about breaking up. Reifenhart asked, in a whisper, "But why him?" The priest replied, "Who else? Cirrus is not allowed. A human is needed." The protagonist said that there were other girls. He asked who. The protagonist replied that any passing maid would do. He replied that a commoner would not do. He had to shock her. Smiling awkwardly, he asked, could he really handle the aftermath? Silen said that he himself did not want to reveal their relationship, but the situation forced him to. He understands his love. Reifenhart awkwardly smiled and put his arm around his shoulder and agreeing said his dear Silen. Christina said, "I see. So that's it. The priest thought that she would back down now, but she said that the path to love is always full of trials. Therefore, in the name of great love, she Christina, the paladin of Seer, challenges him to a duel. Then she took out her sword and pointed it at Reifenhart, and he thought, what the hell? Then he asked to duel. You mean with him? She exclaimed that if he really loved Scylla, he should accept the challenge. He answered no, just why would a knight and a mage engage in a duel? Scylla clenched his fists and shouted that he believed in him. He must show the strength of their true love. Turning around, the protagonist asked, does he want him to fight this woman? The priest said that victory will be his anyway, and there is no other way to save him. Cyrus, watching what was happening, said, wow. They understand each other without words. Doves indeed. Reifenhart thought no way, she should not believe everything she sees. Then Christina, as Seer's paladin, raised her sword in front of her and said that she would leave the right of the first attack to him. They must begin the battle. The protagonist agreed that there was no other way. He thought since he was given the right to attack first, he would simply knock her out and be done with it. Concentrating his energy, he began to cast a spell. La Dante Varas Filarin, lightning, cover the skies with a continuous storm. Crush his enemies. Christina, looking at him, clenched her teeth and thought that he was much more capable than she expected. Then he thought, I'm sorry, but he needs to end this quickly. He extended his hand forward and shouted, lightning storm. A powerful magical energy rushed forward. Thinking that he couldn't kill her, he lowered the power of the spell. He thought that he could knock her out. He then frowned when he saw her blocking his attacks while casting spells. Seer should supplement her sword with his light. The knight exclaimed in surprise. Another Auralord, his comrade, shouted that it wasn't so and that there was something else. She had the divine sword of the Seer paladin. Reifenhart thought that among their ranks, only one paladin out of 10 could use this technique. It seemed that she was stronger than he thought. He then used defense barrier, force shield, void steps, wind throw, air bullet. A powerful energy appeared around him, flying forward. Christina continued to fend off his attacks and exclaimed, does he really think that the paladin Seer can be defeated with such mediocre attacks? Scylla called the protagonist and asked why he only used magic. He turned around and asked, what's wrong? He's a mage, that's why he casts spells. The priest clenched his fist and shouted, damn, his life is at stake. Reifenhart thought, okay, he'll have high-ranking magic. After that, he began to cast spells. A shroud of night that covers his eyes. Veil of darkness. Mistakes will catch up with them. Slippery step. Drifting glacier gives birth to the shadow of death. Frost shadow. Christina looked at the magic symbols in front of her in surprise, and then her feet were covered in ice. The protagonist thought that she would need at least 30 seconds to get out of the ice. He put his hands in front of him and said that it was time to wrap it up. She said he left her no choice. She will have to use the power sent to her by Seer. Then she closed her eyes and began to move her legs. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. He thought that she had broken the magical ice with brute force. Then the priest asked Christina, does she have an aura? She smiled and said that unfortunately she was not honored to know this. But the merciful Seer took pity on her and gave her enough power so that she could resist even the Lord of the Aura. Reifenhart exclaimed indignantly. Where did she know this breathing technique from? She said that back in her girlhood, before becoming a servant of Seer, she met an old man who taught her this technique, saying that it would help her grow up healthy. Then she did not understand, but now she knows for sure that it was Seer who brought him to her. The protagonist uncertainly thought, was it by any chance his mentor? What did this old fool do? Christina asked if there was a problem. He thought she was using a special breathing technique that helps strengthen and enlarge the body. He decided that it was not on purpose, because he wanted to leave the girl without male attention. Although he thinks that he did it with good intentions given his love for perfection. Smiling awkwardly, he replied that there was no problem. Everything was fine. Then she ran forward, shouting that they would continue the fight. He used the spell wings of soaring blades and she used the royal cutter. A powerful pulse of energy flew forward, but Christina, swinging her sword, reflected his attack. She really uses a special breathing technique called unbreakable rocking, which is designed to strengthen and grow the body. Considering her size, she has been actively using this technique for at least 10 years. Reifenhart refused it, but Christina, on the contrary, actively uses it. It means she has great talent. However, if this technique worked on everyone, unbreakable rocking would be golden. There are so many people in the world who have a complex about their short stature. The veins on Christina's face bulged and she frowned, shouting why he didn't give in. He asked in surprise who would deliberately give in a duel. She answered that he, like all magicians, was sarcastic. She was sure that he seduced the innocent Cylon with his snake tongue. The protagonist asked in surprise, what did he say? Running up to him, she shouted that she would show him the power of love. He cried out in embarrassment. What the hell? The power of love. She answered that he was a poor thing and didn't even know that. The next moment, a magical blow pierced her chest, and she flew back. Reifenhart said that he had won and she should give up Scylla right now. Lying on the ground, she raised herself on her hands, her body trembling, and she said that it was so and she really would have to retreat. Then she looked at the priest, apologized and said that she could not tear him away from the clutches of this monster. She was not strong enough. The thought of him torturing his fragile body made her purse her lips, trying to hold back her tears. Scylla clenched his fists and indignantly shouted at her to shut her mouth. They share love with both soul and body, right, Reifenhart? He looked at him in surprise and said that he did not want to share anything with him. The priest whispered that he had stuck to the legend and played along with him. Reifenhart, with tears in his eyes, said yes. His dear fragile Scylla. The priest hugged him and said that he should smile and not cry. At that moment, wiping tears from her eyes, Christina ran in the opposite direction and shouted that she would definitely come back and save him. Scylla, the protagonist, asked how he intended to cope with the consequences. He answered that he was sure that everything would work out on its own. The next day, nothing was settled. Fionn stroked his beard and asked, "Is that so, Mr. Reifenhart and the young priest? It's a bit strange, but they look good together, don't you agree? They're like they came out of a painting." For some reason, the rumors were only positive. Cardamoth looked at the man next to him and asked, "Does that mean the savior plays for the other team?" He replied that it seems so. He remembered that there had always been a special atmosphere between them, and the man confirmed this. Zalcathor turned to the knight Hans and asked, "Do they men also have love for each other?" Hans replied that this often happens between knights and cute boys. The orc asked in surprise, "Sweet?" Hans replied, "Cute like girls." Zalkoth. Thor did not understand, and the knight, pointing at the priest, added, "Well, like that priest." Then the orc said that he understood. Hans asked, "Is his name Zalcathor?" "And his is Han." The orc repeated the names and said happily that he was glad to meet you. Cyrus noticed with a smile that it seemed that the representatives of different species had become closer to each other. They were one step closer to Reifenhart's dream. After a while looking into the room, Cyrus asked why he didn't leave the room. The protagonist, tangled in the blanket with tears in his eyes, shouted that she should ask the priest. He said, "God, nothing will change from him," accusing him. The elf asked, "So what?" Rumors quickly spread because Scylla is very cute. Cyrus thought that he himself does not like being effeminate, so he trains every day. Their eyes met, and they said exactly. Reifenhart got up from the bed and, clenching his fist, exclaimed that from now on he will begin the most hardcore training. He will make a man out of him. The priest happily agreed, and exclaimed that this is all he dreams of. Sahid, looking at them, said that they had become very close. He thought that the rumors would only get stronger. Cyrus agreed with him. He said that, however, any rumors weaken with time. After some time, Juval's army approached the city. The prince shouted, "Traitor Karsus. He will pay for going against the will of heaven. He must bow before the true king and open the gates." Karsus, standing on top of the wall, exclaimed that this is nonsense. They communicate with monsters and dare to declare the will of heaven. Prince Juval has clearly mixed up with the devil. This is an indelible stain on the history of the kingdom of Crovens. He is ordered to lay down his arms and pay for the stain on the honor of the royal family. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said, "How much can we talk? We will still have to fight." Then Juval raised his sword and shouted, "Heroes. They must show the true king all their courage. Hold your positions, archers, fire. Raise your shields. They must cast aside their fear and scale the wall. Everyone behind must cover their comrades with their shields. Come on, everyone." His army moved forward with determination. Kalkin, drawing his sword from his back, shouted, "Forward, my love." Stala, riding her wolf, ran alongside him shouting, "She is already coming, my love." Cardamoth, turning to Malroyd, noticed that he was feeling a little sick. Sloidel, looking at the horse beneath him, asked, "Did they really have to ride?" Malroyd replied, "Oh, come on, they look cooler on horses. They just need to be patient." Cyrus, who was running ahead, said, "Right. He is magnificent." "What's the problem?" their opponents shouted. Cyrus. Karsa's thinking said, "Damn, is that it?" Then he raised his hand and ordered to fire. For every monster killed, he promised a reward of 100 gold. Kalkin, raising his sword above his head, exclaimed, "He doesn't think that wearing a tiger skin makes him a tiger. This is ridiculous." Cyrus, moving forward, easily fought off the arrows, and Karsa's ordered to throw spears. The next moment, the knights were already throwing spears at their enemies. Malroyd, cutting their weapons, exclaimed, "Well, the arrows have become bigger, but what's the use?" Cyrus swung his sword and released powerful energy forward. Watching what was happening from the wall, Spurius thought, "Isn't this Sir Spurius's giant blade? How dare he steal his technique?" Powerful energy destroyed the gates and walls in front of it. The enemy knights ran away screaming that they did not want to die. Kalkin, climbing the wall, exclaimed, "Oh, Cyrus? He's doing great. Well, he's not gonna fall behind. As he climbed up, he jumped above the knights and used a technique called rock crush. The wall beneath him began to crumble. The knights looked on in horror and thought, "Is this the true power of the Aura Lords?" Staller exclaimed that they were magnificent. Reifenhart, turning to her, asked her to destroy the walls in the most spectacular manner, but not to harm their soldiers. She asked what to do, since an action would be shameful. She then took out her weapon and, throwing forward 12 blades, shouted to battle 12 sisters. The weapons pierced the wall and she exclaimed, "Let it speak for itself." After that, the aura on the blades began to grow, and each of them exploded, destroying the wall. Spurius, holding Karaz's, exclaimed, "What is this?" Kalkin said in surprise, "Wifey is capable of such a thing." Slowl admired, "What a powerful technique of destruction." Malroy cried out, "Wow, orcs understand architecture too." Cardamoth offered to recruit her for the future. She is capable of breaking down walls during sieges. Cyrus, smiling, said another technique to master, and it seems that it will not even require much practice. Karsus, hiding behind Spurius, said that he did not expect such a turn of events. Therefore, he wanted to avoid a siege attack at all costs. Spurius apologized and said that he could handle a couple of enemies, but they would not win here. It was better to return to the palace. He agreed with him. The next moment, the knight next to him pointed ahead and exclaimed that Prince Jul's army was retreating. Completely absorbed in his thoughts, Karaz asked what. He thought they were winning. Why retreat? Hun shouted that he was a traitor. His life was already in Prince Jul's hands. He thought, what was he planning? Hans, looking at the wall, shouted that he was sure Karsus knew that they could easily take the fortress if they wanted. But they did not need the deaths of innocent citizens. If he cared about them at all, he should raise the flag and surrender to them. Karsus gritted his teeth and thought, I see, he wants to make him look like a scoundrel. He asked what kind of dirty games. He wondered, what kind of scoundrel came up with such a devious plan? Reifenhart turned around, smiled and said that Karsus was not one to continue fighting after such an ultimatum. Juval looked at him and said he is truly wise. It seems that victory is theirs. Badon said that they will return to the dungeon Viscount Zedran. They showed them the difference in their strength. He is sure that they will surrender. Bloodshed is of no interest to anyone. Sometime later, sitting at the table, Duke Fernando, turning to his son, asked him to tell them if they have a chance to turn the situation to their advantage. The man said that he does not know what these inferior creatures are thinking, but they really do have power comparable to the Lords of Aura. Karsus asked where did they come from. The man added that they were still too arrogant not to continue the assault on the capital. Perhaps they would gather strength for the next confrontation. He said that it was better not to do that, since they held the seal and the crown. Once they gave them the castle, Prince Jul would be legally crowned, and then they would truly lose. The man put his hand forward and asked if he wanted to ask for support from the kingdom of Chotan, or vassal. Karza looked at him and asked if he wanted to involve other countries as well. He was afraid that then Krovans would be razed to the ground, even if they won. The man frowned and exclaimed that at this rate he would lose everything. There was silence, and Karsus thought that they only cared about themselves. Even his father and grandfather agreed. One of the men clenched his fist and gritted his teeth and said that they should have just sent assassins to this pathetic prince. Karsus looked at him and replied as if they hadn't tried. Fernando looked at Spurius and asked what he would say. He had an aura. Could he handle this task? Spurius folded his arms and said, no matter what his status, he was a blood descendant of his majesty. As a knight, he was not capable of such atrocities. Not to Prince Jul, but to that suspicious mage Reifenhart. Prince Jul's army left the lands of Hendrik and set up camp on the outskirts of the capital, near the estate of Viscount Zedran. There was enough space for tents, and there was a river and forest nearby, which made this place ideal for a camp. In the evening, a celebration was held at the estate. At the celebration, a toast was made. Let's raise our glasses to those who, together with them, rule the future kingdom. Thanks to them, they win. They must celebrate success to the only king. Everyone joyfully raised their glasses. The protagonist watching the events thought that such entertainment was important to maintain balance with the neutral aristocrats. The prince asked why they were raising their glasses to them if they had done nothing to win. The protagonist replied that this was already a good reason to celebrate. He believed that counting them among the winners would reduce their envy and hostility towards other species. The protagonist put his glass in front of him and said only fools congratulate. Only those who participated in the battle. Wise men should think more broadly. If it were not for the resources he provided, how could their brave knights have won? The man, smiling, said how much praise was addressed to them. They were really embarrassed. His comrade noted that he clearly understood war. The man replied that he was a wise wizard. Juval, looking at the protagonist, thought that for a magician he was quite politically savvy. He should learn from him. Fionn, turning to him, said he is so young but so skillful in negotiation. Reifenhart, laughing awkwardly, replied that he was very kind. At this time, Scylla introduced Kalken and Viscount Halton. He introduced Halton as a famous person in the Kingdom of Crovins, and introduced the orc as the leader of the Blue Bear tribe, Sir Kalken. Both expressed pleasure at meeting each other, and Halton was surprised that the orc spoke their language so fluently. Kalken pulled out a communication necklace, and explained that Brother Reifenhardt had given him this useful item. Halton remarked how wonderful it was that they could understand each other. He added with a smile that his warriors were quite brave, unlike most orcs. This remark angered Kalken, but his wife Stala, putting an arm around his shoulder, said that real orcs were just like that. They honored true warriors and despised the weak and treacherous. Halton put his hand to his chest and laughed, embarrassed. He said that they were so polite. He even felt ashamed in front of such strong warriors who possessed an aura. Kalken, not hiding his bewilderment, asked unlike most orcs, as if this man himself was something special. Stala warned him that he should just have a drink and relax. Reifenhardt had recently told them not to expect special favors from humans. Let their words simply pass by without lingering in their consciousness. This was necessary to free those of them who had been subdued. The protagonist thought that a start had been made. They did not need to understand each other. It was enough to simply accept. This time he would try to rely more on them. Scylla, by the way, was a good man. Meanwhile, the priest continued introducing the warriors. Approaching the dwarf, he said that this was Sir Cardamoth, one of the greatest warriors of the Great Forge. The man exclaimed, "Oh, the hero who crushed Sir Teswald." The dwarf laughed sheepishly and said that he was just lucky. Then he offered them a drink. Elves are eloquent and self-sufficient. Their kind prioritizes rational thinking, as well as balance and harmony. And Cyrus, the man who approached him, said that his fight with Sir Spurius had truly inspired him. How had he managed to achieve such heights in martial arts at such a young age? Cyrus folded his arms over his chest and, closing his eyes, replied that he had simply trained very hard and for a long time. One man said, "I see, so how did he train?" Before he could ask, Cyrus coolly replied that he had swung a sword. The man apologized and said that it was probably stupid to ask about a knight's methods. Talking among themselves, they decided that he was not in the mood and did not like all this. They were sure that he was uncomfortable with a glass in his hand instead of a sword. They had already heard that there were enough eccentrics among the Aura Lords. Reifenhardt, looking at Cyrus, wondered why he was so nervous in public. However, his behavior did not cause negative reactions. The real problems would begin after the war, as soon as Juval was crowned. Coming out of the Great Hall and walking along the long corridor, he wondered where Sirius was. He saw Spurius hiding under the robe. He thought that he had not noticed him approaching, which meant that he was either a ghost or an Aura Lord who had perfected the concealment of his presence. Spurius apologized to him and said that it was for the future of the kingdom. Reifenhardt, shocked, exclaimed Spurius. At that moment, his opponent, swinging his sword, rushed forward. The protagonist put out his hand, trying to block the attack. Sirius, frowning in surprise, thought iron skin magic. Then he shouted that the opponent reacted very quickly. He dealt several more blows, but the protagonist, covering himself with his hands, blocked them. The opponent exclaimed that iron skin cannot be that strong. Reifenhardt, concentrating energy in his hand, cast a spell, Flame of Destruction, Fire Volley. A powerful energy flew forward, but Sirius blocked it with his sword, and swinging again, said, however, "Considering his slaves, he is clearly not an ordinary guy. Then he will give it his all." The protagonist, gritting his teeth, looked at him and thought, damn, he should have guessed that he could become a target. He considered himself stupid. He did not understand what to do with it. Read books. When the sword came very close to him, he realized that he had little choice. With a punch, he hit the enemy in the chest. Sirius, wincing in pain, thought close combat skills. Then he asked, "Is he a battle mage?" The protagonist decided that he could convince him that he was an ordinary battle mage if he did not have to use aura. Then he added, although it was not surprising considering his physique. The mage shouted that there are only 6 aura waters in this estate, and they will immediately come running as soon as they realize that something is happening. Spurius filled his sword with energy and shouted, "He thinks he can last that long, huh?" Reifenhardt, taking a stance, wondered how long he could last without using aura. Spurius shouted that he would finish him off with one blow. He ran forward at full speed, holding the sword filled with aura in front of him. Then his eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, where did he get so many muscles from? The mage, clenching his teeth and sighing, said, apparently, he couldn't stop a blade filled with aura without a vortex guardian. The sleeves of his robe were torn off. Several wounds were bleeding from the muscles of his arm. His opponent thought that his body was somehow too strongly built. Could magic have such an effect? He didn't care. He was finished anyway. Then he dealt a few more blows, but Reifenhardt deftly dodged, jumping into the air. He flipped in midair, landed on his feet and struck his opponent with his elbow. However, the opponent blocked his attack with his sword. They struck again and again, and at some point, Spurius noticed that Reifenhardt's body was glowing with a golden light. Spurius was amazed, and asked if this was aura. He could not believe that in front of him was the heir of Gerard, the legendary martial arts king. Was Reifenhardt the new martial arts king? In response, the protagonist chuckled and said that life was full of surprises and such things did not surprise him. Spurius once again held his sword in front of him, filling it with energy, and shouted that he no longer felt guilty for wanting to finish off the mage. Reifenhardt chuckled and told him to attack. He then swung his sword and used a technique called Giant Blade. From the powerful energy, the walls and roof collapsed. Releasing a column of energy, Reifenhardt ran forward, swinging his fist. Directing this energy at him, he flew forward. Spurius exclaimed. He showed his true colors. Reifenhardt shouted back that he asked for this. The swordsman shouted that he would make him disappear without a trace. In response to this, Reifenhardt used a technique called Vortex Guardian. A powerful energy was directed forward and the swordsman's eyes opened in horror. The mage, swinging his leg to strike, used a technique called Gastrosesian. Spurius coughed. Blood flowed from his mouth. The knights running away from the building tried to cover their heads from the falling debris, screaming, "What the hell is going on?" The protagonist then spun in the air and used the technique Salmon Slash, sending his opponent flying. He destroyed the building. Moments later, Spurius lay on the rubble. In despair, he said that it seemed that the assassination attempt had failed. He did not want to die like this. He was the last surviving Karsa's Aura Lord, and if he was gone, the world would plunge into chaos. But the next moment, Reifenhardt dealt a powerful blow, causing blood to gush from the mouths of his opponents. Then the protagonist emerged from the rubble of the building, and the knights, looking at him, exclaimed in surprise. His aura is golden. This color is Gerard. Legends are made about him. This is the king of martial arts. Reifenhardt. Melroyd asked in surprise. No one knew that the savior possessed an aura. Cardamite looked at him and said that he was going to hide his identity. He asked, really? He thought that he just wanted to hide his muscles. Juval opened his mouth in surprise and asked, so, he is the king of martial arts. The dwarf shouted that the disciple of the indestructible rocking chair is not just an aura lord for them. There is no place for weaklings. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and thought that this was for sure. If he was weak, the indestructible Jim would make a cutlet out of the student. The knights, raising their fists up, enthusiastically chanted the king. He thought he knew how they would react. That's why he kept it a secret. But what can you do now? The news of Sir Spurius' death quickly reached the capital. One of the knights said that it turned out that Sir Spurius was killed by the king of martial arts. Well, at least he didn't die the most shameful death. Unlike Sir Teswold, to be nailed by a runt. It seems that Sir Teswold was not as great as people thought him. Sillin said that the strength of other intelligent races has been witnessed by many people, but they continue to look down on them. Reifenhardt, looking ahead, said that they simply refuse to acknowledge that's the thing. It's a little different from being dismissive. All in all, it's not bad. In Cortin, the walls had not yet been rebuilt after the last battle, so Prince Jewel entered the city with ease. The Karsa's army decided to sit tight in the castle. Jewel, looking at the gate in front of him, said that he never thought he would see this gate again, but he was confused. They hadn't surrendered even after 3 days. He hadn't expected that from Karsa's, considering his character. Reifenhardt assumed that it was the decision of his confidants. They had obeyed him while he was winning, but now the situation had changed. Finan, lost in thought, assumed that they were attacking. The protagonist dismounted from his horse and declared that he would meet them himself. The count, surprised, asked, "Really?" Silin, who hadn't expected such a direct approach, assumed that he wouldn't want to face them head-on. The mage countered, "What's the point of hiding after everyone knew who he was?" However, there was no need for that in the first place. As he approached the gate, the knights cheered him on, shouting, "The king of martial arts. He has come to fight." The knight standing on the wall put his hand out to his side and, turning to his subordinates, called on them not to be afraid. He is only a man, nothing more. Archers fire. Many arrows flew at the protagonist, but the arrows bounced off his body and he said that he did not even feel it. Then the opponents launched catapults, to which he noted that it was felt very little. Then they used fire arrows. With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the fire on his clothes, and then the opponents used water. He said that it was refreshing. The knight screamed, "What the hell is this? It's a real monster." Reifenhardt, concentrating energy in his fist, shouted. He asks those who value their lives to move away from the gate. The members of his army cried out, "Forward, king." Watching them out of the corner of his eye, he thought, damn, he is doing the same thing as in his past life. But why are people's reactions so different? 2 days ago, several men were talking among themselves, and one of them asked, "So that mysterious sage turned out to be a martial king?" His comrade replied that it was no wonder he had gathered so many strong followers. He replied, So these orcs were personally selected by the king of martial arts. He said that he thought he planned to raise their level of development to human levels. The man remarked that perhaps they were very different from the slaves they were used to. He even envied the dwarves. They were lucky with their teacher. Reifenhart said that he did not understand anything. When he was the king of demons, they said that the slaves simply went over to the side of darkness that gave them strength. Susseren, looking at him then, said that people have always treated warriors and magicians differently. Anyone can become a warrior, and anyone can easily start swinging a sword. But magic is available only to a limited circle. Ordinary people cannot even pretend to be a magician. That is why the king of demons seems more frightening, because he is a magician, and magic is an incomprehensible thing. But a warrior who paved his way with the most ordinary fists is easier to look up to. He asked, did she mean that his impenetrable flesh seemed more realistic to people than magic? Then, in battle, he could afford anything. She looked at him with a smile and said that it was like the martial arts king Reifenhart. Mana is a power that only a select few possess, but everyone has muscles and fists. Everyone recognizes the aura. With these fists, he used a technique called the 4-stage rock of disaster, destroying the gate in front of him. He thought that he would make people look at him with admiration, but instead they looked at him with horror. Then the order sounded. Everyone attacked. They must follow the martial arts king and not be afraid of traitors. The opposing knight raised his sword and shouted, if they die, then as knights with honor for Karsus, they must show their loyalty. The next moment, several knights were torn apart by orc wolves. The knight shouted his king, carry on their will. A few moments later, the protagonist shouted that the winner had already been decided. They had to stop their senseless resistance, and then they would have mercy on them. At that moment in the main hall, Karsus stood in the center of the room, holding his sword in his hands. Jewel opened the doors, walked inside, and said that it was over. His opponent chuckled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Reifenhart frowned and wondered if he had looked like this in his previous life. Jewel then asked where the others were. Kars replied that his father and grandfather had been evacuated. He would not allow his family to fall. Fianan said that they had already been declared traitors. There was no place for them in the kingdom. He replied that they would move to Chatan. They might not be as influential as before, but at least their mouths would not be open to lies. That was enough for him. He said that they had fled to Chatan, like Teslan from the kingdom of Tikan. Jewel asked the enemy why he had not gone with them. He asked him what he thought. He said that he understood that if he had fled, the war would have continued. He had decided that it was better to die than to be their little dog, with a crown on his head. Then he thought, did he really care more about people than about himself? He was his enemy, but that made him uneasy. Then he said that he would then put an end to it, as he would. Karsus held his sword in front of him and said that contrary to rumors, he was quite sensitive and which of them would kill him. Jewel covered himself with his shield and said that he was certainly a traitor, but still a descendant of royal blood. Only he could take his life. Finan looked at him in surprise and asked what he was saying. He said that he knew that he was not his cousin's equal, but he wanted to show that he at least had the courage worthy of a king. Then he turned to the protagonist and said, it's good that he has the Lord of Aura behind him. He asked him to intervene if necessary. Then Karsus smirked and told him to attack. Cheval quickly ran forward, their swords crossed. Sparks flew from their swords, creating a whirlwind of glittering blades in the air. Karsus, parrying another attack, exclaimed that he was told that he skipped fencing lessons to date his dwarf. Did he really hide his skills all this time? The prince responded with dignity that this was not so. He simply had no opportunity to demonstrate them. With these words, he struck his opponent. Finan, his mouth open in amazement, watched what was happening. He could not believe where the prince got so much strength from. Karsus, frowning, continued to defend himself. He wondered why he was so strong. Then he asked, will he hide behind this shield forever? A knight, so to speak. Jewel stepped forward and said that he thought he was just being coddled because he was a prince, but it turned out that he was actually quite good at fighting. Maybe it was because he had been playing with Phineas since he was a child. Then he shouted out. Did he know that to be with her, he needed to have trained thighs, so he did deadlifts and squats every day. Phineas blushed with embarrassment and shouted out his name. The protagonist watching this thought that there was some truth to it. A dwarf partner requires physical training. Karsus, after delivering another blow, exclaimed. So he got out because he was confident in his victory. Well, confidence alone is not enough. How can you become a knight for such a ridiculous reason? Jewel's fighting skills are entirely due to Phineas, so he only has dwarf techniques in his arsenal. They are not quite suitable for people, because their center of gravity is a little higher. Then he turned around, looked at the magician, and mentally asked him for help. He agreed with him and running forward, shouted that the prince was in danger. Karsus exclaimed indignantly. He was going to interfere in a sacred duel. This is how a noble and honest king of martial arts acts. Reifenhart elbowed his sword and smirking, said that in the indestructible gym they didn't give a damn about honor. His opponent, trying to resist, desperately said, "Damn." The protagonist swung his fist and a bright flash of light occurred. Everyone present closed their eyes, trying to cover themselves from the bright light. And a few moments later, when the light died down, they saw that the magician was standing alone, looking at the hole in the wall. In his hand he held the head of his opponent and putting it forward, shouted that he tore off the head of the traitor Karsus. The prince looked at him in surprise and then his gaze became serious. After that he looked at the ring in his hands and ordered the traitor's head to be hung up for censure. After a while he put on his crown. Themia joyfully shouted, "Long live the king." The people present knelt down and joyfully chanted, "Long live the king." Thus the kingdom of Crovens had a new king, Jewel II. News of the end of the civil war in Crovens spread quickly. Upon hearing this, the people could not hide their shock, as everyone expected Jewel to be defeated. At the same time, a new hero appeared on the scene. The martial arts king Reincarnated, famous for defeating the Golden Knight of Grime. He came to the kingdom of Crovens with an army of representatives of different intelligent races, and helped the country win the war. The people were amazed. Many of them did not believe that enslaved species could fight so effectively. News of Reincarnated reached Teslan, who was in the kingdom of Grime at that time. Sitting at the table, he slammed his hand down on the papers in anger and shouted, "Damn Demon King." He had regained too much power. Then he remembered that Reincarnated had killed the great ruler of Karsus, one of the most reliable and wise men he had ever known. Pathetic coward. He wondered if he had really decided to get rid of his enemies before they could cross him. At that moment, the door to his office burst open. Eustace, passing inside, shouted, had he heard the news. Cyrus did not die, and even became famous for defeating Sir Spurius. Stefan added that he had heard rumors about him too. Eustace shouted that he was on Reinhardt's side. Damn traitor. If he had a drop of honor, he would have returned and begged for forgiveness. Stefan shouted indignantly. What else to expect from a bastard? Teslan looked at them from under his brows and remembered that he himself accused Cyrus of treason. Although he had wounded him, this guy could have gone the other way. But as long as their enemy is Reinhardt, Teslan has no one else to rely on. He asked Stefan if he was used to the berserker armor. He answered, of course. All that remains is to test it in battle. Then Teslan said that the time had come. Eustace grinned and asked if they could go. Teslan frowned and replied, yes, it was time to finish off Reinhardt. After some time in the capital of Croton, a man said that he did not think it was a good idea. He admitted that Reinhardt had contributed greatly to the victory, but to give him autonomous territories, someone argued that without him, they would not have won. He simply came and did everything for them. The man confirmed his words and said that granting him Gelfin and bestowing the title of Count was not even enough. Did they not think so? His colleague replied that it was still too generous a gift. Juval, looking at those present, asked, what were they proposing? Just handing over the estate? They did not have much land to bestow. They could not take it from others worthy rewards. Considering his merits, even the entire Duchy of Fernando would not be enough for him. Then he looked at one of the men and thought that he immediately shut his mouth as soon as his land was mentioned. Then he asked, are there any more objections? After that he rose from his throne and announced that Sir Reinhardt would be rewarded with the title of Earl, as well as his own independent land holdings. His territory will be called Antares. Thus a new county was formed within the kingdom of Crovens. Such was the birth of Antares, the former lands of Viscount Gelfane, now the county of Antares. The castle, in a room filled with bright light. Carses, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. Raising himself, he looked out the window and asked himself in surprise what happened. He clearly remembered how he fought with the king of martial arts, Reinhardt. At that moment, Tilla entered the room and asked, is he awake? Carses turned his gaze to her and asked, is she? Smiling, holding a tray in her hand, she greeted him and said that she was a member of Mr. Reinhardt's squad. He thought in surprise, is she a dwarf? Then he asked, what happened? Wasn't he dead? Tilla replied that they were very worried that he hadn't woken up for so long. She put the tray on the dresser next to the bed and said, yes, Mr. Reinhardt is very strong to knock a man out for almost 2 days. Karzas asked, did he spare him? But Prince Joel would not have allowed that. She confirmed that it was so for the people. His head was hung in the central square of Croton. It seemed that they had torn it off a corpse that looked like him and dyed the hair. He lowered his gaze and said, I see. So Joel doesn't know that he is alive. Then he thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and asked, but how did he do it? Oh yes, that flash of light. A trick often used by traveling magicians. Tilla, looking at him, smiled awkwardly and thought that he understood everything quickly. Then she said that there was a secret passage under the sacred hall, from which the head was replaced, and then Mr. Reinhardt destroyed it so as not to leave any evidence. He asked in surprise, but how did they know about the secret passage known only to members of the royal family? Tilla answered that they simply saw it. Dwarves are much more knowledgeable about the architecture of structures than humans. Karsus wondered why the king of martial arts spared his life. Then he asked, is he planning a rebellion against Truvol? Wants to overthrow the nobles? Is this another conspiracy? Tilla answered that he said that he felt sorry for him. He asked in amazement, what? She said that he was allegedly not smart enough to kill. Then she walked to the exit and told him to rest. He extended his hand to her and asked her to stop, and then asked what is going on here. To the west of the Gluten Mountains there used to be a land called Gelfane. Now it is the county of Antares. Still too small to be called a country. After some time, Cyrus approached the main character and congratulated him with a smile, saying that he was now the king of an entire country. He looked at him and said that he himself was now wallowing in luxury. Cyrus agreed with him and added that he was not a king, after all. Reincarnated closed his eyes and said that this wasn't even a country yet. His comrade asked what was stopping them from expanding. He didn't think anyone would dare object if he asked for a couple more baronies nearby. The king of martial arts looked at him and replied that then their independence seemed to be under threat. Right now, the size of the territory was not as important as its autonomy. New lands could be conquered later. He knew how it was, didn't he? Then the worker said that the dwarves were waiting in the reception hall. Reinhardt looked at his comrade and suggested that they go through. Then they went out to the dwarves, who knelt down and lowered their heads. The dwarf who sat in front said that they were greeting their master. The protagonist thought that these must be the former slaves of Gelfane. He assured them that they could rest easy. They were free now. If they wanted, they could leave at any time or stay here. However, the rights to the mines were now his, although he could rent them out so that they could use them as well. He thought that true freedom would require effort. He said that the mines would remain under their management. They could continue to work to pay the rent. The dwarves looked up at him in amazement, not believing their ears. He added that if they made enough money, they could buy the mine from him. Also, if they wished, he would grant them a 360-month payment plan. In return, he asked for a monopoly on the equipment they produced. The dwarf said that he was truly their savior. Thank you again. Reinhardt smiled and thought that this was only a small plot of land compared to what he had in his past life. But they had started small too, even in more modest circumstances. After some time, the representatives of the races gathered around the negotiating table. The protagonist said that he would divide the lands between them. Pointing his finger at the map, he declared that from here to here would be the territory of the Blue Bear tribe. Relhard extended his hand and noted that this area was not part of the lands of Antares. Reinhardt replied that it was not considered the land of Crovens either. He raised his index finger and said that officially, the Gloten Mountains did not belong to any country. Therefore, as long as the Blue Bear tribe lived there, they would be considered the lands of Antares. Tahide looked at his hand and asked what if there were already settlers in these mountains. If they began to oppress them, they could unite to defeat everyone. The protagonist said that then they would simply return to their borders. They were all considered the people of Antares, and if the people living in the mountains poke their noses, it would be considered an invasion, and they will provide them with protection, no matter how many humans decide to attack. It will no longer be like before. They can no longer be afraid to face her fighters. The orc folded his arms and said, I see. So the warriors will not have to worry about leaving the inhabited lands. Relhart pointed to the map and said that he believed that the territory of the elves would be here. The mage replied that if they intend to provide a place for all the elves, they will have to They sheltered not only their tribe, but also the elves of the entire continent. The elf noted that leaving the Tree of Life unattended would not be entirely right. Reinhardt replied with a smile that he would grow it here too. The elf objected that the world tree is not a bonsai. Can you grow it anywhere? He confidently said. Of course, you just need to create the right conditions. He thought that for this you will need an essence as pure as the world tree, like Nylon, and he is well aware of the location of the other seeds. Before his regression, he had combined all 7 world trees to create a great power. It was the only way to strengthen the elven race in the shortest time. He then said that he did not think that land was of particular importance to the dwarves. Given their penchant for underground living, the dwarf replied that this might be a problem if their numbers increased. But for now it was not. Reinhardt stated that the dwarf's main source of income would be from selling minerals and equipment. The dwarf said that the location was a bit of a disappointment from a geographical point of view, as it was too far from the Great Forge. It would be better if they were given the territory near the Setlard Mountains. The elf, closing his eyes, agreed that the distance was indeed considerable, and it would take a lot of effort to pass through the territories of people. The protagonist said with a smile that this was exactly why he had chosen this place. He pointed his finger at the map and added because of the dungeon in the Gluten Mountains. The dwarf asked if there was a portal leading to the Daemon Ruins. The magician confirmed his words with a smile and said that they would have to enter the dungeon or, for starters, clear this one. He was sure that it would not be difficult. Malroyd, smiling, shouted to leave it to them. They would take care of everything. The elf had said so. But Savior, there was an empty space between the lands of the elves and the orcs. What was it for? He replied, that he had saved it for those they had yet to meet. The northeastern region of the Gloten Mountain. The elf, surrounded by snowy mountains, looked ahead. The Getteren Mountains, the kingdom of Helene. The troll walked forward through a brightly lit forest filled with butterflies. A month after the battle of the heirs to the throne in the castle of the county of Interes, located in the kingdom of Provence, Tahid and Cyrus were fighting with enthusiasm, honing their skills. Cyrus, swinging for a blow, shouted that he was attacking the side. Tahid, throwing his weapon forward, shouted back Dakar, forward in the head. Then he added that his sworn friend was aiming for his shoulder. Cyrus, dodging, thought that even if he knew exactly where he would hit, it was still hard for him. But he needed to hone his swordsmanship. After some time, when his strength began to fade from fatigue, he turned to the orc. This is his spirit weapon. He understands that when he throws it away, he is left empty-handed. Wouldn't it be better to get another sword? Tahid replied that he has nothing against his faithful friend, who has accompanied him all his life, and he proposes to betray it and get a new one. Cyrus noticed that Zulqadar had a pair of swords. The orc slung the weapon over his back and said that he was lucky to have two friends and he had no intention of making another sworn friend. He fell to the ground and sighed heavily, saying how confusing everything was. Then a wolf resting nearby yawned loudly, drawing his attention to him. He said that this guy was completely different off the battlefield. Tahit said, "What a lazy person." He turned to his comrade and asked him to show him the aura sword again. Cyrus, looking up at him, asked the aura sword. The orc said that he thought he needed more time to receive the blessing of the warrior spirit. Cyrus charged the sword with energy and suggested that the wait might be longer. Tahid said that he thought he would make it before his first 10-year anniversary. Cyrus thought right. Tahid was only 9 years old. Looking at him, he asked why he was frowning. In human age, they were the same age. He said he knew. Then Tahid suggested another round. They had rested enough. Cyrus agreed with him, and they began the duel. Cyrus, watching them from the second-floor balcony, said that they trained so much, and so did Scylla, and Tilla was busy with her mission. At that moment she was walking, with Carson. He, stroking his stubble on his face, said that he could not get used to this face. She said that he would have to do so if he did not want to reveal his identity. If His Majesty Juval or anyone else found out, it would create many difficulties, including for Mr. Reifenhart. He said that he knew, and she could believe that he was not complaining about his magical skills. Then he looked ahead and said that the weather was fine, she said. But it was summer. Then he asked if she was tired of constantly watching him. She said that she was sure that she was the second in the castle, who was the least loaded. He asked who was the first. She answered that someone was still sleeping, despite the fact that the sun was already at its zenith. At this time, the protagonist was enjoying sleep in his bed. Cyrus, his faithful companion, came up to him and said with slight irony that if he slept so much, then she was afraid that he would gain weight. The hero, turning over on the bed, smiled and remarked that it would be nice to gain weight, spending a couple of days in a row in bed. Cyrus, outraged by his irresponsibility, exclaimed, "Get up." The hero, raising himself on his hands and sleepily looking at her, thought that she had rejected him, but was lecturing him exactly like in his past life. Pointing to the table, she said that breakfast was ready and he should at least drink tea if he had no appetite. Reifenhart, running up to the table, gratefully said, "Certainly. Thank you." Looking at the food, he asked in surprise, "Did she cook it herself? Why didn't she ask the servants?" Cyrus answered that they had a lot of work in the house. Not everyone could laze around all day. Taking a bite of bread, he wondered if he had really become that lazy. Then he said, "Well, since everything had more or less settled down here, it was time to get down to business." Cyrus, pouring him a drink, asked to business. "What business?" He, biting off a piece of meat, said that he needed to find 3 fragments of the world tree to revive the elven forest. The closest of them was the staff of the blue sky, Jurenton. She asked was it something like Nihil? The hero confirmed this, adding that it was a relic containing the essence of the world tree. Cyrus admitted that she really liked Nilian. Mentally looking at her, the hero apologized and said that he would create something similar for her. Cyrus asked in surprise, "Is this possible?" The hero tensed his muscles and assured that if he had enough mana, he could do it in no time. He was a 10th circle mage after all. She awkwardly noted that you couldn't tell by looking at him. Then the hero looked at his hand and said that he needed to level up. This body was bad at increasing mana. Even with the influence of Magrim, he barely had enough for a 7th circle spell. Then he looked at her and asked if she could gather the guys. They would leave today. She asked how she should indicate the target. The hero answered that north of the Settlard Mountains was the Motto's Highlands. There was the Celt Dungeon, where Gronton was. They would get there in a week if they went through the Dawning Portal. 3 days later in Zarad, while sitting in a tavern, Teslan asked what. He wasn't there now. Felina, unsure of the answer, said that the merchant had said that he had left 3 days ago, warning that he would be gone for about a month. He said that they had only missed each other by a couple of days. Then she asked what would they do. Wait until he returned. Stefan, taking a sip of his drink, exclaimed to Hel. He hoped that they would finally be able to defeat him. At that moment a man passed by them, and looking at them said, "Young man, he does not know what is wrong, but they must watch their language." He looked at the man in surprise, and the man added that he was talking about the great king of martial arts. Yusuf replied, "He is not here. What is there to be afraid of?" The man, smiling slightly, said that it is not important whether they are afraid of him or not, but that he is a recognized hero who put an end to the civil war in Provence. His subordinates are very different from the generally accepted image of slaves. They have contributed greatly to the peace of the kingdom, remaining true to the traditions of the knightly code. Many young people already look up to the king of martial arts. The man was worried that a fight could start because of careless words. Yusuf frowned and said that the rumors about him were exclusively positive, and this was not good. At that moment Christina approached them and asked, "They want to know where he is." Then she introduced herself and remarked, "It seems that they do not favor the king of martial arts." Riffenhart, Felina, throwing back her head, looked at her in surprise. Stefan thought, "What a she is gigantic." Christina said that she knows where he is going and can tell. Teslin looked at her and remarked that it seemed to him that she wanted something in return. Did he understand correctly? She confirmed his words and asked to take her with him. She wants to kill this man. Then he said that they have no reason to refuse because they all want the same thing. Felina thought she agreed with him completely. 8 days after leaving Antares in the southern part of the Settlard Mountains, in the center of the Celt dungeon, Cyrus, with his weapons at his sides, ran at the monster and shouted that this was his weak spot. His move Tahid. The orc ran after him and shouted that he understood and was coming from the left. Then the monster cast a spell, releasing a powerful ball of energy forward. Tahid dodged and said that it was expected. Cyrus, pressing himself to the floor, noted, "They have a good sense of distance, right?" Selling, watching them, said that they were doing well without them. The protagonist replied, "Well, they know the patterns of attacks." Cyrus, looking at the artifact, exclaimed, "What a beautiful artifact." Reifenhart agreed with her and asked to put it in the bottomless bag. Cyrus shouted for them to stop looting while they were fighting. The next moment, notifications appeared demanding attention. The protagonist shouted, "Cyrus, Tahid, the time has come, now transforming into the second phase. They must be ready." The system window said that the current security level was unsatisfactory. Transition to phase 2. The chains on the monster broke. Cyrus exclaimed with a smile that this was amazing. He was right as always. Then he thought that the master said that it was the teacher who taught him everything, that the supposedly fighting King Gerard was an expert on dungeons. But he had too much accurate information. Who was he anyway? The protagonist concentrated energy in his hands and said okay, he will try to cut off the flow of mana. Then he used the power line cut off. While casting a spell, he became the master of mana. He went against the outflow to cut off the enemy's pulse. Powerful energy rushed forward, surrounding the monster. Then he shouted that he deprived it of the ability to heal using the environment. They must finish it off. The comrades resolutely ran forward, slashing at the monster. The creature thought desperately, "It can't die." Not like that. Then a bright flash appeared, which the protagonist directed and said he was already dead. Why was he pretending to be a victim when he himself was chasing weaker creatures in another dimension? Then Cirrus approached him, holding a staff in her hands. She asked, "Is this it?" He looked at her and nodded his head. She looked at the artifact and said, "The staff of the blue sky of Juranton, their new world tree." She looked at Reifenhart and asked, since they had found the artifact, maybe it was time to leave. He, opening the map in his hands, answered that this was not the case, and they needed to look in one more place. She, looking at the map with interest, asked what it was. He explained that it was the map that the teacher gave him when he left the indestructible rocking chair. She asked, did the map indicate where the treasure of the indestructible rocking chair was? The protagonist remembered his teacher handing him a map and saying that he had prepared a small gift for him in the vicinity of the Settlard Mountains. Here is a map, with a mark of where it is hidden. Durrett said that he should definitely look there if he is nearby. However, the protagonist was not sure where exactly he left this gift, since the teacher did not specify. In the Matos Highlands there is a mountain called Parse, located southwest of the village of Santera, whose terrain is not too bumpy. After some time, they arrived at the ruins. Cyrus, looking around, asked what this is. A training ground for knights. Cyrus, walking forward, noticed that this did not look like a place to hide a gift. The air was filled with an unusual aura, although it was not part of the dungeon. Reifenhart, not seeing any difference in this, suggested simply searching the ruin. They entered the building and the magician, looking at his comrades, asked why they were all so nervous. This was a parting gift from the teacher to the student, and nothing more. But at that moment the floor disappeared under them and they began to fall down. Cyrus, folding his hands in front of him and filling it with aura, frowned in fear. Tahid, throwing his weapon forward, stood on it, in flight. Reifenhart, addressing Cylon, shouted that he should not use magic, since it interfered with his own. The priest, not understanding, shouted, "Why is he casting a spell?" The orc, not understanding what was happening, shouted, "Savior, what is happening?" The priest, realizing that their mana, divine power, and aura were in conflict, called for them to stop pretending to be a magician, at least now. The protagonist, looking at him, shouted that he had always been a magician. Surus, seeing that they were both in a panic, shouted for them both to be quiet. At that moment, they grabbed the sword Tahid and safely landed on the ground. The orc, looking at the closed ceiling, noticed that it was strange. The hole they fell into was gone. Reifenhart, realizing this, asked, "Is this some kind of distortion in space?" The elf then pointed to the wall in front of them and called out to Reifenhart. He walked up to the wall with the inscription and began to read his dear student. He leaves him this as a congratulations on his graduation. He hopes that he will appreciate his gift. The protagonist, confused, asked what gift. It was just an empty room. They walked a little further and saw a passage from which light was coming. It was written on the wall for him to move on. If he taught him correctly, then he was sure that his gift would be to his liking. The protagonist, confused, asked what the hell. Then they entered the arena. Looking around, Cyrus asked what. His brows furrowed as he looked to the side and saw several dozen eyes looking at them from a cloud of rising dust. Cylon, pointing his finger there in horror, shouted, "What the hell is this?" Cyrus noticed that these spirits seemed familiar to her. The protagonist, without thinking, asked, "So this is his gift from the teacher? Senior graduates?" The spirits answered, "The indestructible Jim, the heir of the king of martial arts. Damn title. He must experience their grievances." Reifenhart frowned and thought, "Old fart, damn him. Who gives such gifts?" Then the spirits, swinging their fists, quickly ran forward. Cyrus used his energy and one of the spirits used the vortex guard technique. He frowned and exclaimed, "What?" The spirit aimed the tri-bullet technique at him, and Cyrus, waving his sword, tried to defend himself. The ground shook under his feet. Cyrus, using the power of the spirit, also ran forward towards the opponents. The spirit shouted, "Damn Jim!" Cyrus exclaimed, "How many students did the indestructible Jim ruin?" The protagonist answered that in his opinion, the teacher mentioned a 3-digit number. Cyrus shouted indignantly that is hundreds of people. He said that it seems so. She asked, "Does this mean that the offended spirits will also be over 100? He uncertainly answered that it seemed so. Cyrus suggested, "Maybe we should eradicate the indestructible Jim for the sake of a peaceful future for humanity." Reifenhart, raising his fist, shouted that he himself was now seriously thinking about this topic. He directed powerful energy forward, and the spirits in response used the Vortex Guardian technique. The protagonist exclaimed, "Why is this skill so cheating?" Cillian looked at him and said, "Who's talking?" Cyrus assumed that the spirits harbored a deep grudge for dying at the hands of a teacher they trusted. At that moment, the priest concentrated energy in his hands and began to cast a spell. "Great filaments, illuminate them with sacred light, incinerating those who are impure in heart." The spirits suddenly stopped. They were impressed, and cursed the indestructible gem. Tahid, turning to Cylon, said that it was amazing. He thanked Orc. Then he asked how the healing spells could do so much damage. The priest replied that this was an exception. Reifenhart said that the situation was not pleasant. Tahid looked away and said that someone was approaching them. Cyrus asked an evil spirit. He replied that it was not so, and it seemed to be a creature of flesh and blood. The protagonist frowned and thought, God forbid he created a zombie. Then voices were heard from the passage. What kind of place is that? There are no relics here, only offended spirits. Yua said that he already said that this is not a dungeon. After that, they came forward. Cyrus looked at them in surprise and asked, Usus. He said that he knew he would find him here. Stefan frowned and said that they finally met. Reifenhart. Christina smiled madly, putting her fingers to her chin, and said Cylon. She came to call him. The priest screamed in fear. Christina. What is she doing in their company? The protagonist focused on Feline. He did not understand why she was with them. She was his best friend in a past life. They grew up together in a magic tower. If she is here then. Then he frowned and exclaimed, Tessalon, the last one to come out of the passage, was indeed him, shouting that he had finally found him. Reifenhart. Their eyes met. Their teeth were clenched and their brows were furrowed. When suddenly they both asked at the same time, Who is he? Tessalon, perplexed, exclaimed, What is going on? Then he asked why is he so small? When they took his body, someone did not take care of his growth. The protagonist, scratching his head, was also puzzled. He asked what was wrong with his body. It did not look like his at all. He was just a little shorter than Cirrus. How could he have grown so much? Was there really potential in his body? Tessalon answered ironically, What potential? horribly fragile. Can he imagine how much effort was put into creating such a body? Reifenhart, clenching his fist, shouted that his own head gave him no less problems. Can this crap be called a brain? It takes him more than 10 minutes to memorize the simplest spells. Even a monkey can count faster. Seelan, watching them, asked what was going on. Teslan, grinning, said enough of that idle chatter. They weren't that close. He was looking forward to meeting them. The martial arts king Reifenhart. Felina, perplexed, thought. Why was he putting on so much pathos, even changing his tone of voice? Then Teslan declared that he would no longer allow him to sow troubles on this earth. He would kill him here and now to restore justice. Seelan, approaching the protagonist, asked were they acquainted. He shouted that it was his enemy and he would tell him the details later. Teslan said that he had not expected him to come for his teacher's gift. Touching, wasn't it? You could tell he was doing it with love. The protagonist thought, did he really find it touching? This is definitely the true heir of the indestructible gem. And then he said that he was glad he hadn't ended up like him. Teslan, clenching his fists, exclaimed that fate had personally taken him by the hand and led him to him. It was time to put an end to this nightmare. Reifenhart said that his brain had clearly done him good. He had become more expressive. Then they said each other's names and stepped forward. The protagonist, swinging his fist, thought that this was no longer his body, and he would not hold back. Teslan ran forward, shouting that he was sure he was afraid of harming his own body. But never mind, he would rid him of his doubts by granting him a quick death. Their eyes met, and they quickly ran to each other. The next moment there was a bright flash of light. Stefan ran forward, shouting Reifenhart. But Tahid ran at him and shouted that he dare not interfere in the fight of the savior. Usus, already in armor, said that he was here for his soul. He would clear the good name of their family from the shame in his face. Cyrus, enveloping himself in energy, said that in his opinion it was he who dishonored their family. Where had the brother gone, who honored the knightly codes above all else? Then he shouted silence. He swung his sword and ran forward, calling out, "Open your eyes, Eldrin. He will show him the true sword of Tense." Christina at that moment also ran forward quickly, promising Silen to save him from this villain. The priest, hiding behind the elf's back, shouted to her that he was counting on her. Drawing her sword, she said okay and asked the sylph to protect her blade. Felina, not wanting to stay away from the battle, also rushed forward thinking about how to help Stefan. Orcs are usually weak against magic, so she decided to start with him. Then she spread her arms out to the sides and cast a spell. Jill Terran, L&D fill Hell's heat, pour down upon the earth. Turn into a spear and strike her enemies. Hellish spear. Powerful fiery energy burst from her hands, creating a destructive stream. Silen at this moment, concentrated and began to chant, "O Philinance, grant him a divine sword to resist the forces of darkness." Another powerful explosion was heard in the arena. She thought in surprise, priest, what incredible power. He thought that although they belonged to different classes, his rank was higher. He was sure that he would easily defeat her, and then he cast a spell. "O Philinance, punish this vile woman." The protagonist at this moment used a technique called high-speed Chu-Yi Bullet. His opponent shouted, "This is a rather simple attack, Demon King." His high-speed bullets are not like that at all. Reifenhart, approaching him and swinging his leg, exclaimed he is dodging. He was sure that the true followers of the indestructible rocking chair do not dodge strikes. Teslan smirked and said that he was a little ashamed, but this body is too weak to withstand such attacks. The protagonist was impressed by his agility in this body, and asked what is the point of continuing to dodge. His opponent concentrated energy, creating magical symbols and cast a spell, Song of Destruction. The final attack of Radiant. He used the Song of Destruction and Radiant Explosion. Reifenhart, concentrating his energy to block the attack, exclaimed, "Double spell." At his age, he can use 4 times. Teslan then exclaimed, "His Vortex Guardian is too slow." He added, "Is that all he can do with his brain?" Silen wondered what the hell they were saying. The protagonist then said that there was no need to use only auras for such a spell. He was the one who would end everything. Flow interruption. Adrenaline furs. Several magic seals came out of his hands, creating a powerful energy. Teslan, gritting his teeth and covering himself with his sword, said, "Such a strong spell with his brain." He thought that this meant that the damn Demon King had enough of his convolutions to cast a spell. He then dodged the attacks, and Reifenhart thought, is his body capable of such a thing? His opponent thought that he was certainly stupid, but he was able to train his body so that now it is stronger than ever. He has an almost indestructible body, but he lacks brain activity. He thought that if the battle dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage due to his stupidity. In front of the protagonist, he swung his fist, filling it with energy, and thought that he should end it as quickly as possible. Their eyes met, and Teslan said with a smile, "Fell for it, huh?" Then he pointed his sword forward, grazing his opponent's chest, causing an explosion to occur on the battlefield again. Drops of blood flew in all directions. He asked in surprise, "Aura, His opponent said Vortex Guardian. No, considering what he put into the sword in this technique, it should be called a Vortex Blade. He is not strong enough to use the Vortex Guardian, but he was able to find a way to use its cutting efficiency. Reinhardt frowned, his face covered in sweat, and said that his body is not adapted to aura. His opponent said that he really cannot comprehend the technique of the indestructible rocking chair, but he also somehow conjures with his brain. He must not forget who his enemy was, the Demon King. He held his sword in front of him and said that he was the martial arts king Teslan. He smirked and asked if he thought he could not overcome what he had overcome. Reinhardt replied that he was the strongest on the continent, along with the holy sword Cyrus, and he did not expect this. He said that he was even more uncompromising than one of his two strongest warriors. He did not think that Cyrus would be kicked out of the house after Usus stabbed him. At one time he was his only friend, but in this life it turned out that he had made new friends. The protagonist said that he was always a little shy, but he wondered why they communicated so freely. After all, they were supposedly enemies. Teslan smirked and replied that from the look in Filine's eyes, he could already tell that she was wondering if they were childhood friends. Technically it's possible since they're from the same future. However, they're definitely not friends. He then swung his sword and shouted, "He's trained so hard to destroy him. Demon King Reinhardt, and he'll chop your head off right here and now." The protagonist, surrounding himself with powerful energy, shouted that he was impressed with how he'd managed to train his body, but did he really think that was enough to defeat him? He couldn't win with magic. His opponent, putting down his sword, said that it was true he was no match for him in magical techniques. But in real combat, there was nothing more important than aura, and he would prove it. He ran forward with his bare hands and the ground shook again from their battle. At this time, Usus swung his sword, shouted, "Wake up, Eldrin." Cyrus, dodging the attack, said that he was already tired of this trick. His brother was indignant and shouted, "Vile spawn, he knows no honor." In response he asked, "Does he know about this? Is that why he stabbed his brother in the back?" He was indignant, but shouted that they are not brothers at all. Cyrus said, "If so, does he deserve to be stabbed in the back?" Then he swung his sword and said that he himself never recognized a knight like him, who does not disdain dirty tricks as a brother. At this time, Cyrus called Selene and said that she is calling this in the name of the World Tree and their friendship. Then she again pushed off the spirit's head to attack. Christina clenched her teeth in bewilderment. Shouted, "What the Where did the slave get such strength? Did she also have her eye on her Silen?" The elf asked in surprise. Christina smiled embarrassedly, put her hands to her reddened cheeks and said, "God, Silen is so popular." Cyrus called Ignatius to fight for her. Christina, waving her sword, shouted, "Sayer, hear her. She is asking for protection." Silen blocked Philan's path at that moment and said that he would not let her interfere. Lady Maid, he thought that someone had to defeat the opponent to put an end to this absurdity. She turned around in displeasure, then her face distorted with horror, covering her reddened face with her hands. She thought, "What are these two doing there?" At that moment, the protagonist and Teslan were lying on the ground, pinning each other. He shouted that he knew he was powerless in a fight on the ground. They don't teach such things in the indestructible gym. He grabbed his opponent's leg, trying to use force. Reinhardt gritted his teeth and thought, "Is this wrestling?" He remembered the words of his teacher. Why would a man throw another to the ground and cuddle with him in a fight? You need to fight, standing up. Groveling is the lot of insects. He remembered his teacher saying that it was better to take a hit than to lie around like this and rub against each other. But how could he strike in this position? Then he put his hands on the floor and thought, okay. He also said that you have to break the enemy by any means necessary if he gets too close. Then he used a technique called Vortex Guard. Teslan exclaimed, "Does he think he didn't see this coming?" A powerful energy pierced their bodies. The protagonist was confused. Two auras conflicting. He asked what the hell. His opponent, squeezing his leg, said, "Of course no one will teach you such a thing. His aura control techniques are at the level of a baby. Such a slow vortex guard is easily countered by blocking the path of his chi." Reinhardt sweated from the tension. He did not know what to do. Then his eyes opened and clenched his fist. He thought, yes, it is extremely stupid to try to overcome a warrior with aura. After all, he is a mage first. Then he used a spell slip and slide already. Lubrication. The next moment his body became slippery and he jumped to the side. Teslan was confused. Looking at him, a spell that reduces the friction of physical objects. Can you really use this on a human body? The protagonist thought that it was the same as with Selin. His body was not recognized as human. The next moment his opponent was behind him and knocked him to the ground again. He thought, what the hell? Teslan, squeezing his opponent's hand, said that he learned jujitsu for fun. He didn't think it would be so useful to him. Reinhardt used the lubrication spell again, and his opponent shouted destructive mana pour out from his palms. Spell breaking. The protagonist, turning around, thought how annoying it was that he also cast spells. Then he shouted. Had he completely forgotten what his mentor taught him? How could he squirm in the ground like some kind of worm for the sake of victory? He grinned and shouted. He is no longer a disciple of the indestructible gem. He would endure it. It was for the sake of a peaceful future of this world. Riffenhart said that it sounded unconvincing, considering how greedily he was squeezing his hand with his thighs. His opponent shouted that he didn't know anything about martial arts. This is an extremely noble technique. The protagonist shouted. Really, he only needs to look at Falaine. At this point, she continued to cover her reddened face with her hands. Confused, she thought. God, what are these two doing in front of everyone? Christina looked at them at this point and said that this was kind of creepy. The elf agreed with her. Teslan, still squeezing his opponent's hand, said yeah, damn. The next moment the protagonist punched him in the chest and jumped to the side, but Teslan caught up with him, enclosing his body in a vice again. He thought, shit, this wouldn't have happened if he had initially kept his distance with magic. He supposes that waiting for someone to help now is pointless. Stefan and Tahid are currently fighting. After watching them fight, he thought, what? Tahid is losing to him. Stefan, holding his sword in front of him, said, doesn't he realize how much danger he's in? However, what else can you expect from an uneducated creature? Does he really think he can put up a decent fight? He should lay down his arms and bow down. Tahid, a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe, replied that warriors of their tribe never surrender. His opponent, perplexed, exclaimed, this is absurd. Does he really think he's a knight or something like that? Then he spread his arms out to the sides, jumped up and enveloped in energy, shouted that he should be begging him to spare his life. But instead, you continue to provoke him. As expected of an orc, no better than an animal. Tahid threw his weapon forward and said, his faithful ally Dakar. Stefan, rushing forward, exclaimed this strange magic again, then directing a powerful energy forward and said, perish, lesser creature. Tahid, screaming in pain, fell to the ground and his opponent approaching him said, but one must give him credit for holding out against him for so long. Tahid looked into the eyes of his opponent, full of contempt and arrogance. This is how people usually look at orcs. Every day he fought for his life, becoming a gladiator with a sword in his hands. He bathed in the blood of monsters and cut short the lives of his enemies with an old rusty blade. Among them were both his own kind and criminals. Putting his whole soul into the battered sword, he felt how his anger, fueled by his own progress, filled his pride and spirit. A true warrior will never give up honor, even if his life is at stake. The next moment his eyes shone, and grabbing his sword, he thought Dakar is his faithful blade and friend. His pride is not fed by battle, but by belonging to the tribe of the Blue Bear. Then he remembered his meeting with the Savior, and realized that he is a descendant of great warriors. A powerful aura enveloped his body and weapon. Stefan, perplexed, exclaimed, what the hell? The aura of a sword. Tahid, feeling the blessing of the spirits of battle, said that this feeling was incredible. His opponent, irritated, exclaimed, what kind of black magic is this? This can't be an aura. For such a great power to be revealed to some insignificant orc, who gave him the right to deceive him? Then the orc shouted forward to Karag, and they continued their duel. The ground beneath them shook, and powerful impulses of aura flew in different directions. They struck and parried each other's blows. Stefan screamed, how dare he? This is impossible. This is not the real aura. Tahid, swinging his weapon, exclaimed, will he deny what he saw with his own eyes? He is disgracing noble warriors. He raised his sword forward, opened his eyes and fell to the ground. The orc raised his attack again and declared that he would put an end to this. He gripped the weapon tighter and struck a few more blows. Drops of blood flew from Stefan's body. He sank to his knees and then completely collapsed to the ground. Cyrus, watching what was happening, said so much for Tahid, but still the aura awakened. Eustace, perplexed, exclaimed, where did the orc get the aura? His brother replied that he was simply worthy of this power. Isn't it obvious? Eustace shouted that this was nonsense and then resolutely ran forward, striking. A powerful flash of energy lit up the battlefield. Cyrus dodged and his opponent rushed towards him again. Cyrus thought that because of the armor, he couldn't seriously injure him. Even a series of attacks with the giant aura blade wouldn't help here. Then, he realized. That's it. His brother was running towards him, swinging his sword and wishing him death. Cyrus dodged again and then swung his sword, sending out pulses of aura that pierced his opponent's body. He shouted that Eldrin would never bend under such an attack. He replied that of course not. Another thing is the slits. The next moment, the aura at the points of impact after he snapped his fingers suddenly exploded, destroying Uzis's armor. Cyrus smiled and said that he was able to learn a lot from Stahl. That's good. Helena exclaimed with alarm. Sir Yusa. Cyrus continued her battle with Christina, and Felena continued to call Tesline. He clicked his tongue in irritation and said, Uzis and Stefan Law. Then his eyes widened in surprise when he felt Cyrus's aura very close to him. He sent forward a powerful attack. At this time, Tahid caught the protagonist and asked if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine, because Sullen would quickly heal such wounds. Teslan thought that he could defeat the Demon King if he had more time. Damn it. He had underestimated his minion. Unlike before, he hadn't even considered such a possibility. Then Reifenhart, clenching his fist and releasing his energy, shouted for him to surrender. He would not allow his interference to disrupt his plans anymore. His opponent, sheathing his sword, said, so be it, he would retreat this time. But next time, victory would definitely be theirs. The protagonist said yes. Of course he thought he would let them go so easily. He replied that he would have no choice. Then he shouted indestructible Jim. Damn it. The disgruntled spirits reappeared in the arena, still shouting that they wanted revenge. They were quickly moving forward. Teslan frowned and said that they would see each other again. Next time he would definitely rip his head off. The protagonist, having seized his courage, did not understand why these guys did not bother them. Because he was a true follower of the gem, or because of the divine power of Cylon. At this time, their opponents were already walking along the long corridor. Philana, turning to Teslan, apologized for the fact that she could not help in any way. He thought that she was a friend of the Demon King, but now she was on his side. But Cyrus had defected and there was no way to bring him back. Then he told everyone to stop. Looking around the corner, he asked what this was. This was a stone. The secret to surpassing the 5-stage Horn of Calamity. Walking forward, he said that he thought the Demon King had learned it since he was passing through here. That's why he was afraid of him. But it seems he still has a 4-stage, so he was worried in vain. After that, he took out his sword and, pointing it forward, said that they were on an equal footing, an underdog and an under-warrior. Then with one powerful blow, he destroyed the stone slab and said that now he would definitely never reach the 5th stage. He grinned and said, maybe this battle was lost, but now he had lost what he came here for. So he was left with the plot. At this time, the spirits, overcome with anger, continued to shout furiously indestructible Jim. Attacking the heroes, they promised to take revenge. Sillin, concentrating energy in his hands, cast a spell. Oh, Philinins. He asks you to give love to these suffering souls. Then he directed a powerful energy forward, immersing the evil spirits in it. They looked in surprise at the trace left by the energy and then burned in its flames. The priest sighed heavily and fell to the ground, feeling his strength leaving him. He had never used so many divine powers at once. Looking at the protagonist, he asked why these spirits were so strong. The protagonist replied that they were beaten to death for not being good enough. The greater the offense, the stronger the spirit. Reifenhart noticed that the feeling of distorted space was gradually fading. He said that theoretically he could distort space, but it was impossible to do so with just an offense. Then he looked at his comrades and asked if they were all safe. They needed to catch up with them. Cyrus looked at him and asked, but who was this Teslan? Frowning, he replied that he was some kind of childhood friend from his hometown. He and Teslan were enemies because they had diametrically opposed views on relationships with other intelligent races. He believed that freedom for them would seriously harm humanity. He was constantly worried about this. After some time, Tahid pointed his hand at the passage, and turning to the savior said that the tracks diverged here. It seemed to him that they entered this room and then turned around and went the other way. It seemed that they broke something there. Reifenhart, looking into the depths of the room, asked, is this a tombstone? Coming closer to the remains, he thought like he vented his anger. Well, he was never known for his patience. Then, he said that apparently they had already slipped away. Cyrus said that this means that they will leave without achieving what they wanted. He answered that this is not quite true, because they have found another Lord of the Aura. Tahid, confidently walking forward, said of course. He felt the martial blessing of the spirits on himself. The protagonist was amazed, not expecting such a quick opening of the aura. He believed that another 10 years would pass before this moment. In his previous life, he had awakened it during a fight with Cameron of the Kingdom of Hallen. He then said, so Gronton and Lord Aura are in their prey. It seemed like a good move to him. He suggested they turn back and the others agreed with him. At that moment, a troll making his way through the dense forest cried out Utran. He can't run anymore. Utran turned to him and shouted at him not to stop. The humans were already in their path. He thought that the regenerative abilities of young trolls were not at all the same as those of adults. They could have died from bleeding or exhaustion. If humans caught them, they would definitely be used as ingredients for potions. Landon, turning to the warriors, asked, did they see where they went? One of the warriors replied, they went that way, Captain. Landon shouted, good, we need to surround them. He thought that troll blood was needed to make healing items. One bottle costs 10 silver coin. It's a walking gold mine. Then he called out, quickly grab their money. Utran, hiding behind a tree, hugged his children tightly. He realized his mistake. He shouldn't have gone to the waterfall. Guro Maturo had warned him. He thought everything would be fine since they were far from human villages. But they had set foot on the Forbidden Lands and now they would have to pay for it. What should he do? Addressing the children, he told them to hide here. Even plovers come out to predators if their offspring are in danger. Then he went out to the people, and putting his hands in front of him, began to pronounce a spell. The dope of the night breaks through the fluff of the clouds. A red aura covered the forest. The captain shouted in alarm, "Don't panic. These are the usual troll spells." The warriors looked at him in fear when the troll resolutely ran towards them. One of the warriors, swinging his sword, wounded him. The captain ordered to shoot him and the arrows pierced the troll's body. They shouted that he was regenerating. They needed to tie him up in a net and then set him on fire. That way he would stop regenerating. Then the captain exclaimed in fear that the troll had resorted to gigantification. Trolls are considered the weakest of all intelligent races, but at the same time the most formidable if cornered. Utrin, having grown in size, let out a terrifying scream at that moment. The small settlement, located on the edge of the Barum forest, greeted its inhabitants with an unusual noise. The woman, looking out the window, noted that it was always noisy here, but especially today. Her husband was sure that the troll hunters were luring their prey and asked her to be patient for a little while. He expressed hope that the magic circle installed in the square would help catch the trolls. Resso, standing behind them, nodded confidently. The inhabitants were only required to stay inside during the raid, but suddenly in the center of the square, very close to the magic symbol located on the ground, an old woman named Tess appeared. She was holding a wand in her hands and exclaimed, "You shouldn't anger the trolls. You can't do that." The girl turning to her asked why she was saying that. "Mrs. After all, trolls are ordinary monsters." The old woman, coughing, answered that this was not so. Trolls are the guards of the forest who protect the trees. In a house nearby, a man apologized to the magician and said that she was just a superstitious old woman. The magician, closing his eyes, said that he did not care and asked them to calm her down. Then he left the building and the warrior asked, "Well, how is it there? Is everything ready?" He said that everything went smoothly, and just in case he prepared a triple barrier. The warrior asked if it was really necessary to set a trap in the village. He thought that they were usually set far from human settlements. The magician answered that no one knows where a troll will come from. If he showed up near the village, he might get angry before they could trap him. The warrior nodded, understanding the situation, and the mage added that they would hope that Captain Landon would be up to the task. A lot of money had been spent on these magic circles. If they didn't catch the trolls, the losses would be significant. The mage himself had spent 3 days trying to draw them properly. He couldn't let his efforts go to waste. Suddenly he looked towards the forest in surprise. The warriors shouted over there. A powerful red aura covered the forest, and Otrin, running after the warriors, shouted. The commander commanded. Russo cast a fireball. From this the troll's chest was covered in burns, but then instantly restored. Several more fiery flashes hit his body and the warrior shouted that he was advancing. Magic circle. Russo began to cast a spell. Lenharvel Tir Zatarn. Awaken. Land fraud chain. Bind those trapped between heaven and earth. Magical shackle. The next moment, the troll's body was bound in chains. The warriors who were in the village were setting up a special machine to shoot spears. They shouted that they would do it, and then a huge spear pierced the troll's stomach. Then the magician shouted. So once more, opening the bottle in his hands, he began to cast a spell. Disperse potion, wrap up his enemy poison cloud. The troll began to choke, trying to pull the spear out of his body. Screaming in pain, he fell to the ground in the center of the magic seal. The warriors present proudly declared done incredible. After some time, they tied up Utrin and put him in a carriage. The villagers joyfully exclaimed. The monster was caught. Finally, they will live in peace. Thank you. They saved their village. Tess, however, said that they had done something that should not have been done. Trolls are the guardians of the forest. The villagers turned to her and said irritably, "She's at it again." She warned them that the forest would be angry and they couldn't anger the trolls. The wrath of the forest itself would fall upon them. The forest is angry. Landon looked at her and said, "Crazy old woman, the southern region of the Helen Kingdom, the Gatoran Mountains, the Zatan Hill." One of the warriors accompanying the carriage chuckled and said that this guy would be worth at least 1,000 gold since he was still alive. His comrade agreed with him and said that they would drag him to Kaltezan and make a fortune. All that was left was to deliver him to the Alchemist Guild. Santana's tears and their hard work would pay off. Come on, they need to hurry. They were almost at the camp. Suddenly Hundane turned to his comrade Dren and asked if something was wrong. He said that he thought he heard something. Then they stopped listening to the forest. Their faces were distorted with fear. Confused, they asked, "What is this drums?" Approaching the source of the sound, they shouted, "What is going on?" A powerful aura seemed to be pressing on them and the warrior fell to the ground. His body took on an unnatural shape. The warriors cried out in fear. Came Den. Dren, confused, said, What the hell is this? The next moment, only drops of blood remained from the warriors who stood before him. The remaining warriors screamed in fear that this was definitely the devil. One of the warriors, making his way forward, shouted for them to gather. They were simply attacked by monsters. The next moment his head exploded and he fell to the ground. The warrior shouted, "Watch out, they are under attack. They need to huddle around the cart." Damn it. In just a minute they lost 4. The captain then ordered Russo to use a detection spell as quickly as possible. He cast a spell to detect living entities. Several magical seals rushed forward. However, at that moment he coughed, and blood gushed from his mouth. Landon, perplexed, asked what was wrong. The mage, shaking all over, said that his magic was interrupted. The captain, remembering the old woman's words, shouted at the mage to come to his senses. They needed to figure out where the enemy was hiding. Suddenly a loud voice was heard, claiming that their kinsman had not harmed them and they dared to harm him, only because of their greed. Landon held his sword in front of him and exclaimed, "How dare pathetic monsters attack people? They are under Seer's protection." But at that moment several warriors in front of him seemed to explode, and his face was distorted with horror. One of the warriors shouted, "It's Tusk, that same demonic troll." Landon looked ahead and said in confusion, "Tusk." The troll standing in front of them, beating his drums, was casting a spell. The captain, gripping his sword tighter, said a demon that wiped out a famous squad of monster hunters and almost 20 branches of the Alchemist Guild. He thought it was just rumors. They say he even managed to defeat the Lord of the Aura. The troll's eyes flashed with rage as he looked at his kin. The captain, looking at him, said gold. Approaching him, the troll said, "Greed eclipses even fear. I expected no less from humans." Then a splash of blood stained the ground. 7 days after meeting Tessalon, Reifenhardt and his crew returned to Antares through the Dingman portal. After that, significant changes occurred in the country. The Blue Bear tribe settled in the Gloten Mountains, which created a potential threat of conflict with the people already living there. However, the Antares flags were supposed to be their protection. The planting of Geruntin in the Elven Forest was also a success. Some of the Danheim elves expressed a desire to care for the new tree. The Great Forge no longer needed to hunt monsters, as they received food from the Tauban Trade Union. Thanks to this, many warriors of the Great Forge were able to afford to move to Antares. They began to rebuild a settlement near the mines together with the dwarves who had previously been enslaved. The construction will take a long time, but this will not be a problem because the dwarves are masters of architecture and construction. 20 days after the heroes returned, the castle of the Antares County came to life again. The protagonist, looking out the window, thought that everything was going smoothly so far. However, there was one big problem: what to do with the people. Soon he came to the square where several warriors had gathered. They were shouting that it was an honor to meet him, the martial arts king Reifenhardt. One of the warriors, Gardvon, said that he had come to swear allegiance to him. He had already achieved some success in the northern region of the Kingdom of Vassal, and having a spear, considered himself invulnerable. Another warrior, clenching his fist and frowning, shouted that he had killed a wolf with his bare hands. Reifenhardt, looking at them, thought that among them there were a couple of experienced mercenaries, but they were unlikely to share their broad views. Cyrus, folding his hands behind his back, shouted silence. The protagonist remembered that in his past life, none of the people wanted to join him because they did not want to become subordinates of the Demon King. And now they suddenly flocked to him like gnats to a fire, folding his arms over his chest. He said, "Warriors, this is a blessed path," but he is ready to recognize only those who prove themselves in action. Then, turning to his comrades, he whispered that they should give them a good kicking, and they would select only the most useful. After a while, the warrior shouted out, holding his sword in front of him, that he was Peter Bloodstorm. It would be an honor to fight him. Reifenhardt, watching them, was surprised at how many there were. Azrael von Katter, captain of the Antares Knight Corps who stood next to him, replied about 20 knights and 100 ordinary soldiers, not counting the representatives of other species. He thought that although all of them together could not compare to 10 dwarven warriors, one should not underestimate humans, especially those who do not have prejudices against other intelligent races. Soon one of the warriors, looking at Tahid, exclaimed in bewilderment, "Would he really be evaluated by an orc?" His colleagues said that he would not pass the selection. Did he really take Sir Tahid for an ordinary orc? Then Tahid, drawing a sword from behind his back, released his aura and asked, "Is that so?" The warriors exclaimed in surprise, "The aura of the blade. He has an aura. So those rumors aren't lying." The warrior trembled with fear and exclaimed, "But how could that be an orc?" Tahid, looking down at him, told him to bite. Reifenhardt, looking at his assistant, asked how they were. Were there any worthy guys? He replied that Sir Cyrus and Sir Tahid could be trusted to select capable candidates. However, it is not only skills that make a man worthy of the knighthood. "Milord," the protagonist asked. "And orcs?" The assistant asked him not to start. Sir Tehid, according to him, is undoubtedly a worthy knight. Reifenhart said that he would like everyone to think so. Azrael noted that more than half of the Antares knights used to be mercenaries. They can certainly be taught manners, but the very concept of a knight seems vague against the backdrop of so many mercenaries. The protagonist, waving his hand, said that personally he did not see much difference between them, although he believes that disciplined knights are still better than unpredictable mercenaries. From now on, he trusts him with the selection of knights, which he will definitely inform Tahad and Cyrus about. Soon he entered the room, and turning to Flora, apologized to her and asked, "Is there a lot of work accumulated, huh?" She showed him the amount of papers on his desk and answered, "Yes, my lord. He needs to study all these documents." He wondered where all this came from. Just a couple of months ago, he was dying of boredom. Flora handed him a quill and said that bygones are bygones. He should take the quill. He thought that there were already 1,000 settlers who came to them because of the crop failure in Provence. He sighed heavily and thought that most likely he would not get up from his chair anytime soon. At that moment, Cyrus came up to him with a tray and said that she brought him tea. He said that because of all these papers, he would not be able to leave the castle for a long time, and they have to clear a couple of dungeons and find 4 relic symbols. She asked who in his past life was in charge of the empire. He replied that he had no reason to leave the palace then. Besides, Mashalin was helping him. She poured him some tea and asked why he didn't ask for help again. He looked at her and replied that the current situation was very different from the previous one. If he handed over his management duties to non-humans, the humans might take it with hostility. She thoughtfully put her finger to her chin and said that they had a couple of people with management talent. He sighed and admitted that he would be happy to hire someone he could trust to free up his time for expeditions. This person should be good at paperwork and at the same time be able to protect the castle. She asked if Sir Azrael would be suitable. He said that he was a nice guy, but not enough to trust him with his domain. Then he grinned and added that he had someone in mind, so competent that he couldn't kill him. At this time, Karas and Antilla were walking around the castle grounds. The knights watching him said that he was still hanging around here doing nothing. Who was he? Had he been here before? He had asked the servants, but they themselves did not know. He did not seem to be doing anything here. But did he not seem to have some kind of nobility about him? Even Captain Azrael did not know him. So who was he? Tilla looked at Karsas and asked if he wanted to practice fencing. After all, he was a knight to his fingertips. He said that he was not. He was just looking around, out of curiosity. She smirked and told him not to deny it. After all, no one had forbidden him to take a sword, right? She poked her finger into his chest several times and he asked if it was right to give a weapon to his prisoner. Karsas was dead. Now he was a nameless man. In fact, he even felt relieved. She asked what he was thinking about. He said that Jewel was an excellent candidate for king after all. She looked at him in surprise and asked what? Why? He closed his eyes and said that thanks to him he had discovered their versatility. She asked what it meant. He said the wisdom, beauty, and resourcefulness of other species. At least the woman standing next to him had those qualities. She put her hand to her chest and said that it sounded saccharine. Did all knights talk like that? He held out his hand to her and she said that he too was wise and resourceful. But she wasn't sure about the beauty. She held out her hand to him, and he said, "How cruel." She said she thought he would look better with a beard. He said that then he would start growing it. Miss Tilla, their people, she claimed, were able to hear the voice of truth. They took each other's hands and he said that then she would know perfectly well whether he was lying or not. And if he said he was in love with her, would she recognize the truth? Her face flushed with embarrassment, and he said, or because he was a man and not a dwarf. She interrupted him and shouted no. She didn't care whether he was a man or a dwarf. He asked then, he could love her. She breathed heavily. He asked would she stop looking after him. He was completely her prisoner. She laughed and he, taking her hand and walking forward, said that now he understood that he had no right to judge Yuval. So, that's it for now. Until then, watch those exciting manhwas. I assure you, you will be going to love those stories, and your comment needed to continue this journey, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel.